Thank you.
On it.
Got it. Yep. We're live. Looks good.
Is Clueless your only teammate there?
Yeah.
What's he
Clueless is
playing?
with Decreasy and Everly. I don't know what he's playing. He was leaning towards Lando of some flavor,
Mm-hmm.
I think. But he might have changed based on because I think the whole team is like Talzin and Luke is what Everly and Decreasy are playing, but I'm not 100% sure. So
Yeah. I think Ophir wanted to switch to Lando too, but he was the Talzin player and they didn't want to get rid of Talzin.
yeah, that's fair. I swear, Ophir and I share the same deck building or deck selection brain. Of
Yeah.
like every deck I've been playing, he wants to play minus
Mhm.
Kira.
I have a hold on. I have a spreadsheet for you guys also of teams. I just realized you guys don't have access to this.
Okay.
Did Stevie manage to keep Tata off of Data Vault somehow?
Yeah, Tata is playing Vel Red.
Ooh, okay. That deck is I really like that deck.
I loved it, but I can't beat Talzin and Obi. So like
That's
you
fair.
can't beat them. I'm gonna try some things like a harder space pivot.
Yeah.
But so far not great.
I mean, in a team environment, I don't think teams will have both Talzin and Obi, so if you can protect it from that matchup.
Right. Yeah, in the team environment, sure. I do think it'll be good. I think it's a perfect team tournament deck.
Yeah. Yep.
What is Alright, I'm sending you guys, or I'm dropping a file in here that has the 3v3 teams. Also, actually, if you would like to be added in as coverage, let me see. So you can see in the melee. I can do that.
Okay.
If you would like to
Do you
send me your
need
emails.
email?
Yes, please.
Okay. I can just put it in here. With my full legal name of my email.
88.
So
My little
you'd
brother.
think I would born.
Oh.
You'd think I'd be born in '88. I made my email when I was 8, and for some reason Mackenzie Voss 8 was taken, and so I just added a second 8 because I was 8
2
years
8s are better than
old.
1.
Yep. Born a decade later. I was in '98. I'm a youngin.
98?
98. I'm a young one.
Oh my God, you're
Yeah,
5 years younger than me.
I was entering my senior year of high school in 1998.
Everyone on the team makes fun of me for being the young one. Trust me, I know. I'm a little baby.
My favorite thing about me and Justin having a really good year this year is that we're 10 years older than everybody else on like the entire leaderboard from top to bottom. Oh, they can hear us.
Yeah, we haven't said anything.
Oh yeah, Mike's old confirmed. No, just talking. Just talking to the shit how old I am.
You guys
It's
are
fine.
muted.
It's fine.
No, they can hear us.
They can hear you?
Yeah, I just turned up the volume and I heard me.
Oh dear God. Okay.
It's fine. We haven't said anything
The
incriminating.
worst part is now everyone knows Mickey's email, so be prepared to get signed up for some wild stuff.
Yep. I mean, I've had this email for like 15 years. It's probably time for it to go anyway.
I give out like my professional email, but it filters to my email that I posted there
That's nice.
until I reply from that one and people are like, what's happening? Who's this now? All right, well, we get the teams here. I like
Nice.
the Pasqwalle's fan club for the Maclunky team.
See if I can open this.
I had to upload it to Google Drive. Oh, you know what I'll do?
Yeah.
I'll share it with you because I know you're.
Maclunky.
Hello there, and welcome to the Cantina Clash, a Star Wars Unlimited tournament experience presented by Maclunky Gaming and Top Deck Games in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, sponsored by Metal Fab. My name is BobbySapphire. Here with me today is Mickey D. How's it going, Mickey? Good morning.
Good morning. I am excited to see the next major event post-rotation. We saw the Nexus Invitational last week, introduce a lot of kind of established archetypes that we thought we would see, as well as some new exciting ones. I'm excited to see the next step, the next evolution of the meta as we prepare for the upcoming OP season with PQs and sector qualifiers coming up.
Yes, and today we are casting over a 3v3 team tournament. So while we expect to see meta decks and important meta players, with the team requirements where the leaders and bases have to be unique, there'll be some adjusting, but we'll still see some of the most the leaders that we expect to see most in this early premier meta.
Yes. I expect there to be a baseline. The way I see the format is there's kind of some pillars, right? So you have like your pilot leaders and your Bobas and your Lukes. your kind of force mid-range decks with your Talzins and your OBs. You have these kind of credit makers with Lando, and then you have these aggressive negotiation decks with things like Jen and Vel and all that stuff. There's some outliers in there as well, like Chewbacca's kind of a player in the meta, and some maybe other extreme strategies. But I expect a lot of teams to default to at least one or two of these kind of default strategies, with maybe a third extreme deck in their team comp.
Yeah, and we could see teams going like all force, all space. I think there are
Yeah.
actually a lot of good space decks. I think Wedge Yellow is really good. I think there are great Kaz decks, Von Reg decks. So I think that
Yeah.
it depends on how aggressively teams want to skew into a 3v3 strategy. But because
Mhm.
some of these leaders are so much better than other options, leaders like Talzin, leaders like Luke, Boba Fett, um, Lando, Beckett. These are all leaders that have just either really solid stats in flip turns or very explosive flip turns that end games quickly. So I'm really excited to see. I certainly wish that we could see all of the deck lists right now, but I am amped to see who we get for round one and what kind of decks we see on the table.
Yes, I'm very excited. And like I'm excited to see the potential tech based on the 3v3 environment. Like you can do some extreme strategies like you're saying of going all space. Maybe you play 3 pilot decks. Maybe you play 3 aggressive negotiation decks because you think that's the most busted card in the format. And with the way that this format is compared to the previous Seattle tournament, last tournament was restricted to 3 copies of a card for the entire team. Here, it's only a leader-based restriction, so you can play 3 aggressive negotiations in every single one of your decks if you want to. So I'm curious to see if teams decide to go for like the more solid game plan of let's just play what we think are the 3 best decks in the room, or if they try to exploit the team strategy and you know exploit those space weaknesses in some decks, exploit those aggressive negotiation weaknesses in some decks, and really explore that the metagame and how that changes 3v3 versus 1v1.
Well, I only know what one team is playing from top to bottom, and I can confirm that the KTOD team is playing 3 red decks. I don't know if it's 9 full aggressive negotiations, but I
Yes.
wouldn't be surprised if they ran all 9 aggressive negotiations
Yeah.
either.
That's probably kind of the talking point of the weekend, I think, even more so than the leaders and bases. And I was saying this coming out of the Nexus Invitational is we saw Tobias Beckett win and we saw the Vel red and the Chewbacca yellow and Vader yellow. But really what I think we saw is the power of specific interactions and cards and aggressive negotiations kind of shown throughout that entire weekend. Being able to claim early and pump for 7 and finish them off with one swing and like the time you can put them in check. It's a lot faster than it was in previous formats just because this card is so prevalent now.
Yeah, and you have to prevent people from getting into check now with aggressive negotiations. And if it's
Yeah.
going into turn 6, do they have 2 aggressive negotiations? How does that math change? So,
Yeah.
one of the things that I try and be disciplined in my games to look at is like how many actions and how much damage I am away from losing, even on
Hmm.
early turns of the game. And that clock has just been so sped up in this meta. For better or
Yes.
worse, this is just the world we're living in. There's,
Yep.
with rotation, we can't rely on the decks that we've come to know so well, and now now we have to learn new decks.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is just a part of it.
I'm interested to see potential counterplay to not just aggressive negotiations, although I think that's kind of the main pain point in the meta, kind of the main focal point. Stuff like Chewbacca is still around as well, or these turn 2 upgrades in general, though Chewbacca kind of being the most powerful of those options. But you can counter some of these strategies with like a Galen because it can stop the aggressive negotiations, but also stops the credit plays. Maybe you want to play Gorindin in your yellow villain deck because aggressive negotiations is the one card that beats you, and you just want a way to get it out of your opponent's hands. And if they don't have it, that's great. You're fine paying that opportunity cost. Hold for questioning is another great discard option. Maybe people explore that package as a whole. I'm excited to see like the development around aggressive negotiations and how the meta responds to it.
Yeah, I think that's why we play cards, is figuring
Yeah.
out these interactions and how to maneuver um, within even really, really strong things, and buying in and saying like I'm gonna try and build the best aggressive negotiations deck, or I'm gonna go full anti and try and counter it the
Mhm.
best. That's
Yeah.
certainly, I think, the most interesting and dynamic way to play cards. Obviously,
Yes.
it's all theory until you have to register for a tournament, and that's what this off season has felt really long. Like coming out of last season, I was like, oh man, we get like 5 weeks. I don't have to play. I don't have to travel. Like I can enjoy this. But now I'm like, okay, can we start? I need to stop
Yeah.
thinking and I need to start playing. Because I think in a long season, this is like a 10 or 11 week season that we're about to enter. I expect a lot of things to change. I expect people to change decks. I expect people to evolve the style of decks we play. And, a lot of times it's really difficult to play control decks in the early part of a meta because you don't know what you need to control yet. And we're going to get to a point where control decks are good. All right,
Yep.
Mickey, we've got our first match on the table. It's I don't
Yeah.
know that I don't see any team names, but we've got Vader, Luke, and Boba Fett versus Talzin, Jin, and Lando. So we do have the
This
team on the
is
right going all space,
yeah.
and the team on the left going all ground, all non-pilot leaders, but very solid ones.
hmm So it looks like this is the secret BN team on the left. So this is Ryan DeCreasy, Josh Everly, and Chris Lewis or Cluis, and then Maclunky Gaming 4, I believe that is, with the Boba Fett, Luke, and Vader. So this is kind of what we were talking about of the extreme strategy going all space versus the fundamental strategy, just playing what you might think the three best decks in the room are. It's a very interesting kind of dichotomy of strategies here.
Yeah, and I think that the Vader Yellow, which also had a decent showing last week at the Invitationals, when we haven't, I don't even
Yeah.
think we've mentioned it yet, but it's just sort of like it's it's been around for a while. Like all of these leaders have been around for a while, but Vader Yellow is a deck that's actually like been good. Like out of these 6 decks on the table, Vader Yellow is the one with the most accolades over the course of this game.
Mhm.
Um, so it's
Yeah.
interesting to denote that I don't know. It just seems like, are we still doing this Vader thing? But it's still really good.
Yeah.
And it looks like that's
Real
the game we're going to get on the table. Looks like that's Clueless on Lando.
yes. And then
This is
I do not
Maclunky
know who our Vader player
4.
is, but it is the players on that team are Hannons, Cole, and Tom on the
Cool.
right here.
You're so much faster with
Um,
accessing all of the data we have.
I had it up already. It's all good.
I have it
Um,
up, but I can't find it as quickly as you.
I think Vader 4 is an interesting option in a world of space decks because back in set 4, when Vader kind of burst onto the scene at Minnesota Regional, a lot of the theory behind the deck was if the room is full of space decks, you're the best space deck in the room at beating up on the other space decks. And I'm curious if that mantra still holds true into set 7 post rotation. He lost some tools. Most notably, I think Sanctioner Shuttle was a really big tool for this Vader deck, and it really incentivized you into that double one drop line. And so now, without that, do you play more two drops? Do you still want to play that double one drop just to make sure you have something to attack with on turn 2 to get that token? There's a lot of interesting exploration you can do with the Vader 4, even though it seems like such a linear strategy.
Yeah, well, that I do think that Sanctioner Shuttle was sort of the key because it is what allowed you, and actually your team did this really well, was play AT Hauler in the Vader deck that
Yes.
allowed you to steal it back. And now those strategies, well, the capture shuttle isn't there, but we still have things like arrest to potentially do it. Um, but I don't know. I feel like it's tough to say who beats up on space the best. Like Chewbacca does really well because you have the extra pings and it's like a really good red 5 deck. But then also like
hmm
any deck that has Han Solo pilot from the heroes and the Millennium Falcon, like even without the Millennium Falcon, the Han Solo being able to insta attack and buff
Yeah.
on defense has been really good. So I'm interested to see how far Vader goes, not only in this tournament but
Yeah.
the meta, and really what Clueless has to combat it, because
Yeah.
he green or blue? I
He was
think it was green.
green, so
Okay.
he does have space ambushers up the curve, which really helps. So things like Fireball, Blue Leader, Blue Ace, a lot of on rate space ambushers that can help like clear up that space lane while potentially developing the credits and preparing for that explosive flip turn. However, I think one card that's going to be particularly tough to deal with, especially if you don't have the blue ace, is Victor Leader.
Mhm.
It really pushes the stats out of range of those big ambushers. So your 1/3s become 2/4s, so they can't be blue leadered anymore, and your 2/4s become 3/5s, and so they can't be blue aced anymore. Although blue ace is probably targeting that Victor Leader. So I think this is a good pairing for the Lando green deck. Although I'm curious to see how the specifics of Vader play out. I think Lando Green has a lot of good anti-space tools, but Vader can maybe mess that up a bit with those extra tokens and those extra buffs.
Yeah, and it's always interesting when you're like Vader is the threat deck here, and Lando is the control if he's going to be ambushing in space, and it's always about like if you're the answer deck, there are no bad questions, there are no bad threats, but if you don't
Yes.
draw the right answers, those space decks are going to go unchecked, and we see both players mulliganing here. So no one had the threats and no one had the answers.
Yeah. I think both decks actually, I imagine mulligan pretty well. Vader, I assume, has a lot of turn one plays, and obviously, if it's built like the previous format, looking for those double one drops, so could potentially miss. But it's hard to find a unplayable Vader hand. And Lando, the nice thing about Lando is that even if you miss on a turn one play, you can always just make that credit. So you're at least doing something on turn one. It's not ideal, but you're not just staring and claiming the initiative and not developing any forward progress on your game plan.
Yeah, no doubt. And you need to do that at some point for Lando anyway. But I do love a deck like Vader that, because it has such amazing turn one options, you can mull really aggressively for the hand that you want and not get punished, or rarely get punished.
Yes.
I shouldn't say not. And I do want to shout out our sponsor, Metal Fab. The new Metal Fab life decks are on the table. They are card-sized life counters. Beeflo has
Yes.
been showing me pictures of these prototypes for a while, and I'm jealous that they're on the table and I don't have one yet.
They
All
do
right,
look sick.
here we go. A Special Forces tie, one drop. Oh man, I should get the cards up because I don't remember every card title now.
It's
The
first
pressure.
order tie, I believe.
Yeah, first order tie. And that's it. We do see the credit made from Lando and just a single one drop out of the Vader.
Yep, this is the risk of mulliganing like that, but both players kind of having clunky starts. Vader being able to develop at least one play, but like we were talking about earlier, Cluis being able to at least make that credit.
Yeah, and because the credit needed to happen, the Vader player gets to retain initiative, attack with that tie, and start making tokens. And it's met
Yep.
on the Lando side by the new Millennium Falcon, the 2/5. All right, and there's that stolen AT hauler. So quite the amassed space fleet just after 2 turns.
Yes. I believe I saw a Victor Leader hanging out in Mr. Thorne's hand, which is an interesting decision point on what 3 drop. I think I like the Hauler because you don't have such a wide board, and going into 4R, you're kind of expecting that blue ace, and you don't want to leave your Victor Leader vulnerable to that blue ace. So I think Hauler is a good choice there.
Yeah, I like the hauler play. I think you kind of, if like you said, space ambushers, you're going to need to sandbag the Victor Leader a little bit. We see the Millennium Falcon great at space battling here. It takes out the tie and shrinks the hauler, and now we see the Victor Leader come out, but here's Blue Ace to clean it up. So this
Yes.
is not the start that Thorn wants to see.
No. Even with skipping turn one, Cluis being able to just develop really beefy space units here. I believe the Falcon, if it attacked the tie, should have 2 damage unless it shrunk the tie. So I don't know.
He put
It
the
might have shrunk the
exclamation point
tie.
in front of the hauler, and he only took 2 from that hauler hit. So I think he is missing the damage on the Falcon there.
Yeah.
Yep, they got it right
There
now.
we go. But this is kind of, if you're going to miss turn one, this is the kind of curve you want if you're Cluis, being able to develop a beefy space unit and then ambush. But Mr. Thorne's still developing a pretty big board here.
Yeah, and one other thing that's nice about the blue leader, like having, oh well, he's not attacking with the blue leader first here, but now if Mr. Thorne attacks with something, he'll be able to ready something else. Okay, so he's just playing the Death Space Skirmisher to exhaust the blue leader and leave the rest of his space open. There's the second ambusher from Cluis,
Yes.
the blue leader.
Yeah, a lot of space presence here in the Lando green deck. Green hero had a lot of space interaction in the previous format, although it did lose some of it with like Bright Hope, but most importantly had blue leader. And now with rotation and a lot of space decks being present, blue ace is introduced, like kind of making a claim for itself in the format, as well as the fireball and potential the 2-drop 3/2s. And so a lot of space interaction.
Yeah, and Mr. Thorne's making the tough decision of now I have to actually start. There's so much space on the other side, I have to start cleaning up. So he uses his hauler to take out the Millennium Falcon, and he's going to build the 2/2 shielded
Black
ship.
Sun Fighter or something like that.
I really,
New format.
I wasn't when we talked about who to do play by play. I wasn't thinking that I don't know the name of any of the cards. I forgot about that part.
It's all good.
I would have studied.
It's
All right, so this is the leader flip turn for both players, so this should get
yes.
pretty explosive. But with only 6 damage on the Lando base here, the Vader player is going to have to put in some work. Blue leader
Yes.
taking out the AT hauler here.
I do think this is the critical turn for Vader, because the one thing in the Lando green deck is I can't think of a great way to answer the flip besides exactly Liberty. I don't know what other tools they might have. Like, there's no real upgrade removal. You could do some exhaust things, but exactly Liberty, I think, is the best answer for the Lando deck here. And if you have something like a Gorindan to flip and then name it and snipe it, maybe that can be enough to push you ahead in the race.
Yeah, and Vader, one of the things I love about the Vader deck is that it has such amazing plot options.
Yes.
With Gorindan, with the lurking snub fighter.
Yes. Even Chancellor Palpatine, if you're deciding to do that, or a trade route taxation, you just have these explosive flip turns you can play entirely from row, and it feels great.
Mm-hmm. And I really like that the Black Sun skirmisher being shielded is going to be really nice for Vader here.
Yes. That's going to be really annoying to deal with. Although, again, if we have that Liberty hiding out, it would be able to remove that shield, which would help be able to beat over the Vader pilot eventually. And it looks like that's what we have here.
Yep. So the delay flip from Vader certainly holding him back. Now he has a massive 9/7 Sentinel to try and chip through.
Yep. So this game looks like it could go pretty late if Vader flips onto something and trades into it. That's still going to leave a pretty decent space presence and might devolve into either more ambushers late, or a space versus ground race, or decides to flip to ground. Interesting.
Yeah, he's abandoning space altogether, which I think, like, I see what he's thinking here. Like, I need to start getting damage in, but now he's essentially said, I'm essentially never getting through that Liberty, because Liberty's going to
Yeah.
be able to
And
attack, put pressure on, and exhaust your units as you go.
yes, and Liberty closes the game very fast. That 9 just need 3 hits plus a little extra, and we already have the little extra. So um, this game, it looks like it's going to develop into a space versus ground race, but the opposite arenas for each player than we expected almost.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the good thing about Lando Green is he hasn't played a ground unit yet, right? So, like,
Yeah.
maybe he's a secret space deck, and that's the whole strategy.
Yeah.
Okay, so Cluis using the Liberty to actually attack units and not bases here.
Interesting. I mean, I get the idea behind it. You're kind of the late game deck and you have all these tools. So if you just survive and manage to clear the board, you'll win eventually. But I think you can maybe take a racing position here. Although you are at 14 on base after the ground assault, so it's a little scary.
And even though he's able to exhaust that Vader and save 5, he's still looking at least 4 in the ground if he doesn't use Lando to clean something up too.
Yeah.
And now but the thing is, with the 3 damage now on the Liberty, it's just so much easier for the Vader player to clean up this Sentinel.
Yeah. Typho will help though.
Yep. Now Typho clogging up the ground, so it's just sort of a standoff.
And we're kind of seeing the weakness of Blue Ace after the ambush here. Cluis can't really clear any of the pieces available right now because he'd either have to ready the Clone Combat Squadron or the Vader Leader, and neither of those are good options. So
yeah, we kind of skipped over that, but that was a great
tables.
great play by the Vader player, putting that down, basically holding that blue leader hostage.
Yeah.
And yeah, with his only options to because the blue leader player gets to choose who readies, and it's two
Yes.
beefy units. One that will either
Nothing, not
take out
everything.
the typho or clock you for 8.
And you can't afford to take 8 here. Although it is shrinking, ever so slowly, but it is shrinking a little bit.
Yeah, so this is a little bit of a standoff, but with Cluis claiming, the Vader player just gets to put 4 damage into base and build out the rest of his hand.
He's a
Not
big
give
clone combat squadron, which
Yes, it's
is
gonna have to be dealt with very quickly.
one negative thing about flipping to the ground here as the Vader player is you do give your opponent ambush targets for Mandalorian, which normally wouldn't be able to capture anything if there's nothing to attack into. But if you flip to the ground, make those spies, you give your opponent a way to interact with the space
Yeah,
while
I
ambushing on the
think
ground.
you called it here.
Yeah, ambushing that Vader, getting the capture. Still though, left with 7 power in space. That's a decent amount of power.
Yeah, and the Screeching Tie LN can shut off Sentinel from the Typho. So presumably, if that attack happens in the right order, there's an extra 2 damage that is coming in. Yeah, so he plays the Sentinel in space, but the blue leader wouldn't have been able to attack if he swung with anything. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure that was perfect sequencing to get this job done, but he does attack with the Screeching Tie, blocks the Sentinel, and is going to allow for 2 damage to get in the form of that spy token.
Yeah. This is looking real tight. There's 4 more coming in, going to get to 26, can make another tie, potentially more interaction. Looks like Cluis is going to need one more piece of space interaction, whether it be like a Liberty or maybe another ambusher. And even from there, it might be tough to stabilize. But
Yeah, it looks like the Vader player is sitting on 2 Beguiles and is thinking about beguiling that blue ace, which is tough because it's got 4 damage, so it's going to die. But also, you clog up the hand and resources.
yeah, I think the biggest thing would be the resource restriction. But if the answer is Liberty anyway, they're always going to slam that, and that's tough to beat through anyway. And
Mhm.
if it's another ambusher, I think they'll have the resources to play it anyway. So I think I like holding on to it.
All right. We got Clueless tapping 2. There's that Han Solo pilot. It's going to keep Blue Ace alive, and he's going to kill one of the 2/2 ships, or the 2/2 ships. So Screeching Tie is going to come in. 2 damage left.
Yes, another space ambusher. He could stay alive at 1 this turn, assuming no piece of interaction.
Yeah, we're going to see a moral authority here. But
Yeah.
not ideal capturing one of the tie LNs.
Yes.
And the lack of pressure
Plus
that Close has been able to put on means that he's only doing, I think, 18 damage this turn, which is just not enough.
6, 10, 14. Yeah. Putting opponents at 18 or plus the 2 from moral authority. So putting them at 20. But in a position here where you're forced to claim if you don't have any other piece of interaction, yeah.
And we'll see. All right, so we have Eager Escort Fighter and an A-Wing. So 5 lethal ships now with a token getting made.
Yep. Think it's
Maybe
just Liberty.
Yeah, I would probably fire off that Beguile with 3 resources just to turn the clock off with the
Yeah.
on the
With
typho.
the
But it
blue
looks
ace.
like it's a scoop, and
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Thorn with Vader yellow on Chopper base is going to win game 1.
Yep. And even through all that space interaction, we saw no pressure from Cluis turn 1, no 2-drop. It was just make a credit token and didn't really use that credit until the flip turn. And even then was, I think, died with a credit in the row. So uh, really either needed to start applying the pressure, maybe something like Amina Bonteri to get some restore online as well, or explode with a like big cheat out something early play on the 3 or 4 resource turn. But yeah, that's the impressive part about Vader is able to fight through all that space interaction.
Yeah, and really just get
Like,
there with paper cuts. Never get to
yeah,
swing with the Clone Combat Squadron. Never get to swing with anything that even attacked because even the Hauler, every time it attacked, was shrunk down by the Falcon. So he really just
yeah,
got there doing 2 damage almost the whole way.
yep. And like that Vader flip to ground, I was skeptical of at first, but it did seem to it applied that 5 damage immediately. It couldn't get interacted with because Clueless wasn't ready to fight on the ground, um, and pushed 5 damage. Plus, it took the Liberty taps, which let him bash through the Liberty and push damage elsewhere. It was a really sharp flip to the ground there by Mr. Thorn.
Yeah, but I do wonder what would have happened had Clueless go face with that Liberty
The
and just
Liberty,
started attacking
yeah.
base with all of the units, because we saw even that final turn, he had 18 damage on board with 6 from Typho, 4 from Lando, 8 from Mandalorian. So if he had put that 9 damage into base, I think that represents a lethal turn.
Yeah, I agree with that, I think. And this Lando green deck can be sneaky aggressive depending on how you build it. There's some builds that like go with faith in your friends, so you get those early spies which help you race. Some decks have Rose Tico in them, which can be a surprise 5 damage. One of my favorite things to do, Jin Urso is an incredible card from this past set that can either exhaust a card in the race, or it can give an experience token to any unit. So it can give an experience token to a ready unit, and that +1 can be just enough to finish the race.
All right. Sideboard strategies. It's really early to have sideboard plans here. Was that Boshek in the Vader player sideboard? I think it might have been. I think they might have gone in.
Yes.
Um,
And that makes some sense to me if you're trying to prep for the space ambushers. Being able to just buff that HP makes a lot of sense.
yeah, and it makes it a little more grindier because you can actually fuel your hand a little bit more, which is one of the things that is really tough to do in this Vader deck. It really wants to dump his hand with all these small units.
Yeah. On the Lando side, you're kind of already mainboarded with a lot of the space hate. I don't know what else you could add from the sideboard.
I think
Maybe
potentially
some more.
something like the Axe Forgets to be able to bounce
Yes.
early units very cheaply would be really great.
The tricky part with Lando sideboarding specifically is the aspect ratio and how many misses you're willing
Oh
to
yeah,
to
right.
stomach.
That's true.
So like if the deck is built to be mono hero, are you okay
Yeah.
with having 3 misses in your deck post sideboard? And I think a lot of cases 3 is okay, but it's also matchup dependent of like how often are you able to weave in a credit making ability, and like if you're able to weave it in once or twice before your flip turn, you're more okay stomaching a miss because it means you have a second chance. But if you're always going, all right, curve, 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 and then on flip turn make the credit flip, then maybe you're less willing to stomach those misses with Lando's ability.
I think if his plan is Space Ambush, uh, like unless he's playing like YT 2400, which I doubt, like
Yeah.
you're not going to curve all the way up. You're going to under curve, and you don't need to curve all the way up because you don't need to ambush for 5 or 6. You just need to hit blue leader with 3. So I could see him if he had some off color bounce, and this is a strategy or this is a deck he was worried about taking those misses.
Yes, I agree with that. Well, it looks like a Tantive was milled with the
Yep.
Lando, so that's probably one of the sideboard options there.
That is probably one of the sideboard cards, and definitely naming heroic there since he got the credit and it only has that one aspect. We see the shielded Black Sun Skirmisher. That's what you said it was, right?
Yeah.
Black Sun Skirmisher,
Black Sun Fighter or something like that. We should
Patroller, Black Sun Patroller. I got the cards up now, and I should know that one because I play it a lot. But yeah, so we've got the shielded 2/2, and that's going to inoculate Vader from taking like losing to an ambusher, and we see Blue Ace
Yep.
come in and not only bounce off of the patroller but ready it.
Yes. And this is an interesting keep from Clueless because I believe he kept this hand, deciding that turn 1 credit into turn 2 Blue Ace was good enough, didn't need a turn 1 play. And potentially, if he has other space ambushers, that keep makes a lot of sense. But deciding that the turn 1 credit is totally fine here if you're cheating out the 4/5 ambusher on turn 2.
Yeah, it's a huge blowout. But we're going to
Yeah.
see a holler on turn 2 again, which is a great play from Vader. And what can Clueless follow this this Blue Ace up with, knowing that he
If he has
also
a
has to find a way to make a credit in the next 2 turns?
if he has a Han pilot here, that would be a great line. Being able to take out the hauler, stay alive, gives you the resources to make a credit. Um, I don't know if he has it in hand, but that would be kind of the ideal card I'd be looking for here if I was Lando.
Yep, I see another Blue Ace. I think I see a blue leader I think I see a moral authority.
Yes, I think
But Blue Ace
couples
has
as
a nice free
well.
kill here. Still on 1 HP. That 5 life total from Blue Ace is just so strong.
Yes.
I miss
Conversely, the 5 HP on the hauler is really strong as well.
Yes. I mean, Holler is crazy.
Yeah.
There's a reason why this card is like quintupled in value since
Yeah.
the set rotated. It already should have
It's
been, to
probably
be honest.
yes. It's probably one of the best cards we kept post rotation is the stolen AT hauler.
Yeah, just pure strength.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so credit made, and then Lando, no space play, so gonna go to the ground with an Obi-Wan Kenobi. Not a card I think that it's gonna have a lot of impact in this game.
No, just a 3/5 to apply pressure to the ground, I think. Although it is a 5 health unit for moral authority, but I don't think that impacts this board much.
No, the Clone Combat Squadron currently is 6/6 and threatening to be more. We'll see if Lando can deal with this.
Yeah. These haulers on 2 both games have been very annoying for Lando, it appears.
Yeah, just
None
creating
of
a
the
lot of
ambushers.
pressure. Oh, he does have he does have the YT2400. Oh my god. He
That's a
does
good
have it.
ambusher.
And it's great. And it kills the hauler. It's got that 5 attack. He gets to pay the extra 1 with the credit. So it comes in as a 5/6. It only takes 4 back. It's really built to kill that hauler.
Yes. I think this is a if you really want to head out the space list, this is a great addition. And like the 5 drop point on the Lando curve can be a little awkward. You have your queens, you have your roses, but if that's not the kind of thing you want to be doing, this card makes a lot of sense.
Yep. And so the Thorn decided to clear out the blue ace rather than attack with the Clone Combat Squadron, try and get 2 attacks out of it. I guess it was shrunk down. The dice weren't representative of what it was originally. So we see a couple 1-drops come down, buffing that card. Is Thorn going to take the opportunity to get his hauler back? Or no, he's gonna beguile and take it back the slow way.
That way. Yeah.
He's gonna leave the 4/5 on the table. And we see Qui-Gon, Blue Ace. I missed the last 2. Did you see?
One of the new prestiges. So it
Oh yeah,
had
it
the
could be
green
like a
background. I don't
Jin.
know what
Could be a Jin.
Jin would be my best guess. And then something else, but decides to clear the token or
Oh
the
yeah, he
4 or
does
5
have.
with the,
Yeah.
which is nice.
Yeah, I wonder. I guess like the Blue Ace would be able to clean. The Clone Combat Squadron is such a an important and hard hitting ship. You don't want to put any damage on it. But I would have been tempted to
Yeah.
take my hauler back there.
I agree, being able to just play it out. But I think if this Clone Combat Squadron gets to stay alive and healthy, and you get a pilot of Vader onto it, you feel fine with doing it the slow way. So
Yeah,
I understand.
a lot of exhaust from the Lando side to put all your eggs in that one basket.
Like a Jin or a Liberty, yeah. I guess if you don't have a plan for this turn, because he did dump a lot of cards from his hand, so if you don't have a plan for your resources this turn, you miss out on that 4 damage, but if you could be able to maximize your resources by just replaying the hauler.
So Lando realizing doesn't have a credit here, so taking the opportunity. I think that's a Liberty in hand, so he needs that credit to get up to 8 to play the Liberty this turn.
Yes.
So will Vader go in with the big ship? No, he goes in with the raid 1 hidden ship. He's playing the slow game. He's gonna let this Liberty come down and exhaust his Clone Combat Squadron.
So I think the reason why Vader did this is he wanted to get value out of the make a token ability. So attacking with a non-token, then making a token. But I think it's so important to just like flip onto your clone combat and either get that hit in before Liberty comes down, or even potentially Gurindon from plot. That I think I would value the early flip over the extra token here.
Yeah, and I think if it were me, I would have just clocked him for 7 and
Yeah.
and then used Vader to clear out the Liberty, and then he's like the Clone Combat Squadron's lethal next turn. So I don't know, if I'm playing an aggressive deck, I want the damage on the board. So we build out a Victor leader here to buff the rest of the team, and then Lando's going to hit in on the ground. We're gonna see what happens with this Vader flip, but Vader still has 3 resources left and 5 attack in space.
Yep. And that Clone Combat Squadron is a 9/9 now, make it a 10/10. So it's enough for if you flip to ground here, which it looks like he's doing, then hit base. That Clone Combat Squadron is lethal in 1 action, but still a big Sentinel to get through.
Yeah, and these ships don't get there. So I think what he could have done is flipped Vader onto the TILN, killed the Liberty, swung for 3, and then clear the way for the Clone Combat Squadron. Yeah.
There's no big Sentinel or exhaust on the board.
Yeah, well, let's see how Clueless plays this.
So if we're Clueless, we have 16 on board, so not quite enough for lethal this turn.
Nope, not as it currently is. Could change if he has like some moral authorities. But it's going to be a tough race to win, because that Liberty is just going to die to any ship from Thornside.
Yep. And if any of those ships clear, that leaves, assuming you tap down the Clone Combat Squadron. Ooh. Han being able to kill Victor Leader is kind of nice here, though.
Yes, kill Victor Leader, live with 3 HP, and without the Victor Leader now, the only thing that kills that Liberty is the Hauler. But now Clueless is in check with the ground assault. Those 2 units on the ground can kill Vader, though.
Yeah, so it's a bit of an interesting dance. Believe I saw a blue leader and a moral authority in Clueless's hand. I think he'd love to play both of those, be able to eat up some of the space arena while buffing the ground arena, being able to, put it on Lando, clear a space unit, and bash over the Vader, but can only do 1. I do love this moral authority play, though, because it means that now Mr. Thorn has to put both of his space units into the Liberty here to be able to clear it, and it gives him the action to clear the Vader and potentially top deck an answer for that Clone Combat Squadron.
Yeah, the sequencing is on his side, but we haven't seen any resources spent yet. So, okay, here's an eager escort fighter. That's going to clear the way for the Liberty. And then if there's another Victor Leader in hand, Vader has lethal. And if they do anything else, they can just claim and win with the Clone Combat Squadron, because there shouldn't be anything for 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 3 more here, and Black Sun Patroller and an A-Wing. So gets rid of his entire hand. Clueless knocks on the top of his deck. Does he have anything? He does not. Good games, and Vader wins it 2-0 over the green Lando.
That's a very interesting game to see there, because we saw how prepared the Lando was for those space aggro matchups with all those ambushers, but Stolen AT Hauler really shone through, not being able to ambush that one and kill it very easily, as well as the Victor Leader being able to pump, and just those tokens being able to death by 1,000 paper cuts, like you said earlier.
Yep, and you vamped enough for me to actually buy a Vader showcase while you were talking there. So I'm ready. I'm ready to build Vader for my first planetary qualifier.
Yeah, it's a good call, I think, if people aren't prepared for it and you're ready to dominate the space arena.
And the beauty of a team tournament, we jump into game 3 of Josh Everly versus Hannons. Luke, I believe that's maybe Data Vault versus Jin Red. It looks like a commanding board presence from Everly, world's top 8 competitor this year, Galactic Championship top 8 competitor, and things are rough when Luke is flipping to the ground.
But he does flip with the ferocity, being able to push 8 damage. That's check in 1 action with the 8 more damage, I believe, because that 15 should go to 23, I think. Notably, a blue ace out of aspect from the Gen deck here.
Yeah, well, you love the splash base. You can do whatever you want. Like, we're living in such a wild time where you can just play whatever. Aggressive
Yeah.
negotiations on the Kanan is going to take that Luke out.
I
And
think
we
we're starting
see,
to see
yeah, Chewbacca on the ground.
we were starting to see Everly stabilize, I think, but that Chewbacca on the ground is really good because he has such a good space presence to be able to clear any space threats. But any piece of ground interaction, especially a Chewbacca that can't be bounced or anything, is
Yeah, we also need to know if he is at 23 or if he's at 15. Like,
yeah, that is a big number
it
difference.
should be 23, right? Yeah. Okay.
I believe
think
so.
they're seeing it now.
Yeah, it looks like Everly has it down on paper. Maybe
Oh,
it's only
21.
21. Oh, because the cannon restore hits.
Gotcha.
That makes sense.
I assume they have it on paper. We did join the game in the middle here, but
Yes.
still,
But 21's a big number because
yes.
Chewbacca's not lethal in 1 then.
But there is another sudden ferocity in Han's hand, so
Yeah.
it could potentially get there depending on what Everly has. And Everly looks like Everly claimed rather than do any damage. He can't attack with the blue ace without readying the Chewbacca, which would be disastrous. But he could have still
one-handed.
attacked with the Kit Fisto's Aether Spray.
Is that
Oh,
Kit
that's a
Fisto's or is
Jedi
that the
Starfighter. So yeah,
Yeah.
never mind.
It's probably. I mean, it could be interesting because then if your opponent claims, then you can hit him for the 4. But I think I like, especially if I have a hammerhead behind, to help answer the ground.
Yeah, if you just have an answer for an otherwise difficult to kill unit, I see the purpose. Like Jin is in full control mode here.
Yes.
But being able to lay these threats immediately have been very advantageous for Hannon. He's able to play out a red leader and a red 5 and a blue leader.
Yes. Threats in both lanes. Everly has the space arena pretty locked up, but that does force an action out of him. So that means like either he clears the blue leader and the red 5 gets in, or he attacks the red 5 and the blue leader gets in. So Hannon's most likely going to get some sort of hit in here.
Yep, and he has to play around aggressive negotiations too. That's a big lost and forgotten.
That is huge.
And that looks like it is a hotshot maneuver.
Hotshot maneuver
stay
or
on
punch
target.
It one of the two. Yeah,
I think it's stay on target because it drew. It did 2 damage with the red 5 ability and drew a card when it hit base.
Yep.
But he should have taken 5 there, I think.
Taken 5, but healed 3, so should be +2 at 23 now, I believe.
Yeah, using the life pad is great, but it makes the casting difficult.
Yeah.
As someone who often forgets to update their base dice because I'm doing life pads, I understand.
Yeah. But 23, so the Senta is lethal in 1. Everly has had the answer every time so far, but Hannon's done a great job of presenting ground threats when Everly is, dominating the space arena now.
Yep, and that looks like a charged with what's that? Corruption is the red one.
Treason, corruption. I know it's not murder, and I know it's not espionage. It's either treason or murder.
All right, treason.
Okay.
I don't remember which one I said, but oh, and the hits keep coming. Blue leader hits the ground, but Josh still has a giant hand because the hammerhead takes it out immediately.
Yeah, that must be a big hand if he's able to charge with treason and then hammerhead. And finally, we're starting to see Everly, I think, turn the corner, being able to play 2 pieces of removal, threaten the board, and now he might be able to just, if his hand is that big, double aggressive negotiations from here could just finish the game off.
Yeah, I mean he's got plenty on the table here. He's looking at 11 and yeah, possible double AN could do it. Let's
He had
see.
at least 5 cards in hand last turn, so
Right. Looks like another Chewbacca in Hannon's hand.
yeah.
B-Wing Skirmisher to take out the hammerhead's pretty big. Way to slow him down. That's also a lethal threat, so it has to be dealt with.
Resistance Blue Squadron, I believe its name is.
Thank God you said something because I was like, this A-Wing looking guy. Yeah,
It's the 4-drop 3/4.
Yeah, that does a damage. All right, so we're gonna take that out with the Jedi Starfighter and burns one of the aggressive negotiations. But oh, your girl Hana on the ground.
Yeah,
3-5,
being
rate
able to
2,
land this
restore
Ana
2.
is huge. Starting to turn the race around. Like getting to 21 is a huge number because it looks like a lot of Hannon's threats are 5 power. The Chewbacca's, the Cintas, the blue leaders. And it doesn't look like it's any less or any more than 5. And so being able to restore that 2 to get to 21 could really make a huge impact on the race.
Yeah, and these 2 units together will be able to clear any ground unit that Hannons can play.
Yeah. I've been impressed. I thought Everly stabilized like 2 turns ago though, and Hannon's every turn has been able to present enough threats to make it scary for Everly.
Yeah, that stay on target was really nice, being able to draw the extra card.
Yeah.
Now we're getting some ships here, and really, he just needs 1 to stick if he can find an aggressive negotiations.
Yeah. I believe Everly should be at 21 here. He attacked with the Hana, so puts a Chewie on the
On the Green Squadron A-Wing.
yeah.
But there's another charge with treason coming out. Gonna clean that up
With the gospel,
immediately,
man.
and that's gonna induce the scoop from Hannons. So wild
Yeah.
game 3 that we jumped into. And is that
Yeah.
the match, or will we see another game? That's the big question on my
That's the
mind right
question.
now.
Yeah. That was a really close game though. Like Everly he must have had a monster hand from the early game, which is why he fell so far behind. Uh and those hammerheads and those charged with treason. So it might have maybe looked a little closer than it actually was if Everly had all the answers locked up. But Hannah's did a great job playing that, like knowing when to pivot arenas to make things most threatening for Everly there, and put the pressure on as much as possible.
So it looks like the match is over because the 3 seats on the right are vacated. But I'm not sure. Maclunky won. So Maclunky won. So that last match was irrelevant for the overall 3v3 who wins that round. It was only for tiebreaker.
Yep,
So Maclunky won the other 2 matches. Boba beat
and it was
Talzin.
Boba over Talzin, and I think with the way this lineup was constructed, um, Boba over Talzin. I've enjoyed the Talzin side of that matchup, but I know Boba's can be built to beat the Talzin. They have a great way to clear the board. I think the most up in the air matchup of those 3 was probably that Vader versus Lando that we watched, and really the resiliency of Vader shown through there. I was very impressed with how it played.
Yeah, I thought that was really nice, and it's good to see that Jin, which a lot of people think of as just a straight aggro deck, can actually take the control role, and
Yeah.
especially with those rebellious hammerheads, shut down either lane and then present monster threats in
Yep.
space. Definitely love seeing that card back in play. I love that card.
Yes, and we really saw some adaptations, I think, from the previous week or two. The Hana is kind of a more recent discovery, you could say, in deck building. We saw it big in that Vel red deck. It's been big in Talzin red decks, and so Jin's starting to adopt it as well. Even though it's not a rebel, it's such a big life point swing. It can be effectively a 7-point swing in the race, dealing 5 and healing 2. So
Yeah, and
great.
it was one of the few cards we were talking about while we were just hanging out waiting to start the stream as being so good. And
Yeah.
we've seen, Sundari Peacekeeper was such an important card in decks, and now getting one like a very similar card, but neutral, can be played in villain, can be
Yeah.
played in hero. Splash bases are going to make it easily played in lots of different decks. So I'm interested to see by the end of the season, like, what's the most splashed card? What's the card that's going in every deck because it's just so good.
I think the go-to answers are going to be things like Kanan and Zeb, those multicolor cards that have a big effect when you have other aspects on the board. But I'm curious to see. I know I've experimented with some Hana splashes, some Chiao Fan splashes, maybe even aggressive negotiation or Chewbacca
Finn,
splashes.
Jin,
Yes,
like there's just so many good splashable cards right now.
it's really opened up deck building, and I think the instinct was on release. The splash base just seemed a little weak. 27 HP is so few. But we're starting to really see the power of these multicolored cards in these out of aspect decks. And so I think we're going to see more of these splash bases than we intentionally or initially saw. But we are going to take a quick break in between rounds. we will be back with round 2 as soon as round 1 finishes here up in about 60 minutes left on the clock. And yeah, so we will see you for the next round here at that Cantina clash.
All right, see you round 2.
Hello and welcome back to the Cantina Clash 3v3 event at Top Deck Games in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. This stream is brought to you by Metal Fab. Get their Imperial credit tokens and their new Lifeboard life tracking systems we saw on stream, and we will see you here soon. I am Mickey D. I am joined by BobbySapphire. Bobby, how you doing?
Great. I'm excited for round 2 because I believe we're going to have my teammates, the KTOD, live and ready to roll.
Yep, looking like we're getting the KTOD versus Porg Depor as Deport, not Depor,
Depot.
as our depot. I'm. Can you tell I did not study English? um, you might know them from their awesome articles they write very consistently. They do some of tracking of prices on showcases as well, covering some like preview cards and ranking stuff. Have a great website. Check them out. Check out their articles, and obviously check out the KTOD as well. They have a great
Thanks.
YouTube channel, great Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited I love Pork Depot. I talk to him a lot about content and articles, and I love that there's something daily to read and sometimes multiple times daily. And hopefully on stream, we see the credit tokens he made, which are Pork Depot credit cards. And the name he put on the credit card was Robert F. Sapphire.
That is pretty great.
Yeah, I'm excited.
And like, I do love that the people create the coolest tokens for this game. Port Depot has also done, I believe, some spy tokens. I know there's those awesome Bothan Network spy tokens, um, even like the X-Wings and the droids, and just being able to express yourself through that small part of the game is very fun.
Yeah, I love. I mean, all this community stuff is great. Like, this is a community event that we're casting and watching, and our friends are playing in. Like,
Yeah.
I talk about this all the time on our podcast, the Swoo Hype podcast, or the Swoo Hype Train, rather. I know the name of my own podcast, but like, this is just the best community I've ever been involved in games, and I've been playing games, as we know, for a very long time, longer than you've been alive, Mickey. I've been
Yes.
playing card games and tournaments.
I've been playing card games a long period of my life too, as well, over half my life, and this has been like the reason I go to these events and make the effort to travel is for the community. Like the prestige of winning and the competition is always fun, but it's the people that makes it, worthwhile.
Yeah. So, looks like matchups have already been done, and I think we're gonna get Stevie on this. I'm assuming we're getting this front table, but truly I don't know. But my teammates are on. Steve's on Luke Data Vault. John Tata is on Vel Red. I believe Splash, and then Ophir is on Talzin Red.
That's kind of like I don't want to say a standard lineup. There is no standard lineup, but it's got your space deck, kind of your ground-based aggro or control deck and Talzin, and then an aggressive negotiations deck. Kind of what we lead the broadcast off with. 3 of the pillars of the format, they sometimes overlap because the Talzin can have aggressive negotiations as well, but picking one deck from each of the pillars and making that a team.
Yeah, and the one matchup I can see is that it will be Steve on Luke Data Vault versus Vader on the other side of it.
Vader. That is an interesting, because we were talking about how Vader can dominate the space lane. I think the one exception is the Luke deck. Luke with those pings is very tough for Vader to overcome, and we didn't really see a ton of the Luke back in set 4 when Vader kind of burst on the scene. So it makes sense that Vader was the king of space because Luke wasn't really around. But with Luke being such a prevalent part of the meta now, I'm curious to see how this kind of matchup goes for the Vader deck.
Yeah, and we saw Vader otherwise dominate what was a very ready and able space deck in round 1, being coming out of a Lando deck, but just like repeated ship after ship. So we'll be interesting to see if Vader can run that back.
Yep. And I think like the key cards from Vader in that matchup, if that is the matchup we watch, would be things like the AT Hauler and the Victor Leader and the Clone Combat. Kind of, the reasons you want to play Vader in the first place are those cards. So it makes sense that they're important cards in every matchup, but they're the cards that can survive the pings or help you survive the pings and dominate the space lane. And yeah.
And I'm sure we'll get the 3v3, the full matchup spread in a minute. But right now we just get to look at these awesome orange and black Porg jerseys on the right and the Tracksuit Mafia on the left in the KTOD Nike warm-ups.
Yes. So on the Porg Depot team, I cannot say that word for some reason. Depot. There we go. We have Rob, Obi-Wan or Ben
Yep.
and Veers.
Yep.
Veers 21 as our players on our right side. Don't know what decks they're playing. We've seen the Vader.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn on my amazing eyesight to see down there, but the glare is just too heavy. But
Yeah.
we're already shuffling, presenting, and we'll be resolving mulligans soon, so we'll be ready to rock.
Yep. I'm curious to see the composition of the Porg Depot team as well, because last time we saw a Vader deck, it was in a lineup of full space, and I'm curious if they chose Vader as their space deck, or if they're another team that has decided to go the full space package.
Yeah, and it worked out. I think that's like one of the more interesting things about these 3v3s is just like, can we discern something from the full team makeup? There's so few team events. But I really hope it's something that takes off. And I would love it if FFG actually supported a 3-person format the way Magic does. Magic is having a
Yes.
full, I don't know what they're called now, but they used to be called Grand Prix, 3v3 this summer in June, a limited 3v3 Grand Prix, which I was debating going to for a while because
Yeah.
I love 3v3 limited events.
3v3 is probably the most fun I've had playing Star Wars Unlimited. It is a ton of fun.
All right, so we are going to get Stevie Getz versus Rob, Luke Datavault versus Vader. I assume that's yellow. I can't remember if Mount
Yeah.
Tantus is yellow.
Mount Tantus is the set 6 yellow base. It is probably my favorite yellow base art-wise. It is very, very pretty.
I try and use only Empire Strikes Back locations as much as I can.
That's fair. That's fair. I am not as big of a Star Wars set. Some people. So a fun part about the community, as Rob is resolving a mulligan here. Some people come from Star Wars. Some people come from a card game background, and some people come from both. And I'm definitely one that comes from a more card game background. I've seen some of the movies, but running joke was I hadn't seen Rogue One for the longest time. I still haven't seen Solo front to back.
It's a little
I
underrated movie.
still I love Donald Glover, so I will, and Amelia Clark. So anything that they're in, I would
People
probably enjoy.
loving Project Hail Mary this past weekend are probably wondering, was the Lord and Miller Han Solo movie good? We'll never know.
Yeah,
Yeah, possibly 9 aggressive negotiations from the KTOD side, talking about it in the chat. I
and
could look at the list, but I don't want to get distracted here.
I think part of it too is the aggression color is just really good right now because of all the upgrade scams that are also potentially there, and you just get the only upgrade removal in the format really. You can kind of mimic it in yellow with things like Arrest and Beguile, but that doesn't answer on leaders. But to start off, Stevie with the Contraband Starhopper and Rob just claiming not what you want to see as a Vader player in turn 1.
No, that's a very tough mulligan. That yeah, we'll have to see if he's going to be able to claw back here, but it really just depends if he's got things like the ambush ships in his board, or in his hand.
Yeah. The Eager Escort here would be a pretty good, like, you would only be able to trade, but you could start making the token, stop the ping this turn. Not ideal, but it would be maybe a start of a way to come back here.
Yeah, I did see a Kylo shuttle or the ST shuttle in the Vader hand, so it's possible that he's going to be able to claw back at some point. He does have a nice bounce here.
The Axe forgets, yep, bouncing that 2-drop, but bounce is a lot worse if you're not developing on the board as well. And we see Rob only bouncing, just kind of delaying until the flip. And normally for Vader, that could be interesting in these space matchups because his flip is so powerful. But Luke's flip is almost as powerful, if not more so. And Stevie with the board here, already Vader feels super far behind.
Yeah, and because Vader has nothing in play, like he's going to have to play first. And all right.
Continue this pattern of just bouncing all your threats. See if he's going to build up a big hand. If this is a triple aggressive negotiation teams, that aggressive is getting even more and more powerful.
Yeah, and Steve doesn't have any way to play 2 units here. He only has things that cost 3 and 4, so it's sort of working out for Vader, where Steve isn't really able to leave something on the table. He's just gonna have one ship out each turn.
Yeah. But Stevie does have a lot of great answers for the flip turn in hand already. I believe he had the 4/4 ship that deals 1 damage to 2 space units, as well as the Kit Fisto's Aether Sprite as a way to defeat the Vader pilot leader. So if he manages to stick the Luke flip, which is going to be really hard to prevent from Rob's side, he has kind of the cleanup crew for the Vader flip, and then you're at such a low damage on base with a Data Vault deck. This Rob is like kind of band-aiding a giant gash, and it's hard to solve the problems that way.
Yeah, and we talked about Luke being able to take advantage of the space battle with pings, but when you have one deck playing upgrade hate and your leader is an upgrade that can be defeated, that's also hugely lopsided because Vader doesn't have a way to defeat Luke as an upgrade.
Yeah. I'm curious to see how this draft went because I think this is probably the one matchup you don't want to see if you're Vader. Luke has a lot of the answers for your flip with the pings and the upgrade removal. Um, and so maybe it was a draft strategy of throw the bad matchup to the Wolves to get 2 good matchups on the other tables. So I'd be curious to see how that lined up.
Yeah, and Steve just slow playing here, gonna try not to let any units live. Here's the
Yep.
shielded unit. But that K-Wing is a saboteur and can
Can just
defeat the 3/4 without dying back.
Yeah, so Stevie really starting to push ahead here with the Resistance Blue Squadron. Yeah, it's on screen. I should be able to read that.
We did it.
And we start to see like not only does Luke deck have the pings built into the leader, but it has a lot of ping effects with, the Resistance Blue Squadron and other type of effects. And Vader is built around a lot of 1 health units, so makes it tough.
Yeah, and those pings compound when you have things like Red Leader and Luke being able to finish units off. And we're getting to the 6 resource turn here, so we're going to see some leader flips.
Yep. I'd be curious if Rob decides to take this to the ground and like if he has a Chancellor Palpatine developing, 5 from the leader and 6 for attack stats from the Chancellor Palpatine. If he decides just to go with a space versus ground race option here, given that he has no ship to flip onto, it seems likely he's going to flip to the ground. It's just how effective do we think it'll be?
Yeah, and with 2 ships on Steve's side, it's going to be really difficult for Vader to even stick a ship if he wanted to try and get one out there.
Yeah.
Yep.
It looks like he is going to take that ground flip immediately with some plots. Lurking snub. Okay, so preventing a Luke attack this turn if Stevie decides to flip onto a ship.
And still no damage on either base. So
Yeah.
Vader will come out of this turn ahead in the race.
Yes.
Because I don't think
And
there's any impetus for Steve to flip to the ground.
yeah, I agree with that. And I think this might be a play from Rob to try and get Stevie to flip onto the ground to push that damage early. But if I'm Stevie, I think you just want to continue the domination in the space arena. You can afford taking 5 a turn from Vader if you're hitting your opponent for 12 in the space lane.
Yep, this is where the data vault is really going to come in handy, being so many hits away from death from just that Vader.
Yep, it gives you an extra hit from the Vader. It takes 7 Vader hits as opposed to just quote unquote 6.
Steve figuring out how to develop his board here. He does have another Resistance Squadron A-Wing, so I think that's going to come clean up one of these snubs. And then if he has a 2 attack, a 2-cost ship, he'll be able to fully maximize these resources.
Yep. So he's starting with the 2-cost ship here, the Black 1. Doesn't really get its other bonus of if it's upgraded as Rob hits the base for 5. First damage. Mostly Black 1 in as a 2/3 fighter.
Yeah, but still not a bad pilot for, not a bad ship for Luke to jump on either.
Yep, even Chewbacca. And now putting 4 into the Vader with the Resistance Blue Squadron here. I think
right.
I like this because the Luke on attack can clean up. I might have still flipped onto a ship if I was Stevie there, even if it's exhausted, just so you can first action attack in. But decides to hold off on the flip. Potentially, maybe if he wants to flip on the ground in the future, although I doubt it. But
There's
the putting,
I think
you
like
go.
it's okay to hold here because you might see something like a hold for questioning that would otherwise stop it, and he's going to be up on board. His ships can kill the snub fighters, so he'll be able to cultivate actions here and really draw out the Luke flip to make sure that he can actually get the attack off.
Yes. Also lets him weave in a cheeky ping if Rob decides to play a 1 health unit with those fighter attacks as well on this flip turn. And he's got such a high health total that he doesn't have to worry about, like, he can take another hit or two from Vader and it'll be fine.
Yeah, chat calling out he also might have Cinta for an auto attack, which
Yes.
even further makes the attack go through. I think you just want to
Makes a
make
lot of
sure you
sense.
don't get bricked 2 turns in a row.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense.
Unless Rob has a watch this in his hand, which actually could be a huge blowout here.
Yeah. Tap your space arena, bounce everything. I think Stevie would still be fine at sitting only at 10. But that is a card I keep staring at, and like it's cost 6, which is a lot. It's the bounce thing that costs 6 or less, I believe, and then exhaust everything else in its arena. Very potent card. It's just a little expensive from the Intro to Battle Hoth set.
Yeah, but
Resistance
Steve is
boost dropping.
doing what I suggested is just like take away Vader's actions. So you force him to do
Yes.
something and then flip.
And it's kind of flipping the matchup on its head, where Vader's normally the one that's so good at stalling actions with all those tokens, but because of the early game just bouncing, and as Stevie flips onto the black one, we see that Senta that chat pointed out here, being able to clear up that Vader as it's on a fighter, dealing 3 damage to the Vader. And now we have, what is this, 18, 15 power on board for Luke and nothing from Vader. Although Vader
Yep.
still has all of his resources here.
But now Luke is in both arenas and is going to be able to push damage no matter what Vader does. And Vader basically has no way to deal with that Cinta unless it's a Beguile.
Yes.
So it's just going to continually clock for 5. And yeah, now Vader's on a 2-turn clock, maybe a 1-turn clock if Steve finds an aggressive negotiations.
Yes. Because we have currently the Luke pilot gives +4 attack, I believe, or is it the full +5? And then +2 from the black one, +1 for it being upgraded. 8, 11, 14, 19 damage. So 1 short if we're Stevie here. And it looks like Rob's just gonna scoop it up.
Yeah, and you know, you don't give up when you miss turn 1, but in an aggro deck like Vader, and when you're facing a deck that's going to battle you in your one arena, it is sort of a death sentence.
Yeah, it was a death nail turn 1. I think he selected a game plan that, if I can delay to the flip and potentially ground race versus space race and like get that exhaust off, he had a bad hand and a bad draw, but he had a game plan, it looked like, with that hand. And with a bad hand like that, it's hard to win, but you give yourself the best chance by constructing the best game plan you can with the cards you're given.
Yep, absolutely. And Steve's hands just lined up perfectly. The K-Wing being able to take out the 3/4 shielded ship was especially rough. And then once those Resistance Squadron A-Wings come out, everything just sort of snowballs from there.
And those cards are a big reason why I think Luke Green is so popular. Chewbacca's pretty obvious. That's kind of the big one. But cards like that Resistance Squadron that, interact, as well as the air superiority, which interact in the blue leader. Luke Yellow is another option, but Luke Green gets a lot of that interaction. As we pivot here.
Oh, baby, we get Boba Blue, one of my pet decks from this set. I've been playing a lot of Boba Blue against this Vel Red. Looks like we're at a very tight match, and Vel seems to be upgraded against two ships here.
I believe that's probably a nimble prowess, but that aggressive negotiation is just going to finish the game there through that sentinel. We tune into an aggressive negotiations finishing the game.
Just the daggers. I had another one. Look at all these. Yeah, and it looked like a TIE bomber, maybe with a Vader pilot on it. Could have been a nimble as well. But yeah, this is a wild one. I do love Vader Blue. I think it's like a really interesting control deck. I think that it's the best single reactor ignition deck that you can put together.
I would agree, because you get to utilize that secondary effect a lot better than other decks.
Yeah, and it's really fun when you have HK-47 or you have droid missile platform out, and then all of a sudden now you're taking like 15 damage, which gets really wild.
I also think the curve of flipping onto a ship with the top of the summit being able to clear once to help you stabilize from there, and then as you know they rebuild, you have that second clear with the single reactor ignition, as opposed to the single reactor being your first clear. I think really helps smooth out that curve as well.
Oh, Will thinks. Hey, Will. That Will thinks it was Kill Switch, which is another card that I really love. I
Kill
think
switch
is
is a
like
good one.
kind of like criminally underplayed right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think Perilous Position was one of the most underplayed cards of the last format. Being able to exhaust leaders and shrink them is super powerful. And Kill Switch is basically a baby Perilous Position, but cheaper. So it's a really good effect.
Yeah, it's nice. I've been running it in some Aura Sing control decks as ways to just
Hmm.
whittle them down, and it's been nice. And just being able to, as much as I love Nimble Prowess, and I truly love Nimble Prowess, it can't cross arenas, and Kill Switch can just
Yes.
be anywhere you need it to be.
Nimble Prowse is like kind of a. We're seeing these draft and sealed all stars from previous sets in a post rotation format start to shine. Nimble Prowse, I think, is kind of chief among them. This card that's pretty innocuous, but really shown in that draft format. And now it's starting to see a lot of play in the constructed format as well.
Yeah, and I wonder if we'll be sticking with this match now. I do. These are two of my absolute favorite decks. I do love blue red. Even Mickey, when I was a
Yes.
Magic player, the playmat I used for every single Magic tournament I went to was Cascade Bluffs, which I still have in my office. My Cascade
Mm-hmm.
Bluffs mat. I've just always sort of been a blue red, uh, lover of cards, and it is
Yes.
translated to this game too.
Yeah, and Magic, my first introduction was like my first love was the blue red gift storm archetype. Um, and so I'm also a blue red mage at heart. And the blue red package that we got from this past set in specifically like Xiao Fane and Hana, pairing well with cards like aggressive negotiations, and if you're in heroic rebel or rebellious hammerhead, things of that nature, it's really just trying to find a home, but that core package of cards is really powerful, and I think that's something I'm really excited to see as a whole over the course of the weekend. Is we kind of have these core packages of cards that are powerful. Just what's the best home for them?
All right, we're getting some word that there's something wrong with the audio, but then also some people in the chat saying that it's fine. So if you don't hear us, oh,
We can truck onwards as best we can. Don't know if we are audible for the stream.
all right. Audio sounds good.
We are getting back in now. Perfect.
All right. So going to game 2 in this Vel Red versus Boba Blue match.
This is an interesting matchup. I'm not sure who would be the favorite in this type of matchup. This is not, these are two more niche decks. They're known quantities, I think, but not necessarily the most popular archetypes. And so having them square off against each other is really interesting matchup here.
Yeah, well, it was a close battle there. The
Yeah.
life totals were really close, but like many games in this format will go, aggressive
Yeah.
negotiations got there faster. But
Yes.
Tada, even just the brief moment we saw, Tada had like great answers, knowledge and defense for the shielded sentinel, which otherwise stops blocks two attacks.
Hmm.
Um,
Knowledge and Defense is a fun card as well that pairs well with that aggressive negotiations. And you were talking about like an Aura Sing deck. It compare nicely with that to get something to 1 health and then defeat it with the Aura ability. Another
mhm.
potential sleeper card that might rise up in the new format. But here we go. Veer starting off with a TIE Bomber and John with a Karis Nemec.
Yep, two amazing two drops, some of
Yes.
the best.
TIE Bomber has been quite impressive whenever I've played against it. That, especially from Boba, dealing 4 indirect is a big chunk of damage as he swings in for that 4 indirect here.
Yeah, I begrudgingly have started playing it, but I really hate zero attack units.
Yes.
Tada has Arvel Skeen in his hand, which is going to allow him to start more aggressively upgrading his units,
Mhm.
and then blowing up credits for damage, which is I think it's one of the most important parts of the deck. And
Yeah.
when you go second, you almost get to guarantee. You basically get to guarantee buffing something, as long as you have something out. And with Karis Nemec on the table, even if Boba decides to try and remove Karis, you'll have the spy to buff.
Yes. And Arvelskeen creates this interesting kind of mini game as Veers plays a droid missile platform here because you almost don't want to tap resources, so you can just expend that credit before Arvelskeen gets to defeat it. But you don't want to not use any resources and then have John claim and potentially do things with 4 resources. So it creates this really interesting mini game around the credit, which I like a lot.
Right, and being able to either underdrop, like if Veers had played another 2-drop there, you threaten be able to drop another 2-drop. So
Yes.
it is an interesting sub game, which is one of the other things that we love about cards.
Yes. Val introduces a lot of these interesting sub games, which is one of the things I want more of in Star Wars Unlimited is a lot of things feel like stats on board. But anything like I think the Force token was an example of this of just making the game about something else is really fun. So swinging at each other's bases here, 4 to base on both sides. Tie bomber
Yep,
gets
this is
that
the
point.
Umbrella Academy meme where we're just one person in one lane, the other person in the other lane, and we're just going face and seeing who gets there first.
Yep. It's why cards like aggressive negotiations are so good in this format is in these race situations, as we see Hana, another great card in a race situation like this, can just shorten the clock, which is all you need in these kind of 2 ships passing in the night game.
Yep, being able to add 2 restore here, to kind of counteract all of the indirect damage that's coming and all the extra damage that Boba Fett can do, is really important.
hmm But we see here as Veers plays a Fett's Fire Spray. John already at 13 on base. That's a lot of indirect damage coming through, but John equally pushing as much damage, probably hitting for either 4 here or killing the droid missile platform, which just looks like what he's going to do, being able to clear the board, and 11 on the Boba base.
Yeah, but now is John going to continue to tank damage, or is he going to start putting damage on his units? It could be interesting move here to actually put the damage on the Nemec and hit for 3 more, or hit for 2 more rather.
hmm
But it looks like he's going to spread it out a little.
Yeah. What kind of cards are you scared of if you're John here? Like, what breakpoints are you worried about and trying to,
Well,
mess around with the damage?
I'm most worried about my opponent just playing a topple next turn if I
hmm
put too much damage on all my guys, because it can be a really sneaky move for Boba players, especially Boba blue players, to not resource that
Yeah.
topple. And when our opponent's like, well, I'm gonna win before they topple, then you just play it from hand and it gets really gross. Like a topple next turn, if he had put that damage on Hana, um,
Topple.
he can topple everything except the Hana off the board and leave Hana with just 2 HP, which is something, and he's still got 5 indirect, 6 indirect on the
Yeah.
table with Boba's ability. So a lot of
See,
damage out there.
I am scared a little bit of this indirect positioning because Nemec and Arvel now have 2 health, and there's that 3 drop that can deal 2 damage to one thing and 2 damage to another thing, which would clear up those 2 units. And I think that's exactly what's
Let's call it
happening here.
war.
Well, it's
Yeah.
let's call it Wars 1, and then this one that can also deal 2 to the base. Forget which one that's called, but it's a new event from the new set. I think I would have liked
It
if
also
I'm
begins with CA something. I'm blanking on it. Oh, collateral damage. 2
collateral
damage
damage.
and 2 damage.
Yes. If I were John, I think I would have left. If you want to put the damage on your units, I think I would have put both of them to 1 HP, but then you open yourself up to something like Punishing One or IG 2000. It's a lot. There's a lot of scary breakpoints in this Boba deck.
Yeah, but he protected Hana, which is the most important thing for his
Yeah.
deck to be able to, this thing is hitting for 6 and restoring 2. And he's getting a spy token now from Karis dying.
Yeah. I agree. I
Karis
think
Nemec.
protecting Hana was the most important thing there because that's what's going to swing your race and The 2 health can maybe buy you an action where aggressive negotiations on the way back can then cheat you that action you need to win the race.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of this is gonna be a very bloody turn going into the leader flips.
Yes. A lot of damage going back and forth. I'm curious where so it looks like he put the indirect right on his base and then 1 on the spy from the Fet's fire spray attack.
Yep, and he's got 3 more coming in. We might see Tada drop that Cinta that he was just holding on to, or he just revealed for the Nemec, just to soak this damage, because he really can't afford to take anything else on base.
Mhm.
He's already dead to a Cinta attack next turn.
Yes. Looks like he
With
also
only
has a Corellian
Oh no,
Hounds.
he's on the 30-point base. Sorry, he's on the 30-point base, so
He's on 30.
he's okay for now.
Okay. So 19 on Veers is the spy attacks. TIE Bomber getting in that only 3 indirect, but all on the base. So not respecting the Cinta here. Unless he thinks he can win the game this turn, which would be tough.
Chat is saying he missed the restore and that he should be at 2 fewer.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Corellian Hounds is a card I love. There are 3 cards fanned out on my desk in front of me, and they're Corellian Hounds.
That card is it's a fun card to play too, just like affecting that race. I know it was experimented with in Hantu Blue Force or Hantu Blue in general from last set.
All right, here's
That to restore.
Claire reminding them of the restore, which is great.
Still no, because Boba only gives +4, so not dead to a flip Cinta here.
No, that restore was key, and that's why we talked about why that restore was so important.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think there's a way for Veers to set up a flip topple here to clear
No, he's
the
one
board.
short.
So
He doesn't have enough the Cinta, I mean the Vel buff here protects him from getting completely toppled off the board.
Corellian Hound's really affecting the race here. Like the combo of Hana plus Corellian Hounds shifted the race just enough to where Veers doesn't have potential 1 action lethal here, and Tada can swing on the way back for lethal in 1 action. So it needs to be some sort of sentinel like that 2-1 shielded we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and even then, like that's a card that we saw Tada answer really quickly. It doesn't look like that's in Veers' hand. Looks like he has a BT, a collateral damage, and some other card I think it might be a hyper single ignition reactor.
Yeah.
But he's 1 resource short of being able to rat the board. So that's a scoop and a win for Tada, match win for Tada.
Very cool to see that, this is kind of the gameplay that some people like, some people fear, of that 2 ships passing in the night. But, a lot of decisions were made in the deck building phase to be able to win that sort of game. Tada deciding, I want these Corellian Hounds, I assume, in my sideboard for this kind of game. Hona, I think, is really important in this format for this style of gameplay, and preparing for this expected type of gameplay and winning because of it.
Yeah, and now we're going to go over to the Steve versus Rob match. This is still in game 2. We saw Steve win game 1 in a game where Vader didn't have a turn 1 play, and it looks like they are on 5. No, looks like the 6 resource turn here.
Yeah, and it looks
and
like
both leaders are already dead.
Yeah, both leaders have been defeated.
Oh, it's 7 resource.
Jedi Starfighter with the Chewbacca on it, a black one, Cinta on the ground. Luke ahead in the race. This looks like a slightly favorable position for Luke right now, I'd say. Head on board, head on damage.
Yeah, Vader is sending his entire army into Chewbacca here. Fire everything.
And so no board on Rob's side, but decides you're going to redeploy here with that Black Sun Patroller. Sabine's masterpiece from Stevie. And I think this is where
Steve's gonna be able to ping the shield off that patroller too.
And just a Chancellor Palpatine with no spies.
Yeah, 2/2 Chancellor Palp. Not why he's in the deck.
Definitely not why he's in the deck. And I think Stevie feels very favored from here, being able to clear that Black Sun fighter with the Resistance Blue Squadron.
Yeah, looking for some miracle off the top.
There's
Don't
no
know that there's anything that can claw him out of this.
no hyperspace disasters out of aspect. I assume evacuate is rotated from the format. There's not a lot to be done here from the Vader side, and we're kind of coming into the end state of what I expect this matchup to look like. Of the Luke deck just gets to stay even enough on board that they get to the late game at a relatively low base damage total, and their ships are just bigger in the late game.
Yeah, it gets to play such a more robust curve, and even the units that do come out, they do so much.
Yes.
They ping, they add experience counters, they do damage. It's it's just like it just seems to outclass it all the way up the curve.
Yes. Vader's is like tempo style deck, but it's really hard to out tempo the loop deck as well, especially because their flip is so scary and you can't keep it tapped down forever. Yep, and it
All
looks
right, and
like
there's the scoop.
so with Stevie winning and with Tata winning, the result of the third game is not important here as KTOD has taken the overall match of the teams 2-0.
Yep, and they move on to 2-0, and I think this is 5 rounds cut to top 8,
I believe
right?
5 rounds of Swiss is what I last saw. So
All right, we might get the Ophir versus Ben middle match. We're waiting to hear from Tim and Claire if we're going to get that. But if not, Mickey, it has been a pleasure casting with you.
yes, this has been a great time.
This
Uh,
is my final round of the day, but I will be back tomorrow in the middle of the day.
yes.
But
And
I'll be watching with great interest.
yes, I may or may not be on for the next round. If not, I will be back on for the final rounds of this event today. But yeah, it's been really fun to see so far. We are seeing those kind of two different style of strategies that we talked about of like, we want a nice flat spread of decks versus we're kind of going all in on space or all in on this certain strategy. Um, and so far it's been 50-50. One matchup the all space strategy won, and one matchup the kind of even flat spread of strategies won. So interesting to see.
All right. Well, we are not going to go to a third match. I don't think they're finishing it out. But once again, it was great casting. I want to thank Tim and Claire, MetalFab, Maclunky, and Top Deck Games, and you, Mickey, for being a great co-caster and knowing more card names than me.
I mean, I'm still learning them as well. Collateral damage slipped by me, but it has been a blast doing these first couple rounds of commentary. I'm excited to see the rest of the tournament going forward. I think we will cut here to a bit of a longer break as that matchup was quite quick, and we will be back with round 3 in just about 20 minutes.
All right. Good luck to everyone the rest of the day. See you next time.
Welcome back to Maclunky Gaming's coverage of the Cantina Clash event. I'm TowerNumberNine, joined here by Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew. Jordan, how are you doing today?
Doing great. The team format is one of my favorite things to do. So just getting excited for another great round of gameplay. Already into round 3 here. Team format not giving any disappointments as usual. I'm excited to see some different leaders this round. Maybe we get some pilot action. Maybe we don't. I think that this format so far has just been so fun to see develop as we have people playing around aggressive negotiation, these massive pilot flips, and just been a great start to the set.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how this goes. We both have some experience with this team format, but it is kind of an unofficial thing that viewers may not be familiar with. So let's discuss how that works. Players are going to be in teams of 3 for this event, and they're all playing different decks. And, whoever can win 2 out of 3 matches, that team will take the victory for each round.
Yeah, and up to this point, we've had a couple different versions of the team format. Most recently in Beatle 2, there was a deck building restriction as well as a leader and base restriction, meaning you could only have 3 copies of cards among all of your team. This time, since we're at the beginning of the rotation set, since the card pool isn't as deep, it's just the leader and base restriction. And we're seeing a lot of cool results based on that because you could see 3 aggressive negotiation decks. You could see 3 very, very defensive style decks. You could see a lot of different purposes that you wouldn't have been able to see in past events.
Yeah, it should be pretty interesting to see how that goes. So the teams do have to be running different they do have to be running different leaders, but there isn't that same restriction that we've had on some of these past events where you could only have 3 total copies across the team. So we could see, if you think that I don't know, let's say you think Cunning Heroism is really strong right now, you could be running 3 Cunning Heroism decks. And I think that it is interesting and relative to the past team format, and maybe makes things here a little closer to what we're going to be seeing in terms of the constructed meta.
Yeah, and whenever you try to approach this team format, it's not necessarily about making the best deck or having one person on the team go undefeated. It's about making the best spread that complements each other, that either targets certain matchups or protects against other matchups, right? So in
Right.
the past, at different tournaments, like when at the Cantina crew, we sent 2 teams to be at a last set, and we all kind of built our decks around what we think we could play well into and what we can control with this leader and base draft that we see happening now in the background. We're getting ready for round 3 here. And this is a really interesting format, little twist, because as you start, you roll for initiative, you huddle as a team, you display your leaders, and then you pick who's playing where and who's going to have initiative. So a lot of strategy at every single pillar of what's going on here. On the left, we have a Luke Data Vault, a Boba Lake Country, followed by a Jin 27 Splash Base. So we got a Luke at the top of the screen with a Boba yellow and Talzin yellow. So really, really eclectic mix of styles here, Tower.
Yeah, I think we may be in a situation here where we have potentially, where it's looking like we're gonna have 2 pilot decks from that team on the left with the Luke and Boba, both in the Jump to Lightspeed set, accompanied by one of the new leaders in Jin. Now, Jordan, have you played at all with the new Jin Urso?
Yeah, so actually, these are all decks on the screen that I've been playing quite a bit of. Maybe a little less on the Luke Data Vault side, but the Jin Urso stuff is so interesting because there's some debate between 30 and Splash. We have this team going for the Splash base, really aiming to get those Spectre cards out, getting that Kanan to Zeb curve going to be able to really add some disruption there. But also earlier today, I don't know if you caught it, Tower, we saw Jin really grinding as well, really being defensive with the Lost and Forgotten, and a lot of just removal to grind this game down.
Yeah, I think Jin is a really interesting leader, honestly. Not one that I thought was going to be all that good at first, but having played some test games and stuff, I think she really has a lot going for her there. I know there's been a lot of discussion in the community about the power of aggressive negotiations early on in this set. Jin can really play into that. But you know, past card draw based leaders have generally not really been that good. And Jin's ability, maybe it's the filter, maybe it's the fact that you can just get it on attack pretty easily, but her ability has been a lot more helpful than that of some card draw leaders in the past.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with the cards aggressive negotiations and rebellious hammerhead, because the card draw is leading somewhere now, just not
Right.
to a value engine play. So looks like here we have, I believe, the Porg Depot against the Across the Galaxy team. We're going to be seeing Jin Red versus Boba Yellow. So this is going to be a fast and furious match. What does Jin have to watch out here for here?
Well, Boba Yellow, this is probably, we'll have to see exactly what's going on with this version of it. But I think Boba has typically been the closest thing that Star Wars Unlimited has ever seen to a burn deck. The indirect damage does a lot of potential damage to the base. And then in the late game, you can bring out things like Devastator and start controlling where that indirect damage goes, pushing even more damage. You have that planetary bombardment. There's ultimately a lot of damage being pushed. You additionally now have to be pretty wary of Boba Fett flipping into Topple the Summit. So Topple the Summit is a plot card for 5 resources that deals 3 damage to each damaged unit, and it synergizes really well with Boba Fett's leader flip ability, where you flip him onto a ship as a pilot and then get to spread out 4 damage across your opponent's board, because a player can choose to flip Boba onto a ship, resolve that 4 damage from the leader ability, and then play the Topple the Summit from plot and deal 3 damage to each damaged unit. So, the opponent could have a board with 4 HP units. You could deal 1 damage to each of them, then play Topple the Summit and wipe their board completely. And that's a very powerful combination.
Might be the single most unfair thing going on in Star Wars Unlimited right now. I know there's a lot of talk about aggressive negotiation, but I think that single action might be the most impactful thing we have going right now. Apologies earlier. It's not the Porg Depot. It's Liquid Shorts Gaming B team versus Across the Galaxy. Still had 50% there. Not too bad. Love this side view here as we get a look at the face off, really seeing what sides are doing what. I think one thing about this team format is that you get to play a game that we all love with our friends, right next to each other. You get to ask for help.
Yeah.
And it's just the vibes are always high as we get going.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun playing this format at Beedle 2. I was on the Maclunky Gaming stream team with Tim and Claire, and we did not win, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah. And now we're seeing the torch continued up in the Northeast in New Jersey here. So great stuff all around at Top Deck Games. Looks like we have Boba going with the initiative, not liking what he's seeing. Nick is taking a mulligan.
Yep, it seems like we're having some more shuffling here. And yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna be interesting to see how this one goes. Now, one other thing that I'll say about Boba, we were discussing Topple the Summit. That's a powerful plot card, but Boba can also run Sintakaz. That is another powerful plot option where you can plot out Sinta and attack with a unit immediately. Cost 6 resources, so it lines up with Boba's flip. So you can also potentially put Boba onto a ship, flips into attack immediately for a lot of damage, and really put your opponent into a tough spot potentially if you've been doing damage throughout the earlier game as well. I think Boba Fett, despite not being from that Secrets of Power set, really has some high power plays with that plot mechanic.
100%. And though a linear deck in a lot of ways, that's the common criticism towards Boba, and why, a reason why maybe you wouldn't play it. There is a couple added wrinkles in terms of hold with questioning. If you're playing the interrogation droid, there's bounce, there's exhaust, there's a little bit more of a flavor there, and also some hand hate if you're doing that interrogation droid and hold for questioning here.
Yeah. And I do think, in the past, Boba Fett was considered a very overplayed leader because people played him a lot even when he wasn't necessarily winning. but he has gained some really powerful tools in the toolbox recently, and it'll be interesting to see whether or not Nick here can pilot Boba to a win.
And he starts out here with the TIE Bomber back over to an unfortunate claim by the mayor of Swooville. I didn't wonder how he got that title.
Yeah,
So
the TIE Bomber there, 0-4 that dealing indirect damage on attack. 0-4 is obviously not a great stat line, but combined with Boba's ability to increase indirect damage, this unit can actually be a really annoying problem for opponents to deal with.
yeah, looks like that first attack is going to be all 4 to base. And
Yep, that's 3
getting a
damage from the
claim
TIE
there.
Bombers on attack ability, 1 from Boba's leader power.
Followed up by a droid missile platform. Really unfortunate start, obviously, with that no turn 1 play here for the mayor. But, Red 5 has the ability to fight back if the HP lines up here. Wonder if he goes for a quick trade or if he tries to build further. Tree Remembers taking out that droid missile platform. Very nice here because it also blanks that indirect damage ability.
Yeah, that's a really clean answer. One of the main strengths of the droid missile platform is the damage that it does even when your opponent removes it. But there's that interrogation droid you were talking about, Jordan.
Yeah, and but believe since it is costing 3 or less, we are also getting a discard here, which obviously Jin can combat with her ability, but you want to get more cards, not less. We see that Mandalorian get discarded.
Yeah, and while Jin has a lot of ways to draw cards, effects like this can put you into a position where, if you're hoping to get that really big rebellious hammerhead or aggressive negotiations play, all of a sudden, that play is getting a little
Oh,
weaker with every discard.
looking like we're having some
Runaway
technical
life total
difficulties.
here.
Yeah,
That's
I
interesting.
think we pressed it too many times. We'll get that quickly reset. Tim stepping in there, but I wonder if the mayor should be putting a potential damage on Red 5. Obviously, you have to play around IG 2000 pinging, but also topples coming very soon. So it is probably right to just take it all to base and protect a little bit, but definitely playing from behind here.
Yeah, it looks like, and it does look like the mayor opted to take 2 of that damage onto red 5 there, and 2 of the damage onto the base from the second chunk of indirect damage. We'll see what happens. And I think that was BT1 hitting the field for Nick as well there.
So really splitting those threats. I think as Boba, you want to be able to get a couple more space threats, but he's been able to pull it off so far.
Yeah, that's right, Jordan. And
Mm.
if if the mayor can remove Nick's space threats, it really makes Boba's flip less scary. This Kanan Jarrus could be a good first step there.
Yeah, TIE Bomber going back to hand did its job. 6 damage to base plus 2 on the red 5. You would like it to stay out, but could be worse. One of the interesting things
Yeah.
about Boba this set is that it's just so red dominant depending on what color you play it in, regardless, basically. So we get that droid missile platform discarded, 1 ping to Kanan, another indirect from Boba. But even if you're playing Boba Lake Country, you're able to get away with it. Boba Blue is majority red as well. So I think just Boba is good at this point. We have to figure out which color, right?
Yeah, I think that the BT1 there, kind of an earlier game unit in some ways, but has some nice synergy with Boba's ability there because it's another way to deal non-combat damage and get more indirect damage going. Now, if Nick wants to develop more space threats, at minimum he could replay the TIE bomber that was bounced by Kanan Jarrus, and unless the mayor has some other effect, I'm not sure he'll be able to remove it since that bomber has 4 HP and red 5 there only does 3 damage.
I think we have an IG and punishing 1 in hand as well as an interrogation droid for Nick. Jin's ability is not turned on for the phase.
Yeah, in order to get those card draws as Jin, you have to have lost rebel units. And In this situation, that just hasn't happened, and it doesn't really look like there's an immediate way for the mayor to make that happen either.
Yeah, and in addition to that, he goes to 11, getting a sad red row. Maybe not. Trying to set up some ping damage first, probably. Oh, no. Just taking 3 to base with Jin. Oh, never mind. Life is full of indecision sometimes.
Yeah, it looks like Jin ultimately opting to defeat the interrogation droid there. That doesn't line something up for the on attack ability there, but it does simplify the board a bit. The problem for the mayor here is that Nick has yet to spend any of his resources.
Yeah, and also he's down 11 damage on base.
Yeah.
This Boba deck is very fast, and so is Jin. But part of that speed is based on getting that rebel ability turned on. You see one ping from the punishing one go down to Jin, and a
Yeah, at this
claim from the
point,
mayor.
a Boba flip into Topple the Summit would be, I believe it would actually be a complete board wipe without Boba's actual damage even being used. So
Yeah,
he could potentially even flip Boba to the ground if the mayor removes punishing one here and still trigger Topple the Summit to wipe the board.
and even if he doesn't have topple, the 4 damage can kill half the board, 3/4 of the board. We do see an aggressive negotiation to take out that punishing one. He doesn't want to get his board demolished and can only play around certain things, so says you have topple here.
Yeah, and normally the Jin deck wants to be using aggressive negotiations to try and put pressure on the opponent's base, but I think in this situation the mayor's like, "Hey, I'm already pretty far behind. What I need to do is keep Boba off of a space flip that allows him to get that bonus damage."
Absolutely. It really goes back to missing that turn 1, right? And we see this BT activated again to get a ping onto Kanan plus 1 indirect, most likely. Yep.
Yep.
Kanan
Kanan
does
does
that
get to
trade, yeah.
get a little pressure off there. There is a restore 1 on that unit, but we are now looking at totally empty boards, 11 damage on the mayor's base, Boba yet to flip.
Comes that IG 2000 that we were playing around earlier. No ping, just a solid unit in space. And the Red Squadron X-Wing activating that draw. Definitely needs to start drawing some cards to build that hand up.
Yeah, I think we're seeing 3 cards in hand for the Mayor of Swooville right now.
Looks like it.
Now this is not the strongest Boba flip ever.
Yeah. Also leaves himself a little open to some upgrade hate coming in here, but it does keep the board clear in a situation where Nick has a pretty solid advantage going into this portion of the game. We're getting close to Devastator range, 1 turn
Yeah.
away at this point. The
It's an
Hammerhead doesn't really do much here.
It's an interesting question whether to flip Boba to the space arena or ground arena in this situation. By flipping Boba to the space arena, Nick does defeat that unit immediately. But if he had gone to the ground arena, he would have been able to attack with Boba that turn, whereas he wasn't able to get
Yep.
any bonus damage on base that turn because Boba deployed onto an exhausted unit. So yeah, a little lower pressure, but does clear a unit. And
Yeah, I think
that
it really
is
just depends on what your game plan is, right? What you're trying to do.
yeah. He is gonna be pretty far out of lurking hammerhead or, rebellious hammerhead range at this point.
Yeah.
Now, I might be missing something.
With
My
the blue leader?
impression did he play that Kanan Jarrus for 6? My impression was
Oh,
that the
yeah.
mayor of Swooville probably already had to use his base in order to play Kanan, but I could be wrong.
No, that's 100% correct. He played that on curve earlier in the game. So that is a little bit of, or not a little bit, that is a play mistake, but it is one that I think we're going to expect to see be more and more common. Looks like they're catching it now. He does have the extra 2 to pay for it. So in this situation, not the end of the world.
Yep. Alright.
Here comes that Syntacaz to push a total of 7 to base, building the board a little bit more. Looking pretty tough here for the mayor tower.
Yeah, now Sintakaz does not provide an attack buff, unlike some of the, lieutenant type characters that we've seen in the game. but she does allow you to attack with another unit, and also, unlike those lieutenant characters, her stats are actually kind of scary. So Cinta is a
Mhm.
5/5, and by playing her here, Nick not only develops his board further, he brings out a new unit and attacks the base in one action. So Cinta can still be pretty relevant even in situations where she is not necessarily getting that really powerful swing with plot.
Yeah, and now we're sitting at a spot where the mayor's dead to aggressive negotiations in one action, as well as, one attack plus Devastator.
It's looking pretty bad for Jin Urso here. Let's see whether there's something that can lead to a comeback. I'm really not so sure. Okay. No aggressive negotiations, just a swing, but
Yep.
if he can't stop Cinta, the game is over.
So it's a hammerhead to take out Cinta, but it's not enough. So we're going to game two. Really tough to judge the matchup based on that game because of the lack of turn one play there, combined with the amount of pressure that Nick was able to put on from the Boba side. But outside of drawing a play that you could do on turn one tower, what is Nick what is the mayor trying to change about next matchup?
I feel like the biggest thing that would have really helped the mayor there, that we didn't see necessarily, would have been some upgrade removal. I thought that Nick's pressure slowed down a bit when he flipped Boba to the space arena and wasn't able to immediately attack. If the mayor had like started that next turn, you just starting that next turn with like Outer Rim Constable discard Boba would have really slowed the momentum. I don't know if it would have bought the mayor enough time, but it would have been nice to see.
Yeah, and I think if we kind of ignore some of that extremely early pressure, I think the TIE bomber at one point had done 8 damage to base throughout its
Right.
time being on the board. Then maybe we could see Jin battle back, get her stuff online by trading a little bit more. I don't think that Boba is going to be trading that much in the early game. And then we'll see what a fully stocked hand can do with a hammerhead as opposed to otherwise, right? And to your point about the constable, if you do that, then all of a sudden the IG is a much easier unit to deal with, right?
Right. Looks like we're taking a look here at one of the other games in this match, since this is the 3v3 team format. On this table, it's Luke Skywalker Data Vault versus Mother Talzin, a classic leader from the Legends of the Force set, and I believe this is going to be a Talzin Yellow Force.
Yeah, and this is game two. It looks like we have Talzin taking game one. These space decks are definitely providing a challenge for these ground-based force decks, Talzin, Obi, and otherwise. So interesting to see how this game will go post sideboard. Seems like a lot of Talzin tech in the sideboard will be for these space matchups, will be to limit the flow of what Bowser cock to. There's that KOKT. I don't know what that means, but it's a cool name. So really interested to see what the sideboarded version goes. I think one thing that you notice as you do more and more play testing early in the set is that it's a whole different game post board. And you're playing more of your matches post board as well. So really important to lock that in.
Yeah, I think so the Luke Skywalker Data Vault deck is really, it's an interesting deck because it is a pilot deck, but it does not care very much about upgrade removal, unlike some of the other ones. Upgrade removal can still be somewhat relevant, especially if they go for like a Chewbacca start. But
Mhm.
Luke Skywalker, the actual leader, is immune to upgrade removal. And there's no bamboozle in the pool anymore to get around that either. I think so. If once Luke Skywalker deploys to a ship and starts swinging, he can be pretty tough to deal with.
Yeah, and one of the other really big strengths here about Luke is that a lot of the cards that aren't upgrade removal, right, that you have to work with are things like Condemn in these colors, things like the Cantwell Cruiser. Condemn is very good, but it's less good when you're playing a deck that probably runs between like 3 and 6 versions of upgrade hate. If they're playing the
Yep.
Constable, Kit Fisto's Aether Sprite, and potentially even the Overcharged Transport. So, it's not as good as it can be in other places. I think that's one of the things that really makes Luke so well-rounded currently.
Yeah, I think, the condemn game plan is not necessarily so reliable against Luke. Um, I also think another thing that this deck has going for it is Luke has ping damage, and if you get some of the best plays like Red 5 and so on, you can actually amplify that ping damage a lot and be developing space threats as well as removing your opponent's ground threats, which can be very annoying.
We see a Phoenix Squadron A-Wing followed by Karis on the Talzin side. Not a bad start for
Yeah.
either player.
Nothing super jumps out here, fairly standard early plays for these builds.
And if you can't do some interaction on turn 1 as Talzin, Karis is a good start. You could do that cross arena force minusing, which is pretty clutch, especially when you're running a 3-2 like that later in the game.
Yeah, and the when defeated effect here is relevant. If Bowser were to play air superiority, we could then see the when defeated used to remove the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing.
See a Black 1 followed up by the Whirlwind of Power, fully enabled by Karis to take out that Black 1.
Yeah, Whirlwind of Power, I believe, is -2/-2 base, but becomes -3/-3 if you control a force unit. So nice answer there to Black 1. There is an interesting question about which ship you should target with that. So currently Black 1 is currently weaker than the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, but also has more HP. So Michael may be opting there to get as much out of that -3/-3 as he can.
Yeah, especially when you have Karis on the board and you are set up better with Talzin on the flip turn to do minuses and stuff. We see that Shatter Point come down, take out the orbiting K-Wing. Pretty interesting resource decision here as we're looking at Michael's hand. He resourced his second condemn, and what's a funny comparison is that versus other pilot decks, like we mentioned, you would be holding on to both of those for dear life. You would be saying, get around this, have an answer to this. But again, Luke really can shut that game plan down.
Yeah, the orbiting K-Wing is a unit that I personally don't really consider all that exciting. 4-cost 4/4 with Saboteur, but it's another threat in space, and it has higher numbers on it than the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing does. So Michael opting to remove that one.
Yeah, and it has Saboteur, right? Not that this
Yeah.
Talzin deck is running many Sentinels, but it's just another unit, another avenue that Luke's able to shut down on the offense, right? Like he could say, "Hey, you can't have a Sentinel if I flip onto the Aether Sprite here or the K-Wing," and also gets around Tree Remembers, which is a card rising in popularity.
Kit Vista's
Ooh,
Ether Sprite here. But Commandeer. Now there is an anti-space tech card. I have to imagine that's from the sideboard.
oh yeah, that's a spicy include. I love to see that. We see Commandeer take control of a non-piloted enemy vehicle, and then at the end of the turn, it will go back to Bowser's hand, but not before he clears up that space arena a little bit.
Yeah, and Commandeer does ready the unit as well, which means that Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite readies, goes to Michael's side, takes out the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, and now it's going to end up getting bounced back to hand. That is
Oh,
quite the setback for Bowser.
and actually, it's not because Michael's going to use his Talzin leader ability and the unit ability to kill that Aether Sprite, giving that
Oh,
option off
yeah.
the board. Great play there by Michael.
Yeah, Bowser set very far back by that development, I think. Went from having sort of the space versus ground race, which normally favors ground but can actually be fine for Luke, to having a totally empty board.
Yeah, now he's going to have to delay the flip or force one. See that? Is that the Adept arc? I think the 3/4 for 4, maybe
Yeah, I
4/3 for
believe it's
4.
3/4 restore 2 for 4 resources.
Yep, that's it.
Um, and that's nice in a race, but looks like it's not going to stick around.
Yeah, no Gloria only results coming in, and another turn really ending with Michael in firm control of this board state.
Yeah, and it looks like Bowser actually just taking the initiative here rather than bringing Luke out onto the ground arena. Might think that I need to be making the best plays that the deck can do if I want to come back from this, but I'm not sure. I think the situation's bad enough that you might just have to grit your teeth and flip to the ground there.
Yeah, this Talzin deck has some solid, depending on what they're running, has some solid top end options as well. I do think you can't let that pursuit for perfection hold you back from, pushing the game forward. We see this is the like the Geonosis Hive Defender or something like that. It's a 2/4 restore two. So
Yeah,
seeing a theme of restore coming in, followed by that overcharge transport.
yeah. So these are not necessarily the highest value plays here for Bowser.
Hmm.
The overcharge transports upgrade removal not in effect here. And then we have that Hive Defense Wing, which is just, it's a 3-cost 2/4 Restore 1. The Restore is kind of nice, but Restore 1 is probably not going to be enough at this point to really swing things around. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it goes. But Michael has not spent his resources yet and looks to be in a pretty strong spot even without doing so.
Yeah, we're getting some spicy includes on this list, Tower.
Yeah. I personally am not super fond of the Hive Defense Wing, but having some restore is nice. I was a big fan of the restored Arc 170 back before rotation, just the 2-cost 2/3 restore 1 in
Sure.
space. I thought that was a really cool card. But the Hive Defense Wing, I just think the unit stat efficiency is too low. Now, part of this might be also that this is, of course, a data vault deck, so you have to kind of have some more fillery includes at times.
Yeah, whether it's in the form of events or otherwise. We do see that Luke deploy coming out onto that overcharged transport.
Yeah,
Fortunately, it does dodge the tree remembers, which Mike's sitting on.
yeah, and one thing that I will also say about Luke Data Vault in particular is Luke not only wants to have a bunch of ships, he wants to have specifically a bunch of fighters. And there aren't necessarily all that many fighters in the game. So, if you're trying to get a certain proportion of units with the Data Vault, it can be tough. And you might end up with some units like that Hive Defense Wing that are not necessarily the strongest out there.
Very true. Very true. See that Darth Vader come out, giving a shield to that overcharged transport. So Bowser really needs to deal with Vader here, or Luke and all of that delaying will be for nothing.
Right. Yeah, Darth Vader's ability. This isn't an ambush, so it doesn't immediately kill Luke, but a simple attack here will allow Vader to defeat that transport and Luke on it with his on attack ability, I believe. And so not looking super great here for Bowser at all. Does have a few options in hand, thinking about what best to do here. At minimum, he could swing with Luke for a fair chunk of damage and the on attack, and it looks like that's what he's doing.
So the 3 damage will go
May have been
nowhere.
forgotten. Oh, is
Yeah,
is that overcharged transport not a fighter? It's a
it's
transport, isn't
probably
it?
a transport. Now that you
Yeah.
mention it, but we do see that transport getting taken out as well. Obviously, to your point about the fighter, still remains true. Just having that upgrade hate in another format is great.
Well, the Hive Defense Wing swings away for 2 damage and restore 1, but Bowser in a very tough position here. I think this part of the match looks like it's going to be going to across the galaxy.
Yeah, we see it's the 5/6 restore 1 from Legends of the Force up in space, followed by a 2 to base, bringing Luke to 28. Needs to claim here to stay alive from that Vader hit.
I think that might actually be the Blue Squadron Assault Wing, which is a 5/5 raid one.
Oh, okay. Got
But
it.
I don't think he has. Oh, and there's a condemn for it. I was gonna say I don't think he has enough cards for an aggressive negotiations to win there. It'd be kind of cool if you were able to, pull victory out of the jaws of defeat like that. But with the condemn, he definitely doesn't have enough cards. And I think this one is ending this turn.
Does have a trench run, which
Okay.
is doesn't do anything, I don't believe, because he can't gain other
Yeah, I
abilities.
think assuming well, if Michael actually has the disclose, which I don't know if he does, I believe
Yeah.
that the trench run will get blanked. But I guess he
I guess he
doesn't
does
have the
not have the
disclose,
disclose.
but it's still not lethal. That's like what, 10 or no, wait, that is
That's
lethal.
9 damage, isn't it? Raid 1, 10 damage. Yeah, that takes
Yeah,
it
yeah, yeah, that
to
that actually is lethal. He did it.
yeah, very
Wow.
interesting.
That was a big surprise. I was saying he's out of range for aggressive negotiations, but that trench run out of nowhere You know, it all came down to Michael not having the disclose for that condemn. If he had drawn the aspects that he needed to activate condemn, that would have been his game. It would have blanked the trench run completely. But Bowser, I guess was just saying, hey, if he has it, he has it. This is my only way to win, and he got there. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's anything that Michael could have done there. The initiative was already taken, so it's not like he could have preemptively claimed to hit with Vader, I don't believe. So very well played final turn there for Bowser.
Yeah, it felt like Bowser was behind for most of that game, but he was able to see the path to victory, as tenuous as it was, and he got there. So that does also go to show a little bit of the inconsistency with condemn. If you don't have those aspects, whether it's because you're low on cards in hand or you've just drawn a lot of cards from the other side of your deck or what, the card does not do anything, which is a big difference from like entrenched in the pre-rotation meta, which was always on to prevent those attacks from going to your base.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just think about all the cards you want to play that don't have villainous, right? See, just looking in this hand right now for Michael, you have Anakin, Secretive Sage. I believe that's either True Remembers or Retaliation, right? So if that's a random sample, you have to hold on to those cards to turn that sort of ability on. Really, really fun sequence there to close out game 2, heading into game 3 here. Not sure how the rest of the matchups are faring. Looks like we're getting an update here from Tim here in a second. So Across the Galaxy has one of the wins so far. Nikki won, and we're waiting to see how the other 2 matchups plays out. So this is do or die, right? This is a really, really big matchup here for the Liquid Schwartz Gaming B team.
Yeah, should be interesting to see how this one goes. One of the cool things about this team format is being able to look over, see how your teammates are doing. The dream, of course, is that you look over and both your teammates have comfortably won, and you're like, hey, the pressure's
Poof.
off. Whatever happens in my match, we got it.
Yeah.
But sometimes instead, it's hey, we need you to clutch this one.
Mm-hmm. And I could imagine from sitting across or next to my teammate looking over and saying, "Oh, you got this, Michael, looking great. Game locked up." And then all of a sudden you just get hit with that. So being around your friends when you lose is not as good.
Well, they can. I think there's something nice about having friends to commiserate with or
That's
whatever. I
true.
think
That's true.
Michael might want some commiseration after that match. That was
You have
a
nicer
rough
teammates
break
than I
for
do,
him.
I guess.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what happens in game 3 of this match.
Michael starting with
Should
the
be
initiative here.
yeah. I've actually, it's kind of interesting. Luke Data Vault is definitely, I think, the version of the deck that's seen the most play. I've actually been testing recently with Luke 30 HP green, with the idea being that I'm not 100% sure that Data Vault, especially with rotation just hitting, I'm not 100% sure that Data Vault is worth having to put some worse cards in your deck. And, I've been testing it out. It's a little too early to tell for me, but I do like having more consistent access to some of the strongest plays with things like the red 5, the resistance blue squadron or whatever,
Yeah,
those
that makes
sorts of
sense.
things.
We see Michael starting off with a Garidin here. Not sure what they called, but nothing taken from hand. So that's a clear signal that it wasn't any of the cards in Bowser's hand. Going to round 2 here with the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing as a follow-up.
Yeah, taking a look at this here, we do Garindan turn 1, I don't really like it, to be honest with you. Like, but if you do call their opening play, it's really good. But it feels like kind of a new version of like regional governor turn 1. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think it's from a place of desperation. I know there weren't any other options there, of course. Michael drew into a Karis on that next turn draw, but follows up with a Darth Treya, so is going to be able to get that force turned on most likely there are some things like air superiority that could put the kibosh on that on Bowser's side, but looks like we're getting 2 to base to get that force token activated, followed by 3 on the other side.
There's Talzin's Assassin, classic card for Mother Talzin decks. Gets one of those A-Wings off the field.
Mhm. So it was important to get that force on. Garinden following up with 1, Towson sitting at 6, Luke at 4, and we're going to the next round. Towson's flip
Jedi,
turn here.
Jedi Starfighter, really not necessarily what you want to see as a Luke player in this situation. It's kind of a where that card really shines is against like a Vader yellow space deck where you can potentially kill multiple 1 HP ships with 1 attack. It is another ship on the field, but a 1/4 ship with an ability that deals damage to other space units is not really what you want against this ground focused force deck.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to build things up, you need to be able to have some interaction to slow down that board.
Yeah, and it is better than doing nothing, but on the 4 resource turn, it would be better to play. Yeah, I mean, like that. There are a fair few cards that you could be using. There was that K-wing that we saw earlier, the 4/4
Sure.
Saboteur. You could be playing the B-wing Skirmisher, which would, similarly have an anti-space ability that doesn't do anything, but it at least develops a 4/4 unit. Um,
Yeah,
and here, I do believe we are seeing that Blue Squadron Assault Wing hit the field again, the 5/5 Raid 1 that proved so instrumental for Bowser's endgame last time.
we're getting that cool interaction with Trey here, readying Towson as a leader as well as gaining the force. Probably going to see Towson take out that A wing.
Someone in the chat was asking if the digital life rectangles are available to buy. You can check out metal fab tokens for those, or the smaller life pucks that you may have seen on earlier streams. Metal Fab is a sponsor of the Maclunky Gaming stream. Big shout out to them.
Absolutely looking very, very nice here.
11 damage on Bowser's base, 10 damage on Michael's base, but Bowser's base does have more HP.
In the second activation there of that Towson ability, taking out the A wing.
Yeah, Talzin's ability very effective at just sort of plugging away there. Able to get a double activation thanks to the unusual ability there to ready a non-unit leader. This
Check.
It's really funny. Darth Treya, I think, originally came to my attention as an enabler for a one-turn kill combo with the Grand Inquisitor leader from way back in set
Sure.
1, but has some value outside the combo as well if you have a leader with a strong ability that has the potential to be used multiple times in a turn.
Well, really going into this flip turn as well. Not going to be able to get the full value out of getting 3 of Towson's abilities here, obviously, but still very solid. See Atreus Acolyte followed by Condemn as well on that B wing in space.
The Blue Squadron Assault Wing once again condemned, but that did not really, last game Michael was not able to find the disclose he needed to enable that condemn, and we'll see what happens this time. Let's see here.
Up to this
Well,
point,
this
in
time,
basically all these games, we've seen Towson really do a good job of limiting the early game impact of some of these Luke units. I think it's these next couple turns that have been wishy-washy a little bit, as we've seen.
Luke flips onto the assault wing. So, maybe trying to avoid tree remembers there. Condemn still in effect though. But I have a feeling, there's a good chance Bowser has some upgrade removal to get that condemn out of there.
He might also just be saying, hey, I'm swinging for so much here that I'll take the minus. We see a Forta base from the assassin, and then hits Ether Sprite to destroy that condemn. You were right, Tower.
Yeah, there we go. All of a sudden, no longer condemned, buffed by Luke. That assault wing is looking very scary for Michael here. Let's see what he can do.
Could get a
That-
condemn play here, right? To start working on that space arena a little bit, take control of that Aether Sprite, go into that blue squadron in space. Could do Vader to get the shield going, and I don't know, that might be a little bit slow and at risk of being pinged off by Luke. So not the best suite of options here, but a lot of actions to be taken on the ground as well.
Yeah, the commandeer there would allow, yeah, like you said, you could take over Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite, crash it into the assault wing. That would get that off the field and get some damage going, but I don't think it would necessarily be fast enough. I'm not sure what options Michael has exactly to clear that assault wing at this point. Upgrade removal doesn't work even if he has it. It's out of range of Tree Remembers. And we do see that Darth Vader in hand. So he could potentially play Vader, throw the shield on there. He would get hit once, but he could clear with another attack. However, I'm not sure that would leave him in a safe position against the rest of those space units.
Yeah, and then I think Luke, with his ability, would be able to ping the shield off. So probably can't do that one because you're taking
Oh
damage
yeah, you're
and can
right.
get blown out.
Well, yeah, the Jedi Starfighter could also ping the shield off depending on
Yeah,
the
you got a lot of
timing.
options.
Yeah, that's a good point. So Michael would have to like play Vader after a swing or something. You'd have to really get things set up in the right order, or just hope your opponent doesn't see it, which honestly does happen sometimes.
Well, you got to play to your outs. You know,
Yeah.
maybe one of your outs is your opponent not seeing it. Not one you want to rely on in any way, but
No,
it's something that you have to think about. We're going for that Vader line.
he's
It looks
going for it.
like it's going to
There's the
experience. You're going
shield.
to shield it. Yep.
Yep, he's going for the game plan.
Oh,
Oh no, maybe not.
maybe he just
rethinks
thought
it.
about it. He's checking. Is this a fighter?
This is kind of silly, but like checking it here is arguably bad.
Yeah.
Because like checking it might make your opponent realize they can do it, and maybe you just like slam it and hope your opponent doesn't see it.
This is one of
Very
those
weird situation.
situations of a perk of a team event is because you could whisper to the guy next to you, "Hey, is this your fighter?" And you'd be a little bit more sketchy about it. But yeah, you know.
Well, that's no, that's valid. All right. Looks like Michael just ultimately going for a swing with Mother Talzin, debuffing the ship there.
And then followed up by a big old swing. It looks like I think that's 10 damage, followed by 3 to Trey to kill her.
And I'm pretty sure Bowser can just claim here and win.
And yeah, Commandeer is not enough. It gets Luke 27.
Yeah, and then Durindan would be one more. That'd be 28. Still not enough, and not even really all that close with the data vault.
You think you have to claim
Bowser-
and draw into hyperspace disaster?
Yeah, that would save the day. Probably better than doing this other play, which definitely loses to Bowser just taking the initiative at this point.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what happens. I actually think it would be kind of tight if he claimed top decked hyperspace disaster and won. I think it would be exciting, especially after the conclusion of the previous game where he missed the condemn. First card definitely wasn't a hyperspace disaster. I think the second one wasn't either, and I believe we're seeing a concession here from Michael. Tough situation.
Yeah, and there's some conversation in the chat about condemn and the disclose in game 2. At the end of the day, we do our best to catch all of these things, but our main job is to focus on the commentary here from Mayan Tower's perspective to, call what we see going on.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to look that back, check the rulings and stuff. But yeah, ultimately not spotted, I think, by the players at that time.
And it's without
The
question a super complicated interaction. There's a graph going around that I think some of the judges put out, and it's basically like the like a crime solving meme where you have to try to go, hey, if this then that, if that then this, and it is a confusing set of abilities.
Yeah, and I know there's some kind of odd stuff about at what time does this kick in? At what time, what happens if you have a condemned unit that attacks with saboteur? A bunch of odd interactions.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, we always do our best to see it, but it's on the players at the end of the day and the judges around there.
Yep. All right. So ultimately, it looks like interesting one there. Ultimately, a win for Bowser. And now we are swapping back to our match that we were covering initially. Mayor of Swooville versus Nick Alifano. Looks like the mayor managed to secure a win with Jin Urso in the previous game, bringing us to 1-1. And they are about to play game 3 to decide who wins this match.
All comes down to this, I believe. It looks like Jin was able to get better momentum with a turn 1 play. Who would have thought that, right?
Yeah, although who knows? Maybe Jin actually was maybe Jin actually missed the turn 1 play again and was able to win regardless.
Sounds like bad luck, if that's the case.
Yeah. I always, I've played a lot of aggro in this game, and it'd always be very satisfying to win with Sabine after missing the turn 1 play, because you really want that turn 1 play in aggro, and you
Yeah.
usually play a ton of them, but sometimes you would miss it anyway, and those were always nice when you managed to win them, which didn't always happen, I'll tell you.
And my time as a Sabine player has me just so locked into playing 13 turn 1 plays that my decks feel so bad when I'm running 12. I know the math isn't like that significantly different, but it's different to me.
Yeah, I feel you on that. And when I was playing, I was often playing Sabine yellow, so it would be like even more with the 1 cost units, the cartel turncoats and stuff. In fact, let me look this up. I think one of the last Sabine yellow decks that I was running had, I believe, 25 turn 1 plays.
That seems excessive, but I get it.
Sometimes you gotta go with that swarm gameplay.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, let's see how this match goes. The players have resourced. Looks like Nick with the initiative. It's going to be that TIE bomber start.
Yeah, with the Jedi Starfighter, really good counter to the TIE Bomber here with 2 attacks, could take it out with its ping ability. Won't get activated for Jin to when it dies, because obviously not taking any damage back, but you could arrange that with some indirect coming up.
Yeah, and another thing about that Jedi Starfighter is it does have 4 HP, which could be a nice reservoir to throw some indirect damage on, to be honest.
Yeah.
High HP units are kind of nice to have in a situation where you're going to be facing a lot of indirect damage, but we'll see if the mayor actually uses it. Looks like the first damage, at least, is going to the base.
Yeah, all 4 taken to Jin here. Followed by 1 and the ability there taking the bomber to 2 damage.
Yep. Another attack could remove it. Droid missile platform on the field now for Nick.
Another unit very, very well to set up with another Jedi Starfighter, right? So you're getting 2 ping abilities here.
Yeah, and it is worth noting that the droid missile platform would be able to attack and defeat one of the Jedi starfighters here, but the second one could then potentially ping it off. And I'm not sure Nick actually even wants to attack into these starfighters, because I'm pretty sure he's focusing on pushing more damage to base right now. It'll be interesting to see how this develops. Hmm.
It really does force Nick to take his first action and do something with that droid missile platform, I think.
Well, he's going for the
Yeah.
bomber instead. Maybe worried about losing that one if the platform swings. This time, the mayor's throwing all that indirect damage onto the Jedi Starfighter, which is then going to trade with the missile platform. So that indirect damage basically wasted, although one did get through with Boba's leader ability.
And 3 more to follow up with that. So it is starting to pile up already.
Yeah. Where will the mayor put this damage? Throwing it once more. Okay, 2 on the Starfighter, 1 on the base. That's gonna dodge the, IG 2000 play.
Fet's Fire Spray coming down with 2 more indirect damage. So really
Big
drawing
pile of
into that
indirect
curve.
this turn.
Yeah.
Even with the mayor having those 4 HP Jedi Starfighters to use as a reservoir for indirect damage, still taking quite a chunk this turn between the TIE Bomber attack, the Droid Missile Platform when defeated ability, now this Fet Fire Sprays play.
Ooh, early aggressive
Wow.
negotiations to take out that Fire Spray. Only 3 cards in hand with that ability, finishing it off, adding 1 damage to the TIE Bomber there.
That's not necessarily the hypest play for the mayor of Swooville here. I wonder if he didn't have like a mid-range unit that he could develop there. But it does get the threat of Fet's Fire Spray off the board. That card can be extremely strong for this pilot Boba leader because the prospect of doing repeated attacks that also do some major indirect damage can be, pretty scary for opponents. You're essentially looking at 6 damage per turn, 7 with Boba's ability if that thing gets to keep swinging.
Yeah, and with this curve so far, with the bomber into the missile platform, followed by the fire spray, it's just been a nonstop barrage of indirect, followed by 4 more coming now.
Yeah. The indirect damage continues. The Mayor of Swooville does have 3 damage on that TIE bomber, but needs to find something else. One thing that might really help him here is Ray. The Ray unit that can deal damage to a unit in base when drawn can be really strong for Jin. The problem, though, is the mayor has not lost a rebel unit at any point in this game. So
Hmm.
Jin's draw has been off. Those Jedi Starfighters were not rebels on the previous turn, even though one resource would have been available.
See the punishing one, followed by charge with treason, cleaning it up with the disclose of outer rim constable and aggressive negotiation. So pretty good hand, even with limited cards there.
Yeah, and the Outer Rim Constable there is very notable because it does mean that if Boba Fett does flip as a pilot, the mayor of Swooville looks like he'll have a strong answer waiting in the wings. But you'd still get the when deployed ability on that pilot to deal some damage to the other side of the board. And sometimes you might even consider it worthwhile to flip into a situation where you know the opponent has the upgrade removal, especially if you have, the topple the summit or the Cinta play to get like really big value, although topple's not quite as good here, simply because the board is small. We'll have to see how this develops, but still the outer rim constable is probably not something that Nick really likes to see there from disclose.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of these gens also running the Tree Remembers as well, which makes this a risky deploy if you're trying to push onto that TIE bomber.
Yeah. Yeah, it would not be enough damage to actually remove Jin from the board. You would need 1 more point of damage. Looks like Nick is just doing standard swings with the bomber instead.
The mayor elects to put some damage onto Jin, already sitting at 11 HP on base.
Yeah, maybe playing a lot more cautiously with the base HP this time than in the game that we saw earlier. A lot more damage being dealt to units rather than base from those indirect hits.
That's definitely true. Collateral damage there to clean up Jin while pushing 2 damage to base.
Yeah, collateral damage is an interesting card. In principle, I don't necessarily think the card is that good, but for aggressive or burn-based decks, it's one of quite few events that does direct damage to an opponent's base. And I've actually had some success with it.
Yeah, and then we get Hona coming in, really representing a great restore source in this race.
Yeah, Hona is a very annoying card if the opponents can't deal with it. That is a unit that offers not only a nice chunk of damage, but also a nice chunk of restore. The this is a 3/5 with raid 2 and restore 2, so could potentially a 7 HP total swing. I think is that Vonreg's tie over there for Nick?
That is, yeah.
But this time, unlike the game that we saw previously, Nick is going to send Boba to the ground and swing away to intensify that pressure. The mayor
Yeah.
in a tough spot.
Well, Hona is a chunky unit as well, obviously. So Boba can't take it out with one swing. So you're forced with the decision of letting it stay alive and restore, or just, trying to be aggressive with some trades at this point. Looks like we're not going to get a
Aggressive
chance to see that at all.
negotiations.
Yeah. Second aggressive negotiation this game used for defensive purposes. Love to see it.
Yeah, normally you do want to be playing that card to hit the opponent's base, but I think the mayor is seeing these situations where there's major threats on the board and the aggressive negotiations might be what he needs to get an advantage just in unit combat. Punishing one defeats Hona, and then I believe it's the tree remembers to clear Vonreg's tie. But Nick is swarming the board there. Outer Rim Constable now on the field. The mayor of Swooville really in trouble here.
On the back foot for sure, only sitting with 4 cards in hand. So even if one's a hammerhead, it's not going to take out that punishing one. So you're taking at least 6 damage this turn, most likely. It is lost and forgotten, getting to heal 3 back down to 15.
Yeah, I mean that's a solid play, but there's still a lot more damage coming through from that Outer Rim Constable and the TIE Bomber, which I believe was played on the first turn of the game and has been just bombarding the Mayor Swooville's base ever since.
Just plugging away, just like we saw in game 1 as well. Really getting value out of that early unit.
22 damage on the Mayor of Swooville's base. And there's Cinta just not even using the ability, just playing a unit and having 5 more damage threatened on the board. I
Hey,
don't
you
know
got to
what
deal
the
with it.
mayor of Swooville can have here.
So Zeb is an option that'll slow things down a little bit. It's more of a delay tactic more than anything else. It's gonna be very challenging, and and when we say challenging, impossible. We see the scoop coming in from the mayor. Looks like across the galaxy, and Nick on Bobby Yellow finish things up and take it for their team.
Yeah, and there it looks like some handshakes all around. Congratulations to Across the Galaxy and Nick. Sometimes it comes down to that one of those last games. You have to clutch it up to win things for your team, and Nick was able to do it.
Yeah, and I think what we saw in both games that we saw from Nick in this matchup here is that Boba, really wants the topple, but doesn't necessarily need it, right? There's a lot of other play lines, especially with these new bounce and exhaust effects that you could use up and down the curve, and really, really well played games there by Nick. And Across the Galaxy moves on in the bracket.
Yeah, we were talking up the potential deploy Boba into Cinta, deploy Boba into Topple the Summit. I don't think we saw those in. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, Jordan, but I don't think we saw those in either of the games that we saw there. I think
No,
once Boba deployed as a pilot onto a space unit, did some damage, but didn't have any really big immediate thing. It was even an exhausted unit, so there wasn't even an attack on the turn that he deployed. And then on this one, he went to the ground and just intensified the pressure on the base.
and I do wonder if the threat of topple, especially in that game 1, played a factor in the mayor putting so much damage on base as opposed to spreading it out with the units. And obviously you can't predict what someone has. But it's funny, I was at Locos last night and I was playing Boba Yellow. And in game 1, I had topple. Game 2, he won. And then in game 3, he's like, you can't have topple again. So I didn't play around it. And I said, well, you always got to play around topple because it is so bad for you. It's so damaging to your gameplay that you almost have to assume your opponent's going to have it.
Yeah, and sometimes you do see people doing the old, hey, if he has it, he has it, and I got to just count on him not having it because that's the only way I can win. But it can be extra tough to do that with cards that can be played from the resource row, because even if your opponent saw it but had to resource it earlier or whatever, that card is still a threat for that leader flip with plot.
Absolutely. And that's what this whole matchup is in this meta right now, right? There are so many huge threats up and down the curve, whether we're talking about Lando getting an early Liberty or early Bow out, aggressive negotiations in a slew of decks, right? How impactful Vader Pilot's flip turn is with all these plot cards now. So they're just really, really big stuff going on. Looks like that was the last match of this round. We're going to be going right into round 4. Not sure what our matchup is yet, but we'll get that information for you shortly.
Yeah, should be pretty exciting to see. And I'm seeing some familiar faces in the some familiar faces there in the crowd cam. Some Maclunky gaming teammates. Should be interesting to see how people do as we move on into the next match of this exciting team tournament. Uh, it's a cool time to be playing Star Wars Unlimited, guys.
Oh,
We've hit rotation. Then people are exploring the new set, and I think it's actually a pretty lively and interesting meta, all things considered.
yeah, I think there's a lot of conversation focused in on these pilot leaders and aggressive negotiations right now, and probably rightfully so, right? They make up a big percentage of what you should expect to see in a given event on a week to week basis. But there's also room for exploration. Like we're seeing Lando popping up a little bit more. Obviously, Obi and Talzin are always going to be mainstays. Haven't seen an Obi on stream yet today, I don't believe, but very strong leaders as well, right? So we're getting a pretty well-rounded start to the meta, and I always love these early meta tournaments. You know, last set we had Seattle and Atlanta. The set before that we had Worlds, and on and on. We're getting ready for these big tournaments by kicking things off with these community-led events. Last week, obviously, we had the Nexus Invitational in London. Then this, and then there's an event at Adepticon next weekend as well. So just great stuff to be able to kick the meta off the community's way on a really, really good foot.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe one thing that I don't think I'm very interested. That Nexus thing, we saw the Tobias Beckett deck win that. What do you think about that deck?
I think that we have an amazing pilot in our world champion, right? I also think the deck's really cool as well. But I think we just saw some absolutely amazing gameplay. If you guys haven't seen it, I really recommend go checking out all of those Beckett games, because man, it was just really, really artful stuff. There was a couple sequences where you were able to give a Clan Ordo warrior to your opponent and then ambush him with Chrysanthemum for exact lethal. Really aggressive space plays with the stolen AT hauler. And the Soup Racers have a video talking about that run and the deck overall. So I really recommend you guys check that out as well.
Yeah, Baton, like you said, Jordan, Baton, very, very skilled player. I'm not sure anyone can pick up that deck and get the same results he did. I'll put it like that.
Takes a lot of work, and so does everything in this, right?
Yeah.
To learn these lines and to make sure you're playing around the things that you want to play around. But that deck specifically really feels like an extremely high skill ceiling. I was catching up with my buddy Victor from the Nordic Takedown after that event. He was in London for that as well, and he was mentioning how Baton was just talking about how hard the deck was to play all day, and how he was nervous in certain ways about saying, hey, like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to really thread that needle with this strong of a field. So I think it just goes to show just how skilled he is.
Yeah, that can actually be a really interesting dynamic too with more complicated decks. I remember back when I was playing Flesh and Blood TCG, I remember there was a leader or a hero in that game or whatever called Kino, who was very, very complicated to play relative to some others. And I remember, there was a real question about like tournament fatigue. And you're like, okay, when I'm on game 8 of the day or whatever it is, am I going to be able to execute a combo that I could definitely do on game 1? And in some cases, I think the answer was no. That was a complicated lead. I even remember one game where, I could hear the players talking to each other with the setup that we had for that. And somebody said, like, I don't know if this is gonna work, but I'm just gonna slam it, and tried to combo off, didn't get the combo and lost. And it's like, man, if this game had been at the start, I bet this guy could have calculated it properly. But playing a complicated deck through a long event takes some real endurance.
Yeah, and fatigue makes losers out of all of us, right? So that's where reps come in. That's where that muscle memory comes in, regardless if you're playing sports or doing this sort of thing. It's just you need to get that repetition. You need to have it ingrained in you. So when you're in those situations, you're not sweating it. Looks like we have our pairings pulled up going into round 4. Pretty sure our matchup is the Pasqwalle fan club and the Sabak rollers. We'll see that confirmed here in a second.
The one other little thing I'll say about potential tournament fatigue and stuff, you can really influence some of that in terms of what deck you choose to play. So like if I am playing Sabine, my games are probably going to be able to end pretty quickly. But if I'm playing, you know, Iden double blue and games are going to like these really long control end games, that is not going to give me as much rest time and some more complicated gameplay.
Yeah. Looks like we have a Chewy yellow, Luke Data Vault, Boba yellow, and a Chewy yellow, Lando blue, and Jin red 30. Got Pasquale's fan club and the Sabak rollers.
I'm a big Chewy yellow fan. I've been playing that deck a fair amount. I think it's really cool. It's funny, we were just talking about like complexity and fatigue. One thing that was a little daunting to me about the deck is that relative to Sabine, it has some much more complicated lines in place. But I do think the deck has some real potential as a dangerous aggro threat.
Yeah, I mean, you start off in space, you pivot to ground with that heavy Chewy ambush. You're able to ping, you're able to play stuff like they hate that ship to get not
Yeah.
necessarily up the curve, but back to where you should be, right? You could play a 3-drop on 1 and really awesome, cool showcase as well. I gotta admit, I ordered one the other night and I forgot I ordered it until I woke up and got the shipping notifications. I got to do a better job at that.
One thing that I do also really like about Chewbacca is he has kind of an extra strong stat profile in exchange for having to actually pay resources to flip. And that extra strong profile is really nice to deal with some of the powerful sentinels that we've seen recently. So, if someone brings out Typho, if someone brings out Chirrut with a force deck, Chewie can actually just punch through those and stay on the field. And that means that, the prospect of being aggro not just in space but on the ground is a lot more alive for him relative to some other builds.
Yeah, we see that 5 HP cutoff being super important for these Sentinels. We see Lando, Typho, Chirrut, etc. Chewie can do a good job against those, especially with his ability on attack.
Yeah, it's really nice. I think that one of the reasons that we've seen so much one of the reasons that we've seen so much aggro going to space and playing these pilot decks, I mean, really there are a bunch of reasons. Part of it is force decks really being ground focused to get the force. Part of it is the powerful sentinels that we've seen and some of the other things rotating. But Chewie has not only a very powerful flip on the ground, but the ability to punch through some of those sentinels, and he can be really scary, and like you said, has some nice threats in the space arena as well.
I think that's what you need right now. I think you need balance and you need interaction. It's not just as simple as smash base.
Yeah, even the like Luke Data Vault, very much a pilot deck, but that's a deck that has a lot of interaction. Like it might be space focused, but it has a lot of ways to try to remove opposing ground units or mess with the opponent's board.
You really do need to be able to interact at those points in the game. I think right now we're getting some discussion about these matchups, getting some strategy. Not sure which side won the initiative and gets the ability to pick these, but Tower, if you're Lando, who do you want to play against the most here?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. I'll be honest with you. I am more of an aggro player. I have not played Lando very much. I don't know what his best matchups are. Um, yeah, I don't know. My tendency would be that you probably would want to play against one of the somewhat slower decks, but I don't know which would be the prime target.
Maybe
Not
Chewy to fight
Chewie
on the
though.
ground. You don't think not Chewy? Okay, because I was
I,
thinking maybe you'd be more equipped to fight on the ground than against maybe a Luke and stuff like that.
I'll just say this. When I have played Chewie, I have felt super favored into Lando, but it may also depend on what specific cards that you're running. At least in my Chewie deck, I've been mainboarding Credit Hate. Um, in particular, Lieutenant Gorn. I just have that as a main deck card, as a just ground aggro card or whatever, and that card can be a big problem for Lando. Plus, just like an aggro strategy into a more control strategy. I don't know though. I could be wrong. Maybe the Lando players have Chewie figured out, and like you said, it is a deck where having some ground focused stuff might be stronger than a space focused deck where some ground sentinels might not be that effective.
Well, I think you're really trying to draw into hyperspace disaster on your flip turn by destroying those credits. Looks like we're going to get Spanish Alex from the Maclunky team here, Pasqwalle's fan club. Not sure about the Sabak roller player here, but he's on Luke here. So we're getting a Luke Data Vault versus Jin, and it looks like a splash-based matchup here.
Spanish Alex, very strong player, went pretty far in Milwaukee at the regional championship there. And looks like for our first match, it's going to be Thrawn from the Sabak Rollers versus Dahak from Pasquale's fan club.
So as our Chewy player here, what are we looking for to make sure that Boba can't get his stuff going, get that momentum that he needs?
Well, I think Chewie has the classic aggro game plan of we're just gonna kill him. You know what I mean? Well, like you can try, and typically I think what this deck wants to do is you want to develop units early. On your 4 resource turn, you often want to use Chewie's ability once, deal 2 damage to something, make a credit. Then you flip Chewie, swing with him, use the ability again to do 2 damage to something again. And then ideally you play a 1 cost after that with the credit that you generated from Chewie's ability to really put the pressure on. Um, but one of the interesting things is even though Chewie is a very aggro deck, his ability to deal damage to units means that you do have some options for removing things. And cards like the droid missile platform are actually very vulnerable to Chewie because he can just remove them in one use of his ability.
Mm-hmm. One really big pivot point of this matchup is going to be, does Boba get topple? Can Chewie recover if he does?
Yeah. That can be a big way for Boba to wrest back control of a game. Ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah, a
think it's-
fireball start.
Yeah, fireball start into, I believe, the Black Sun fighter there, which is going to be a big problem for Fireball, quite frankly. Black Sun Patroller is 2/2 shielded. Fireball is going to do 1 damage to itself at the end of this turn and be in position to be removed from 1 attack from that Patroller.
Yeah, on the bright side, we see Dahak having the initiative here, so at least he could get an action out with it, but definitely not where you want to be starting here.
Yeah. Now, one other thing I'll say about this interaction is it will at least get the shield off of the Black Sun Patroller, which does then put the Patroller into a position to be removed by Chewie's ability.
Absolutely.
On the other hand, Thrawn could just say, I mean, I don't know. I probably would not try to race Chewie, but Thrawn could just say, hey, you only have 2 turns of life on this thing. I'm going for your base. But personally, I would want to get that fireball off the field.
Yeah, I think you're given the opportunity. You probably want to take advantage of it. I think you are really playing a little bit of control until you get to that topple turn. We do see the option taken out of his hand with the shield being removed by Sabine. Now it's a full trade if he wants it.
Yeah, this is the new Sabine Wren ground unit. Good old Sabine Wren explosives artist rotated out. But now we have another exciting Sabine Wren ground unit. This is Sabine Wren Spectre 5.
Yep.
Who
And
has ambush and the ability to defeat a non-unique upgrade when played. And if you control a vigilance or command unit, you can defeat any upgrade instead, unique or not. But not necessarily a play that this Chewbacca deck is looking to make. This is a
Yeah,
30 HP Mos Eisley deck, not likely doing Aspect Splash.
we see no trades opted to go for, which kind of puts the favor back here for Dahak, I think, because now knowing that you're going to 2 damage on the fireball makes the trade a little bit more palatable for you, I think. Then we see another shielded unit with that another Black Sun patroller as well.
Yeah, and I do think it's really actually I like you were saying. Well, now okay. Fireball is the one taking the trade. That's so
Yeah.
interesting. Not how I expected that was going to go, but sometimes unexpected things happen.
I think he just has the writings on the wall that the unit's dying at the end of the turn, so might as well get your value from it.
Might as well get something.
Yeah.
Okay, Chewie flips with no trigger. Um, I often like using Chewie's ability once and then flipping and using it again, but it does put you down on resources. You make up for it a bit with credits, but you can end up paying for that over the course of a long game. So we end up seeing only one trigger this turn, hitting that IG 2000 with the on attack ability.
Followed by another 3 to base, taking Boba to 11.
Is there a one cost? Looks like no.
Nope.
What's really nice is when you flip Chewy, you have no resources, you attack, turn one of your resources into a credit, and then you spend the credit to play like an A-Wing or they hate that ship into a 3 cost or whatever. It can be very strong.
Yeah, they hate that ship's really cool because I think a lot of uses in the past have been about getting like the biggest possible thing out. Now, more of the time, we're seeing a 3 drop, maybe a 4 drop.
Yeah, there's a good interaction with B-Wing Skirmisher where you can use they hate that ship, play the B-Wing Skirmisher, and use the when played ability to defeat both of the ties. So that can even be like a turn one play to get a 4/4 out there in one action, which is kind of cool. But they
Very
hate that
efficient.
ship as a one cost way to get a 3 cost unit onto the field is also very strong.
Absolutely. Really loving this interrogation droid as well. We're getting some there's no discard though because it's a Chewy at 4 as opposed to Sabine at 3.
Yeah, so Thrawn could have played the interrogation droid and used it to exhaust Sabine instead of Chewie, which would have forced the discard, but Chewie's attack is just too relevant here because not only
Absolutely.
would it be significantly more damage, the on attack ability could also be used to destroy IG 2000. All right, let's see what our Chewie player goes for.
Fireball to trade in with this IG 2000, putting another flip target off the board, and we see Thrawn follow up with a collateral damage to clear Sabine, 2 damage to Chewie, and 1 interact for your troubles.
All right. Clearing things up a bit. Collateral damage, very solid there. Chewie could now be removed with 1 swing from that interrogation droid. Looks looks like we're gonna see, I believe that is red 5 on the field.
Yep, red 5, and now we're gonna see if Boba takes the claim here. If he takes the claim, he probably has topple, is my assumption.
You could also just you could also just take the initiative here and just immediately swing the interrogator droid into Chewie and get him off the field, which I think is probably worth it even if you don't have topple.
Fair. Or you could flip and kill Chewie that way, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
a lot of
a lot
options
of
ahead of you.
options. One way or another, I don't think Chewie's staying on the board this turn.
Yeah.
All right. Thrawn with the initiative and with some strong options for stopping momentum here. Let's see what happens here.
And we spoke earlier about how this deck is slightly less linear than it once was, and I think that this is where that decision tree comes in, where you're like, hey, am I racing? Am I just deploying as a pilot and clearing one thing? How greedy do I want to get here? How much control are we playing? And it looks like he opts just to go for that clean trade of Chewie with the interrogation droid.
Yeah, often you might find yourself in a situation where it's like, I have multiple ways to navigate this. And the question is not like, what the question is not just like, how do I use my resources in a way that doesn't waste stuff or whatever, but what's the best way to use the resources? And look at that. I think that's a moral authority. Red
Yep.
5 actually capturing the
Ooh,
Black Sun Patroller.
followed by a beguile.
Oh, that is a spicy chain of events. It looked for a moment like Boba might not have a ship to deploy onto, but Beguile is a great answer, bouncing the red 5 and returning the Black Sun Patroller to the field. It does lose its shield token, but the moral authority is also gone there. This is great for Thrawn.
Absolutely. And we see no play being used there by Dayhawk because the only 2-drop he had was the Outer Rim Constable, and he was really saving that back just in case we saw Boba go to space there. So really well played by Thrawn to sequence that.
Yeah, and Thrawn sends Boba to the ground for the immediate pressure. And looks like we now see Chewie's ability taking out the Black Sun Patroller now that it doesn't have a shield token. Boba Fett, now the only unit on the board.
Chewie sitting at, what's that, 6 effective resources with the credit? Yep.
Yes, I believe so. Now, Jordan, what would you want to see here as the Chewie player to try to get out of this situation?
I mean, I think they hate that ship might be a good start to try to get some outsized power in space. I think you really need to start fighting for that arena because your initial burst is over, right? Like the things that
Right.
you normally win your games with are gone. And now
Ooh.
you have to try to figure out a way to get around it. Maybe Kazuda's a step in the right direction. We see it ignored by Boba, swinging in 4 to base, bringing Dayhawk to 15.
Kazuda, I'm not a spy. Able to swing here for a total of 6 damage if you have fewer resources than your opponent. These fewer resources than your opponent cards are quite synergistic with Chewbacca because he destroys his own resources to use that ability. So I believe right now we're looking at 7 resources for Thrawn and 6 resources for Dayhack. So should be interesting here, but I do believe Kazuda is active.
Yep, he is active. So he's representing quite a bit of damage here. Um, Wonder if we could see Thrawn have something to deal with him this turn.
Yeah, the thing is though, Thrawn is also ahead in this race. So right now we have 15 damage left on Chewie's base, 19 damage left on Thrawn's base, and Thrawn, I believe, is also representing more damage on the field. But there's a Beguile, which I think is
The
going to
second
bounce
one.
Kazuda back to hand.
Yeah, taking Kazuda out of the fold. Really great tempo here for Thrawn.
Beguile was very strong for him earlier, getting his Black Sun Patroller back and clearing that buffed red 5, and it's going to be strong here again with Kazuda off the field.
Han Pilot attaching to that Sheath P to take out the fire spray cleanly, followed up by 4 to base, bringing Dayhawk to 19. And Kazuda, still not a spy, joins the field again.
Yeah, I personally think Pilot Han, excellent card. It's kind of funny, I think there was a time when people thought that Beguile was like a worse Waylay. I think a lot of the time Beguile is a better Waylay. Yeah,
Having
you
knowledge of
lose
your
that
hand is
like
good.
Yeah, you lose that very high end potential where you can't play it on like, Avenger or Devastator or whatever like you could in the old meta, but like getting that intel on their hand can be very valuable, and most of the time you were playing Waylay on small stuff anyway.
Yeah, really early in the game to get that tempo back, whether it's 3 cost, 4 or 5. Commence the festivities here to trade, or not even to trade, just to kill Boba with Kazuda. Love to see that.
Yeah, I think punishing one will be able to remove Kazuda with the on attack ability, but Boba off the field does alleviate some of the pressure on Chewie's base here for sure. Commence the festivities. Like I was saying earlier, those cards that are based on having fewer resources than an opponent are pretty excellent for Chewbacca, and commence the festivities is definitely part of that.
See Thrawn here debating on if he wants to go to base or kill the Sheath Pete and Kazuda.
Yeah, he could potentially get the double kill there, attacking into the Sheathipede, using the on attack to clear Kazuda, but ends up going for the base instead.
Mm-hmm. Slightly awkward position here for Dayhawk because he does have to clear this punishing one. He's gonna have to do it with 2 actions, most likely, though, right? To combine with Chewie.
Yeah, so we see
Yep.
the Chewie ability being used here, 2 damage. Warrior of Clan Ordo hitting the field for Thrawn.
Now we're going to see that trade get a ready of the resource, I believe.
Yeah, that's right, because the Sheathipede when defeated ability there. Oh,
And
and
another
there's another
punishing
one.
one. Great. Awesome. Red 5 to battle back.
Dayhack's in a lot of trouble here. Only
Yep.
7 HP left on the base. Early momentum is basically faltered, and Thrawn is now the aggressor.
We're getting to that point in the game where Boba can drop a Devastator as well. We're really in his aspect of the pool, if you will.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, I really do think, I have a fair amount of experience with Chewie. You really want games to be faster than this. You want to be the aggressor, and it looks like Dayhack is actually gonna scoop this one up.
Take it to game 2. I completely agree with you. I think we didn't even see Topple come into play there. We haven't seen it come into play even often today on stream, which is interesting. But Chewie really needs to get out, get started, get rolling early, and then chip in to close things up. Interesting to see that Fireball come in. I wonder if that's the start he's looking for. Almost kind of feels like a sideboard card in some ways.
I personally am not a big fan of the Fireball. I was not playing it in my deck. I think it's great in a Kazuda deck where you have Kazuda leader to mitigate its downside, but I just don't really like playing a card that's going to end up destroying itself.
Yeah, completely agreed. You can also see some arguments and lesser played leaders, even lesser than Kazuda, like Lando and stuff, with the shield coming in, and however you could add a shield to things to slow things down, but
The
tough
ambush
card to
is
start
good
with.
sometimes. You can, you can use that, but like if I am the aggressor, I want to make the opponent deal with my stuff. So I would
Yeah,
honestly rather be playing things like, even like the N1 Starfighter, just 2 for a 3/2. I would generally rather play that than Fireball.
yeah. Really interesting, decision point here for both players when they're trying to figure out who is the given aggro in at a point in the game. And it's one of those matchups where it likely shifts a lot during the game, depending on what arenas you're playing in, what your starts are like, and with some of the hidden information, like does Boba have Topple? You could play your start in such a different way.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be interesting to see whether or not game 2 here is going to end up resembling game 1. Definitely some sideboard choices being made.
It's like we see some more
Interesting.
ambush coming in, right? With that blue ace and
Yeah.
blade wing for bouncing.
I think we maybe saw an additional Outer Rim Constable maybe being added there to
Yep.
Dayhack's deck.
Gotta assume that's number 2 or 3 most likely, because we saw at least one in game 1.
Definitely a card that can be very impactful against Boba leader. The potential to defeat the leader upgrade is really a lot of value in the right situation.
Absolutely, and it does put some pressure on Boba to really think about where he's flipping.
I'm not actually sure if this deck is running it, but it is also a counter to Shadow of Stygian Prime, which is an extremely annoying card to face.
Yeah, I think I've seen a couple of Bobas running it, especially the ones that are also running Hold for Questioning and Interrogation Droid, kind of limiting the
Yeah.
options that you have on a given turn. But haven't seen it pop up too much. Really interesting card, though.
Yeah, it's like I think the main problem with that card is that it is an expensive upgrade, so your opponent
Yeah.
trades way up if they use upgrade removal on it. But it is extremely annoying if the opponent does not have upgrade removal because it's basically both taking a unit out of the game and providing substantial reach damage.
Yeah, at Locals last Monday, my opponent had 3 of them out at one time. It was a very pleasant and enjoyable game experience.
Yeah, that is not where you want to be sitting at all. But let's see what happens. Looks like the players have drawn their opening hands, Thrawn resourcing. Dayhack maybe thinking about whether or not to resource here. We'll see
Well,
how it goes.
he's got a resource. What he wants
Well,
to is
resource
it
or
is
mulligan,
yeah. Looks like we're keeping it,
but
and we're
he's going
starting
for
off
it.
with the a little hasty.
He threw down that N1 before Thrawn had thrown down his second resource.
Yeah. He was quick to the trigger again, about to do it. Gotta watch it.
Thrawn really has a decision here, and there's that N1 Starfighter. I mentioned earlier I like this more than Fireball, but also pairs up unfavorably into that Black Sun ship.
Yeah, it really puts the onus on Dayhawk here to decide if you're going to accept this trade after taking damage or try to do some tempo to get that off the board. You have a couple choices, it looks like.
A pilot Han here might be pretty tight, but not sure he has that option. Just going to be a standard swing.
Followed by 2 back. Yep.
It's very surprising to me that Thrawn is not just taking this kill.
I agree.
Maybe he's worried. It is true that if he does that, Chewie can simply remove the ship with the ability. But I personally think that you are probably not the beatdown against Chewie.
At least in this early portion of the game.
Yeah. Let's see here.
You do see his board developed quite nice with that 000 on the ground as well.
Yeah, but I think 000 will almost certainly be killed this turn, though. I mean, there's a few options, but like as Dayhack, you could, for instance, use Chewie 2 damage on zeros. Then, if the opponent does not remove red 5 and attack from red 5 clears. Oh, look at that
Ooh.
hot shot maneuver.
Yeah, so 2 there from the hot shot, and then the follow-up with red 5 to kill that 000. You were right.
The one problem with this is that it commits him to not flipping Chewie this turn.
Yeah.
I think personally, and my evaluation might be wrong, but I think if I were the Chewie player here, I'm thinking I'm the beatdown. I don't care if Zero swings. I'm gonna first action use Chewie's ability on him. That sets up a kill with red 5. And we're gonna go from there. But I really want Chewie out this turn.
Yeah, and also I would think from the perspective of just getting out a couple turns before Thrawn is able to flip Boba, right? Being able to say,
Yeah.
"Hey, I'm going to get 5, maybe I'll get 10."
Right. All right.
We're going to see this trade come in finally, or this swing at least. Two damage to base, still not taking this shielded trade, and then 3 to base followed up with that N1.
Yeah, I mean it's a little spicy. It's interesting to me.
I think they're in
On
that
a ve-
phase where they don't want to accept either one being the aggro, and any sign of weakness gives that away, right? Where you're just saying, "Hey, I'm fighting for this. I'm going to keep playing units that make you make decisions, a la this fire spray."
What does Dayhack have to use the rest of his resources? He's got to have something, or else that hotshot maneuver makes it very little. Oh yeah, okay, beguile.
Yep. Seen Arvel
Oh, look
Skeen,
at that.
a Techno Union Transport. Love that shielded 4/6 plus Beguile as well. You don't
The
discard the
real
Beguile, yeah, keep it.
the really important one there for me was the Arvel Skeen. Credit destruction is very, very strong against Chewie.
Also triggers Boba's ability if he's still a leader.
Yeah, so that is actually a pretty scary prospect here for Dayhack, I think. I wonder if he was worried about that possibility when he went for the hotshot maneuver instead of using Chewie's ability. If so, his worries may have been quite justified.
Yeah. So you have to assume you're going to see the Chewy flip this turn, but who knows? You do have a lot of options here as you're playing this Chewy deck.
Yep. Okay. Thrawn with the initiative won't be able to deploy Boba this turn, but could next turn. Does still have the Black Sun Patroller, is behind, but not that far behind when it comes to damage racing right now.
I think from Thrawn's perspective, you're really trying to make sure you have options for your flip next turn. Whether you have to go to the ground or not, I think you want the option to be able to at least threaten that ping damage.
Hmm. Well, we're finally seeing some unit combat here.
About time. Seeing that
Chewie's
Chewy
ability
activation.
kills the patroller. We are now vulnerable to credit destruction though. But even if we do see the credit destruction, there are still 4 ready resources that could bring Chewbacca onto the field.
Could still flip. See that Techno Union transport coming out with a shield. Really interesting unit.
Yeah, so Chewie could knock that shield off with his ability this turn. That would also bring out a second credit, and if there were a 2-cost unit, he could then use those credits to bring it out, which would prevent a potential credit destruction play. Sometimes if the opponent has those things, you have to kind of, use them if you got them when it comes to credit tokens.
Absolutely.
There's Chewie's ping, destroys another resource, turns it into a credit. 2 credits up now. What do you think about this Techno Union transport?
I think it's really interesting. A 4/6 shielded is not something that I've been including in my Boba Yellow decks up to this point, really leaning on punishing one there mostly. But we saw this unit do really well as like an anti-Django tech back in the JTL meta as well. I think it's an overlooked unit, but I think it's pretty solid. It's got me considering if I want to give it a test or not.
Yeah, it is one that's just difficult to remove. A lot of HP and shielded could be something where you play that, and a lot of decks aren't really going to be able to clear that, and that sets you up for a nice Boba flip on the next turn.
Yeah, I think that's really the name of the game here, making sure you have that option like we mentioned previously.
And Thrawn is now in that position. I think we're about to see that Boba flip happening. There we go. Let's see if he has Topple
And he's got
or
something.
Cinta or some other spicy plot.
He's got the
Cinta?
Cinta.
Okay, that's going to be a big swing.
So the question is, do you kill Red 5 with your ping damage and then go to base? Or do you put 4 on Chewie and then kill Red 5?
Yeah. I'm personally of the opinion that Thrawn continues to not be the beatdown, and as a result of that, I would be more focused on clearing up the board, but it's possible, I don't know. So Boba on there, that's gonna be what, 8 damage? That's still, I don't know. That's still not like that doesn't even put him ahead even before other stuff attacks. I think he's got to control the board.
Yeah, I agree with you, but it doesn't seem that he's agreed with us up to this point. So I think it's a little bit more up in the air than we might believe. I think this is a situation where you actually see him leaning over, I think, talking to one of his teammates saying, hey, what should I do here? Which makes a lot of sense. I think this is a spot where if you had Topple, you would much rather it.
Oh yeah, I was actually just thinking that myself. Topple the Summit would be much more exciting here, to me at least, than Cinta. Not that Cinta's bad, but okay. Thrawn continues to try and put the pressure on. It is going to be the when deployed damage, taking out Red 5, and the piloted ship swinging away at the base, bringing Dayhack to 14 damage on base, 16 left. But Thrawn only has 13 left, and Chewie is going to be able to attack.
And it does look like Dayhawk's sitting on aggressive negotiations as well. 5 to base, bringing Thrawn to 22, 8 remaining. Oh, wait, we're getting a take
Maybe
back.
not.
Kazuda
Brings out Kazuda. But at this point, Thrawn's exhausted all his resources.
takes 2 to that Techno unit and a 3rd credit.
Now, Dayhawk to me seems like both of these units are potentially representing lethal damage here with aggressive negotiations. Thrawn has to I don't even know what he could have here that would save the day. There's a lot of HP to chew through on Dayhak's side of the board. I don't think aggressive negotiations is in range for Thrawn.
This is a spot where a hold for questioning might be solid to be able to exhaust and then rip a potential aggressive negotiations here with both of these units being the aggression icon. But it's still, you're still playing on a knife's edge there. You're still only a couple damage away from lethal.
Aggressive negotiations.
He's going to show all the faces. I love it.
Yep.
So it looks like it's an extra 5 or 4.
But
And then
Dayhak
he has
has
it
some
back.
aggressive negotiations of his own, and his is going to win the game, so that's going to be it.
Yeah, we're taking it to game 3 here. Really well played by both players. I do think the jockeying for position of who's playing control is pretty established now. I think it needs to be Thrawn, and I argue
Yeah.
that maybe Thrawn's more equipped to do it too if he gets the right draws.
Yeah, I think in that game you could tell Thrawn really wanted to race. Like he was making like racing choices throughout the earlier phases of that game with the Black Sun patroller not attacking into the N1. And like we were discussing, we had Boba flipping and attacking into the base instead of attacking into Red 5 and damaging Chewie to set him up to be cleared by Cinta. And ultimately, I don't think that was necessarily the right strategy. Dayhack, I think, is the beatdown in this matchup. And, we'll see. Maybe Thrawn will find some ways to be more of the control, or maybe he'll find some ways to race even faster. It should be interesting to see what we got.
And also, like, this game would have been likely different in the end game if that Cinta was a topple, right? So who knows if that would have completely stifled what Dayhawk was trying to do. But I think when you have that type of impactful play that you could, I don't want to say rely on the 6 resource turn, but at least factor into your calculus of decision making, then you're just better set up to try to withstand what Chewie can do early. You're probably going to get up to like 15, 16, 17, 18 damage maybe, but you withstand up until that point. You try to clear the board, and then you start playing your game with Devastators, with big units like Punishing One or that Techno Union Transport, but from a position of power as opposed to a position of parity.
Yeah. I do, and I do also think Cinta's certainly a strong card, but I do think Topple might have been a more exciting card in that sort of situation where you are trying to wrest control of the board.
Yeah, just as someone who's played a lot of Boba, the games where you have Topple in your opening hand just feel better. Obviously, it's not a super,
Not
super,
rocket science,
yeah,
but
not a
having
hot
your
take
best card.
there, right? Mm-hmm. And breaking news: we have Obi Virgin's Temple likes the consular. Jin likes aggressive
Yeah.
negotiations. Right? These are true things.
Yeah, no. That man, that Obi-Wan Virgin's Temple Jedi Consular start is that's wild.
Yeah, and we haven't seen any of those on stream today. I wonder what the representation will be like. I'm sure we'll get some updates throughout the day and the weekend, and then you count on us recapping that as we go.
Yep.
Hopefully, this is a better hand here for Thrawn.
Let's see here. Will Boba Fett be able to stop Chewbacca here? I personally like the Chewbacca deck more, but Boba has some cool stuff going for him for sure. I like the more traditional aggro, and I think Chewie is more of a normal aggro deck.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely true. I side towards Boba, so a little rivalry here to start. Got that Black Sun
Yeah.
Patroller again.
We've seen a lot of those today.
We have. And now this is an interesting one, right? Because it's not a clean trade. So watch me take it this time. But I think this is one where it's more of a debate whether you want to push to base or waste your shield on a 1 damage swing like that.
Yeah, it's an interesting question for sure. I personally would have taken the trade with the Fireball or with the N1,
Yeah.
but like you said, this Red Squadron Y-wing, it would take 2 attacks. You'd lose the shield and potentially get cleared by Chewie. Yeah, I think this one is more in question. Although it would be pretty funny if he went for this trade while not having taken the other ones.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily saying it would be wrong. I'm just think it would be a funny contrast. All right,
100%.
here we go. Well, it sure looked like Thrawn was about to play a card, but might be rethinking that.
Well, we're getting to that point in the round where maybe some of his teammates are done, so they're taking a more active role in the battle here, which is good.
Guerrilla Soldier.
So that will ready. Chewbacca putting 4 onto base.
Oh, that
great
is such
ambush
a good
there.
counter. That is
Yeah.
crazy, crazy good.
Beautiful. And then we see 2 more to base, bringing Chewie to 6, followed by 1 plus 3 indirect, all going to base.
And we have an update here that one of the 3 matches has been won by Pasqwalle's fan club. This match and the other match are in game 3. So if Dayhack can win this, he will secure this round for Pasqwalle's fan club over the Sabak Rollers.
Ooh.
If Thrawn wins this, though, it all comes down to the other match that is still in game 3.
2 to base there from Thrawn, bringing Chewie to 8, followed by 3 back. Really does feel like a little bit of a cleaner start here for Dayhawk with that Sabine ambush.
I mean, as I really do think that Dayhack is the beatdown here, and that Sabine ambush is so strong. Should be interesting to see. Yeah, like if I'm Thrawn, I would not be putting this indirect damage on my base.
Yeah, I think you probably want to suck one up with at least one with the TIE Bomber. I don't know if you want to put one on the Black Sun because then it turns on a kill there by the Red Squadron. It's vulnerable to Chewie either way. So
Yeah,
trying to figure
I
that balance out is interesting.
I think I would probably do at least the 1-on-1. But ooh. Yeah, blue ace ambushes in. That does mean I believe that the patroller gets to ready.
Well, no, he would ready the bomber and then
Oh
kill it.
yeah, that's right. Yeah. He chooses the bomber, kills it. Yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
Because that's on attack. And then the it's a little interesting. I think as Dayhack, I would prefer to just flip Chewie.
Yeah, I mean, you really do have a commanding board state right now. Maybe you want to wait to flip Chewie to get your credits turned on. Next turn, you can kill that patroller and get the credit, and then double activate potentially. Really liking his board state now. Either way,
Yeah, I'm just thinking. I don't know. It kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. I feel like if I'm the Chewie player, I'm the beatdown. I want to
yeah,
be putting damage on the opponent's base as fast as possible. I don't really care about killing my opponent's TIE bomber. I think my opponent's slower than me. I think I'm gonna win this
yeah,
race. I want to just race faster.
and 16 damage is a lot.
Yeah, 16 damage is a lot. Blue ace in a yeah, blue ace though that is another unit that is a major threat. So it is doing at least something. I just think, got to go fast.
100%. Here's that hold for questioning, exhausting the blue ace, getting a look at that hand, can take anything with cunning or heroic. Interesting choice between these 3 options: Broken Horn, Falcon, and Moral Authority. I think he's gonna take Moral Authority here. What do you think,
Hmm.
Tower? Oh, takes Karis.
Yeah. Well, no. Good old Karis Nemec. I think it's a little late for Karis Nemec personally. I'm not like that. I'm not like that. Oh, I gotta stop Nemec at this point. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We gotta see a Chewie flip this turn.
Looks like he's setting up for it now, killing that Black Sun Patroller, getting a credit online, I believe.
May have forgotten to get the credit. There we
He gets
go.
the credit. Good man.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Interrogation droid. That's gonna be a discard.
And now we get to look at that hand again. Another discard. This is where that combo of the interrogation droid and hold for questioning really comes in handy.
But the damage is really adding up, and we're probably going to see a Chewie flip and another 5 damage. Yeah, there we go.
Yep. And noticeably empty is that space arena for Thrawn here. Topple Boba is offline, more or less.
Yeah, I wonder if that's what Dayhack was thinking with the Blue Ace play. Just like I want to make sure that he has no chance to come back with Boba's ability. I'm willing to slow down a bit if it means this space arena is clear.
Yeah,
The
it
the
might be a
main
more
problem,
conservative play, but I understand it.
yeah. Now, if we'd
Oh,
had that like 4-6 shielded ship showing up, that might have changed things. But We did not, and I think that's the handshake. A win for Dayhack, a win for Pasqualle's fan club.
Yeah, win for Maclunky Gaming here on the channel. PFC takes it down. Great games. So I think that's one of the things with these varying degrees of aggressive leaders. Who is taking that control position? And I think we saw throughout that full set a resistance from Thrawn on trying to take that role. And I wonder like if you play that match 10 times, if it goes similarly or how that variance goes back and forth. Does the appearance of Topple change that calculus? Does feel bad to not be able to swing with that at least one time in the matchup, but really well played by both sides, and the fan club moves on.
Yeah, and it is funny too. You get those situations where there are definitely different angles or different lines that you could take, but there's also differences in play style and questions about how do you evaluate a matchup, what are the main plays that you're going for, and so on.
So
Ultimately, it was a win for Chewy. We are going to move to that last game in its third game, Napoleon of the West versus Spanish Alex.
seems like they're just playing it out for fun, which you love to see. Get some games in this early in the meta.
Yeah, it looks like Napoleon of the West is playing Luke Skywalker Data Vault and looks to be pretty ahead, I think. Yeah, it looks like Luke just flipped with Cinta and made a big attack.
That Hammer had to clear the black one, and then 2 to base from that contraband Starhopper.
Yeah, to me, it looks like Napoleon of the West there is pretty far ahead with the Luke Skywalker flipped, no obvious answer. It does seem that Spanish Alex has the advantage in the ground arena, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe not quite as bad as I thought. Actually, there was more damage
I
there than I
mean,
was expecting.
Alex has a pretty robust hand too, so if he's sitting on aggressive negotiations,
Yeah,
that'll
turn
do a
things
lot
around.
to get him there. Hona also
Hana
doing a
there,
great
very
job
nice to have.
restoring
Big
out.
chunk of damage and a big chunk of restore.
Trench
Trench
run.
run, big damage coming in from Luke, and the on attack ability clearing Hana as well, I believe.
Yep. Well, wait. Yeah, with Luke's
Wait, did
attack
they not
ability.
do the trench run? Okay.
Nope, they're doing that now. Slightly out of order, I think, but I don't think it matters much.
Is that 1 damage? 0? It was like what? Yeah, I think that's like 1 or 0 damage. The trench run didn't exactly have a big downside.
Nope.
Alex left with only 4 HP, needs to stop Cinta or it's game. And even if he does stop Cinta, another attack pump on that Starhopper would also close things out.
Yeah, and so would Acclaim, I believe, right? Because we're sitting at 8 HP for that Luke piloted Blue Squadron.
Oh, wait. Okay, now wait a minute. So Bodhi Rook can give himself Sentinel that blocks the attack.
Yep.
I think the thing is Spanish Alex might actually have lethal this turn if he has a pump. So Napoleon of the West can't claim super safely.
Yep. Let's see if he has aggressive negotiations.
Oh, another
Another
trench
trench
run.
run.
Okay, wait. The question is, does he
Doesn't
survive the
stay
trench run?
alive. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, let's see it. This is big. First
It's
card, aggressive
3.
negotiations. That's a 3. Second card,
A
it's a
2.
2. It's only
He
1
stays
damage. The
alive.
trench run gets through.
Exciting finish. Love to see a
Yeah.
little drama built up there. Like we mentioned, this game was just for fun. The fan club took it on it as advanced, but really
Yeah.
exciting ending there to the round.
Yeah. That was spicy. If that trench run had found some cards of sufficiently different cost, it would have actually destroyed the Starhopper, and then Spanish Alex might have had the chance to win. But it found a 2 and a 3. Only 1 damage gets through, not enough to clear the Starhopper, and that is a win for Napoleon of the West. So even though the Sabak Rollers were defeated, they at least got one of the three matches on the board.
Yeah, very good to see. You never want to get completely shut out, but great gameplay there. And we're just seeing these same pivot points and all these different leaders popping up, whether it's Luke, Boba, or otherwise. Seeing Jin pop up again on stream, and there's so many powerful interactions right now that you got to play around them. If you don't, you're going to pay the price.
Yeah, it's there are some really interesting matchups also. I think we were discussing what roles should players be taking, who's the beatdown in the situation and so on. And I do think here in these early games in a meta, this is one of the first significant events in this constructed meta, at least. Obviously, there were a bunch of pre-releases and stuff earlier, but I think that those roles and stuff can be more unclear in a situation where you might not even know what exactly your opponent's playing, might not be that familiar with their deck. And it can really lead to a situation where there's a lot more uncertainty, both in what you might end up playing against and in how you actually play each matchup.
100%. And that's not even to mention the splash bases and understanding what they could be playing. You assume what they might be playing, but the could option is always out there. So we got about 12 minutes left in round one. We're going to take a break here. This is going to be it for me for the day, but we'll be back tomorrow, Tower, where we're casting the whole Top Cut together.
Yeah, sounds good. And thanks, Jordan, for coming here and casting. Do you have anything in particular you want to give a shout out to before we close out
Hey,
for the break?
just Maclunky, Next Gen Gaming, excuse me, I'm looking at the screen, Metal Fab, excuse me, and Top Deck. And over at the Colorado Cantina Crew YouTube channel, we podcast every Monday breaking down the meta. Having Mickey D on this Monday to help us break it all down. So join us there and stay tuned for some great gameplay to close things out today.
Thanks, Jordan. Catch you tomorrow.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Cantina Clash, sponsored by MetalFab at Top Deck Games. I'm Pasqwalle, joined shortly by TowerNumberNine, and we are getting ready for round 5 here. It's been a really fascinating day, full of seemingly space versus ground all over the place. We just saw Pasquale's fan club, shout out to them, take a victory with their Chewbacca deck winning over Boba Fett. And I believe that was a Lando victory in the center. We didn't get to see it, but Lando, I believe, then beat Chewbacca. And then to finish out the best of 3, we did see Jin lose there to Luke Pilot Data Vault. Now we're in round 5. The decks here, we've got a Luke 30, Luke Pilot 30 green base, Obi Virgin's Temple, and a Talzin yellow against a Rio Durant Lake Country. Fascinating. I believe a Data Vault, it looks like, and a Vel also with a command base. So fascinating array of decks on the right of our screen here. It's going to be really interesting to see how this lines up. If we'll see the space decks fight against each other and then the ground decks. Really interested to see how they choose to seat each other, which is the fascinating part of the 3v3. Not only can you help your teammates, but whoever wins the die roll gets to either seat one, and then you get to choose your matchups and so on. It's a really, really fun experience. If you haven't played in these 3v3 events, highly recommend checking out the next one that gets announced. I'm really interested to see this Rio Durant deck particularly, so hopefully we can get that on stream. Not sure what they'll be against as the players decide. But Lake Country with Rio is definitely a choice. That was a leader we didn't really see any of when it came out and jumped to Lightspeed. It was overshadowed by essentially everything else, every other pilot. But it is definitely playable now that a lot of the removal tools have been taken out of the game thanks to rotation. It is still a powerful leader and deploy. And whoever's piloting that doesn't need any other colors, apparently. So seems to be doing well here as we head into the final round of Swiss, I believe, round 5 here. By the other leaders leaving, I assume that is the one that's on stream. It'll be the space decks will duke it out. Rio Durant Lake Country against Luke 30 Command. I can't see exactly what base that is, but it's Command 30 base. I believe that pilot is Logan. They are from New York City, where I play at Hex & Co. Shout out to them. They host an amazing PQ. They had a limited PQ last set. That was really fun. I believe won by BobbySapphire. Shout out to Mike Gem. And yeah, this team on the left here with the Luke pilot is a bunch of locals to New York City. Yeah, Robert, Dylan, and Loga, Team Bodega Lothcats, long hair, against Team Hopper, the Bad Batch.
Pasquale, how are you doing?
Oh, Tower, there you are. I am great. I'm doing well. Coming to everyone live from Tortola here in the Caribbean Sea.
Yes, straight from the cruise ship. It is Pasquale.
Yes. Yeah, super excited. I don't know if you caught any of that. There's a Rio Durant Lake Country against Luke 30 HP command deck on the end there.
Yeah, that should be interesting. Lake Country, huh?
Yeah, Lake Country Rio Durant.
Huh, yeah. I will
So,
say, I personally, I like the idea of Lake Country, but I wish it was a few more HP.
sure.
It is, I don't know
Definitely.
though. I remember, I think about a year ago at the Denver sector qualifier, I remember there was a player who I believe made day 2 using a Leia Organa Lake Country deck.
Yes. Yes, I do remember when that happened. I was also a fan of it, honestly, with Cad Bane. It was really viable before rotation. If you wanted to opt for that instead of Tarkin Town, I did like the Cad Lake Country more mid range version.
Yeah, it was. It is one where I kind of hope to see it shine, but I personally wish it had another bit of HP.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's HP is a premium right now with people running aggressive negotiations and ending the game early. So these Data Vault decks and Lake Country decks and Colossus decks, if they can find an angle, it's a lot to chew through, even for the aggressive negotiations decks.
Yeah, I think those aggressive negotiations decks, one of the things that they can really shine at is kind of turning the corner quickly. And that can be a lot harder when your opponent has an extra chunk of HP. Even just like a 30 HP base instead of one of the 27 or 28 HP splash bases or force bases, that's already getting you a little wiggle room. And then if you're up to like, Data Vault, Lake Country, even Colossus, that's another big chunk for your opponent to deal with.
Yeah, yeah. Once you get above 30, it does change the math quite a bit for these aggressive negotiations decks. But obviously, with rotation, those decks are a lot harder to pilot because we've just lost so many cards that it's hard to
Right.
add 10 more that you want to play. It's hard to lose a card from your starting hand when we don't have the draw engines we used to have, and it's hard to lose an entire aspect. But this player, uh, Kalines, thinks that it's the way to go for his Rio Durant deck.
Yeah, I personally am of the opinion, I've even been testing recently with 30 HP Luke, running a green 30 instead of the Data Vault to try and improve consistency and get like, the best lines or whatever. So, if someone can find a way to make a strong composition with Lake Country, hats off to them.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Logan agrees with you. They're on the 30 HP, not the Data Vault, and we'll be interested to see if they find that Chewbacca more consistently, because that is definitely the big line they like to go for.
Yeah, getting that Chewy, getting that, red 5, for instance, can be really strong with some lines with Luke's leader ability. There's definitely some combinations that you can put together where it ends up being a little stronger.
Yep, and you can see the Chewbacca from the weekly play kits in Logan's hand. So those 10 less cards seem to pay off with this mulligan. That's going to be a 6/6 black one if they choose to upgrade that unit there.
Yeah, and I think another thing that I like about the 30 HP route with Luke is that it does allow you to do the you can cut some of the cards that are not that exciting. So like to me at least, I'm not really that thrilled by the 4-cost 4/4 Saboteur ship that
Hmm.
K-Wing, I believe. That's just not something that's that cool to me. So not running things like that, I'm happier with that. Here's that Chewy play. That's definitely one of the spicy ones that you're going for with this. Chewy
Yeah, met
versus
immediately
Boba.
by Boba.
Each player bringing out a pilot onto their early game ship. Chewy's given
Yeah.
more stats. Boba's doing some immediate damage though, and I guess that attached unit is a transport, so it's going to actually be 2 damage.
Yeah, the Sheathapede is indeed a transport. And it'll be interesting to see who tries the to be the aggressive line here, right? Who's going to go to base and ignore the other side?
Yeah, so it looks like it is going to be, I think that's an attack to the base. The
Yep.
Sheathapede could take out Black 1 there and remain alive, I believe. But then Luke Skywalker's leader ability could be used to deal the final point of damage.
Yeah, really interesting here what the Rio Durant player is going to choose to do, because do you do the damage back, or do you essentially take the trade and then get initiative?
Yeah, gonna be the trade. I think that's probably what I would go for here, to be honest.
Yeah, it's unlikely the Luke has a one cost play to capitalize on the when defeated. So definitely getting rid of Chewbacca with just 6 damage to your base is a nice position to be in.
Yeah, I think, maybe there would be that viewing that damages itself if you don't have another ship or something, but not so many one costs in the Luke Skywalker builds.
Yeah, not in the green ones, right? The yellow ones, the cunning version would have a lot more options with a wing and things, but the command typically is a two cost big start there for them.
Yep.
It'll
And
be
like,
interesting to see how Rio navigates the pilots, right? Without the aggression aspect, Luke is going to have a much easier time dealing with the leader potentially and other pilots, while Rio Durant doesn't have access, at cost at least, to a lot of these removals.
yeah, it looks like that shuttle ST-149 facing off against two small ships, Black One and a Jedi Starfighter. Not necessarily the hypest plays for Luke at this time.
Yeah, definitely not an easy trade there if they choose to with the killing the Black One. Rio can also deploy here onto this shielded ship, which is definitely going to be a problem for Logan unless they have an Outer Rim Constable or some other form of removal, like the Kit Fisto's Aether Sprite can also come down on 5 resources, which would also kill the shield and be a really big play for them.
Yeah, the B-wing skirmisher could ping off the shield. Oh, look at that. We have a plot being used there.
Yeah, Lurking Snub Fighter comes from the row to exhaust the Jedi Starfighter.
And now Rio
Very
Durant on
powerful.
that shuttle. That's kind of scary here.
Yeah, Logan definitely would love some upgrade removal here because they're still a ways, another turn before Luke can come out. Lurking Snub, an incredibly powerful card from Secrets of Power. Now that rotation has hit, seen a lot in the Boba Fett pilot decks and the Vader pilot decks, and now here in Rio Durant Lake Country, also seeing some play. Really powerful ability to exhaust any unit, including leaders. Exhaust seems to be the new flavor of removal that is most common right now.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be taken out by the infamous blue leader, an extremely strong card in its own right. That does
Yeah,
enable Luke's
Logan.
leader ability, could ping off that shield.
Yeah, I was about to say Logan seems to be having to flood with small units here. Um, no upgrade removal in sight just yet. So going to be interesting to see whether they choose to be aggressive here or clear that Black One for free before the shield goes away.
Yeah, and one thing that's interesting also is that we didn't see Blue Leader use the 2 cost to go to the ground with the 2 experience, which to me suggests there might be another play coming here from Luke Skywalker's side of the board.
Yeah, it's also interesting that for the most part, both players are trying to be the control, right? There's not really an aggressor right now. They're trying to establish dominance in the space arena before they start going to base. And it's going to be really interesting to see if Luke, on next turn, on the deploy turn, has the ability to wipe that space arena out with things like Cinta and other plot mechanics so that you can action sheet a bit.
Now, we have a big upgrade here.
Yeah, I believe that's
I-
the
Is it
ion,
the
super heavy
the
ion cannon.
overcharged ion cannon?
Yeah, super heavy ion cannon, which can
Super heavy ion
attach to a
cannon.
transport or a capital ship.
It
And then
is
on
a
attack,
very interesting card, really
yeah,
strong in the right situation.
yeah, just giving HP on attack can exhaust a enemy unit on the opposing side, and then gets to deal indirect damage to a player equal to that unit's power.
Yeah.
So
Now,
not the juiciest targets on the other side, right?
yeah, and there is one big downside here, which that it is that it does say non-leader. So if Luke flips onto a ship, it becomes a leader and is no longer a valid target for this cannon. This is an
Yeah,
interesting card also because it actually only attaches to a capital ship or transport unit. And there are not necessarily so many units of that type compared to some others. Here's the classic Luke into Cinta play.
yeah. Going on to the Jedi Starfighter, pretty puny to be honest with you. Like not the ideal target, but still gonna put in the work onto this unit here.
Yeah, so the attack is the attack with Cinta when played, you may attack with a unit. So we see Luke on the Jedi Starfighter Immediate attack with Cinta goes into the base and then gets to deal 4 damage to Rio Durant's ship, 1 from the Jedi Starfighter's on attack ability, and then 3 from Luke's ability, where you get the on attack for 3 damage if you're on a fighter. So damage to base and damage to that shuttle at the same time. The super heavy ion cannon here, though, could be used to exhaust that blue leader and deal 3 indirect damage to Luke's side of the board.
Yep. But this is a big ship. I mean, if you're unaware, because it's not played too often, Rio gives 3/5 to the unit. So +3, +5, and an additional
Right.
1 if the unit's a transport, which this one is. And the ion kind of gives an additional 3 HP. So this is a 12 HP shuttle that's also hitting for 7.
Yeah, and the indirect damage and exhaust. It's it's a very strong shuttle. Even with 5 damage on it, it's not even halfway there.
Yep. Yeah, and Logan has taken the initiative and tapped out of resources. So now Rio gets to free build back their own space arena.
A stolen AT hauler and I believe Mist Hunter there.
Yeah,
Some real threats and also some more transports on the field.
more transports and more beefy space units, right? 5 HP and 4 HP. The blue leader can't kill either of those units and also can't clear the 7 remaining HP on that shuttle.
Yeah. Very interesting. Now, so there's 7 HP on that shuttle, right? So
Well, no
Luke,
longer, because
no,
here
yeah.
comes Kit Fisto's Aether Sprite.
I was about to say, Luke could attack into it and use his abilities, but this Kit Fisto's Aether Sprite is a much cleaner solution. When played, you may defeat any number of upgrades on a unit. Rio Durant and that super heavy ion cannon both defeated. The damage is enough to destroy the shuttle. That is a big swing.
Yeah, really, really big play. And now we're seeing the Rio Durant player having to now take the control route again because their giant threat is eliminated, and they're still staring down a Jedi Starfighter Luke. Um,
Yeah,
so tricky position for them now.
the stolen AT hauler clears blue leader, but it's now vulnerable to being removed by Luke's ability potentially, which would allow that stolen AT hauler to take the field on the other side of the board. Looks like the ability being used there on Mist Hunter instead, though.
Yep, not willing to allow any more damage to their base, and also now the Mist Hunter would have drawn a card after the Aura Sing comes down here in the ground arena, and Logan is going full aggressive mode here with the Stint of 5 more to base.
9 HP. Oh, no, wait. I was going to say 9 HP, but I forgot we're dealing with Lake Country here. So there is actually significantly more. We're dealing with a 34 HP base. There are 13 hit points left for Kalinus.
Yeah, 13 more.
I don't know, though. I'm not sure Lake Country is going to be enough to save this base from destruction. There is a lot of scary stuff on the other side of the board there.
Yep. Still 2 resources to go as Logan mulls over the initiative, and they claim to get another swing in somewhere.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see. What Logan goes with here.
Yeah, we're not because again we are not on a 30 HP base. We're not in range yet of a trench run or aggressive negotiations ending the game, but that could change quite quickly.
Yeah, and here we go with something there.
I think that's hot shot maneuver,
Hot shot maneuver. Oh, that's
which
actually
is
really big.
insane on that starfighter with Luke.
Yeah, so hot shot maneuver allows you to deal 2 damage to an enemy unit for each of your on attack abilities. That fighter has 1 plus 1 from Luke, so that would be 4 plus the 3 from Luke plus the 1 from the fighter's ability. So huge
Yeah,
amount of damage on attack, and Kalinus just goes for the handshake. That's going to be a win for Logan in the first round of this match.
yeah. I think that was almost an entire board wipe for one resource.
Yeah, Luke Skywalker's on attack ability already strong when coupled with that hotshot maneuver and the Jedi Starfighter ability. Tons of damage being dished out. I think there was 8 damage on attack that could be spread out. Some had to be to space, but that is a lot of damage. And Lake Country, does give you a little more space, but doesn't help if your board gets wiped.
Yeah, I think what's exciting for me, watching today and testing my own for these events post rotation is cards that we're not used to seeing, like all of a sudden be viable, like Hot Shot Maneuver. In this Luke Skywalker deck, he wasn't the most viable leader before. This is a very powerful card for him. Obviously, on the other side, we saw the Sheathapede, the 2/4 with a kind of downside when defeated. Everyone's scraping the card pool to find cards that can work for them. As we pop over to another match here with his Talzin Yellow Force against Vel Sartha, 30 HP Command Senate Rotunda.
Yeah, we have Sir Robert versus T-Bird ASDF here. And Sir Robert looks to have a strong advantage on the board here with that Talzin deck.
Yeah, it appears to be most. This is game one. Most players, both players have been playing quite the control-y deck here because there's 4 damage on the base as we are in the 7 or 8 resource turn here. So lots of removal and trading going on as what was that? Shatterpoint, I believe, played.
Yeah, I think that was a promo Galen Urso being defeated by a promo Shatterpoint.
Yep. Robert unwilling to let Vel Sartha have any units on the board, and that is a massive stranger, full gridded out there with a 7 attack to base.
Yeah, the Stranger's a really interesting card. So sometimes grit units kind of have a problem with getting damage on them in the first place so that you can power them up. But the Stranger has a really powerful ability where he has grit, he has ambush, and you can choose to have enemies deal their damage before you. And you would wonder, well, why would you want to do that? Well, it lets you power up your grit and then use the damage you've taken to hit the opponent even harder.
Yes, a very, very powerful card out of a Lawless Time for Talzin specifically, but any blue or Vigilance Cunning villainy deck. And now we're seeing a slew of powerful ground that threats for Bobster, aka Sir Robert here.
T-Bird in a bit of trouble, but has some powerful plays. It looks like Captain Rex hitting the field, giving temporary Sentinel to one of Robert's units and getting Sentinel himself. So that is a 7/7 ground Sentinel. But the Stranger could still trade even if Robert doesn't have a direct answer.
Yeah, not the most menacing play here given the board state. And if there's clean removal, that's again going to be a lot of damage to base that this Captain Rex won't be able to save.
Yeah, I do think T-Bird is in trouble. Looks like the Stranger trade is being taken by Sir Robert. So T-Bird might be happy to have that copy of the Stranger off the field with all that damage on it for grit, but Sir Robert is only now spending resources. It's looking bad for
Oh man, that's a
Velsartha here.
Grand Admiral Thrawn played in an empty board, meaning it automatically ready since there's nothing for it to capture.
That is spicy. And it is a fancy promo, or I think it's not a promo. I think it's a prestige Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Prestige
Huge amount of damage
indeed.
being dished out, even with the Stranger leaving play.
Yeah, that was 17 damage thanks to that Grand Admiral Thrawn from Secrets of Power coming down 8 plus 5 plus 4. And all of a sudden we're at 24. And we joined this game and there was no damage on the Vel Sartha's base. And all of a sudden, 24 damage heading into potentially the final turn here.
T-Bird's in a lot of trouble here, I think. I'm not totally sure what could save the day.
Yeah, we can see a Lost and Forgotten in their hand, which would clear a unit and heal 3, but not enough
deal with
to
one
get them
of
out
these
of lethal
threats.
range.
Yeah, it's just not enough. There are too many threats on the table. Here's something. Yep. Thrawn off the field. The when defeated there doesn't do anything because there isn't a unit to capture. Lost and Forgotten heals for 3.
We are still at lethal on board, though. There's exactly 9 left, so they're going to need to answer this Darth Tyrannus from from Legends of the Force, and there's no answer. A fist bump. Both game ones that we've seen go to the Bodega Loftcats.
Yeah, Bodega Loftcats picking up some early game wins, but you're gonna have to you're gonna have to go the distance and get some match wins as well in order to win in this format. Should be interesting to see whether or not they can do it. Post
both players.
sideboard could be interesting. What do you think about this matchup, Pasqwalle? Mother Talzin versus Velsartha.
I think Talzin is extremely good into almost any ground deck because of things like the Stranger and all their ambush units. So I have a little bit more faith in the villainy side of that one than I do on the other side, strictly because of how Talzin manipulates a lot of that math. Despite the experience token, you don't really want also the Talzin to be able to play a Talzin's Assassin a turn earlier and things like that.
Yeah. Well, now it looks like we're going from that ground fight to another space battle here. Once again, Luke Skywalker versus Rio Durant. And once again, both sides are building up a bit of a space fleet here.
Yeah, the beauty of the 3-3 format is the action never stops. When one match finishes, we're able to pop over to the other and see what is going on. Really interesting interaction there with the Jedi Starfighter and Luke. Now the Stolen Empty Hauler doesn't really get the cleanest of kills that it would like because of the red 5 on the other side.
Yeah, Jedi Starfighters on attack ability, very relevant against other space-focused decks. Not necessarily what you want when you're playing against like that Talzin or some other Force deck or other ground-focused build. But the ability to do a damage to another space unit on attack can be really relevant. It's obviously amazing against Vader, where they have a lot of 1 HP units in space. But even in a situation like this, like you said, Pasqwalle, you can really tilt the math in your favor.
Yeah, because if it clears the Jedi Starfighter, red 5 can go to base and get a free kill on the Hauler. So it's all sorts of ruins now for the Rio Durant player who, honestly, the Hauler was looking really good until that 2 damage came down on it.
Yeah, and that is another strength of Luke Skywalker from jump to light speed. I think that the ability to be pushing that damage around and kind of send it where you want really gives you some nice flexibility and ping and allows you to have kind of a more interactive gameplay than some space aggro decks might otherwise be going for.
Really interesting and nice of the opponent to mark their Hauler so that Logan doesn't forget they can play it.
Yeah.
I did see a Beguile in their hand, so maybe it's a little bit of a bait.
Yeah, it might be like, oh yeah, hey, you can take this back. Yeah, why don't you? You know? Only to potentially have it beguiled and returned to Kalinis's hand. We'll have to see what happens here. I believe that was a hot shot maneuver being used to allow the Jedi Starfighter to clear that Sheathipede, readying a resource.
Yeah, Logan needs to remember that the it's actually a free event if they want it to be.
There's the shuttle that Rio Durant piloted in the previous match.
So Logan not
And
falling for it, not taking the Hauler.
yeah. Personally, I probably would have taken the Hauler, but that might be a mistake. You know, I don't know. It's tough for me to resist a free unit.
Yeah, I agree. Especially being able to ping off the shield off of that shuttle, the Hauler could trade cleanly into it. Beguile, while annoying, they still wouldn't have enough resources to replay it this turn. So I definitely also, I think, would have taken that Hauler for free.
Yeah, I mean, the one that you really don't want is like you take their Hauler and then they capture it somehow, and that's very awkward. Because
Yeah.
then when you remove their unit, they get their Hauler back since captured units return to their owner.
Yeah, and there might actually be an arrest as well, I think, in the Rio's hand. So they had a lot of angles to get back that Hauler. That is another powerful card in these colors, given the Lake Country base.
Yeah, arrest is a pretty clean synergy there. That's a good point.
An
Well,
arrest, if you don't know, your base would capture an enemy unit, not your unit, but the base captures it for the turn, and then it's returned exhausted back to your opponent, but you would get control of it there.
well, we have 2 small ships for Luke versus 1 medium-sized ship for Rio.
And that shuttle is going to take a bit of advantage there and clear black 1.
Yeah, interesting. Choosing not to pilot the shuttle, maybe fearing a Outer Rim Constable or Kit Fizzard's Aether Sprite right now. Instead, going to just trade into the black 1.
Yep. Jedi Starfighter hitting the base there and pinging the shuttle there with the on attack ability.
Yep, now in danger of dying from the Luke Skywalker leader ability. Well, so we'll see if the Rio player chooses to save the shuttle by piloting it or has some other way to boost the HP.
I sort of suspect we won't see it being piloted, but we'll have to see how things develop here. I think I saw a Fet's Fire Spray in hand, so that's an option. I think there's a
Yep, there's also
Legacy run in
Legacy
hand.
Run. Yeah, really interesting choice. Maybe that's a spicy tech for Rio Durant.
There's that Legacy run.
Yeah, Rio is
Legacy
saying,
run, very powerful when defeated text on that card.
yeah, Luke loves to control the space arena, and this unit says, "Kill me if you dare."
It's definitely harder to gain control of that arena when the opponent has a Legacy run. You know, we've seen this card really do a lot, in particular in Thrawn, where you can double the when defeated effect, which is usually a complete board wipe.
Yep.
But it is not only Thrawn that can play this thing.
The eager escort fighter, a really clean answer because now the Legacy Run only got to deal 2 damage to the Jedi Starfighter, but now the board is completely clear, so Luke has nothing to pilot on just yet.
Yeah, you know, the eager escort fighter, as far as things go, it could be a lot worse. But the Legacy run, even in that situation, did secure a 2-for-1 and clear the board, which, like you said, Pasqwalle, does leave Logan without an immediate ship to put Luke onto.
Yep. Rio Durant, while a very powerful pilot, not the best uh, ground unit if you choose not to pilot. It is just a 3/5 with Saboteur. So we'll
Yeah.
see if maybe these pilot leaders actually end up on the ground and have some ground warfare instead of going on a ship.
Yeah, and you know, Luke is also not as strong on the ground, but he has a pretty robust stat line on the ground. You know,
Yeah.
he's not a joke. Hound's Tooth, another I believe another prestige variant there, and then I think it is a promo Chewbacca played as a ground unit, so 5/6 can't be defeated or returned to hand. And Kalinda's attempts to play Beguile, but it doesn't work.
Yep. Tricky situation. Logan might be nice and let them take it back, it seems. But yeah, that does not answer the Chewbacca unit or the piloted space unit that Chewbacca could find itself on.
Yeah, no, I think it does. It does look like Logan is allowing a take back there, which I think is I think that is a polite way to play that. I think that's nice, like you said.
Okay, so Rio's on the Houndstooth, which is now very scary because it does deal combat damage first. So now Logan can't really play too much in the space arena for fear of just kind of dying to that ship piloted by Rio Durant. Um, if the
This
unit's
is a
exhausted.
situation. Upgrade removal would I think be very desirable here for Logan. And Luke not flipping might be trying to find a ship.
Yeah, yes, definitely. Logan seems to be holding off to find a better target than the ground arena for Luke. But the Houndstooth is a transport, so it does get the bonus.
There's that upgrade removal on Outer Rim Constable, clearing Rio Durant off of the Houndstooth.
Yeah, the
Upgrade
leader defeated
removal
for
is
2.
Upgrade removal is very strong against pilots, but hey, take a look at that. The lurking snub fighter shows up, and while Chewbacca might be immune to defeat effects and return to hand effects, Chewbacca is not immune to exhaust.
Yep, and Rio definitely is, somewhat holding the Space Marine hostage with this Houndstooth, um, because any unit that's exhausted will take combat damage first from the Houndstooth, but instead they go to base instead of clearing the blue leader. Interesting decision there.
Yeah, Blue Leader once again showing up to pick off a lurking snub fighter. This time, there's another snub fighter still on the board. Houndstooth going to base, like you said, Pasquale, not cleaning up the board, and then Black 1 hitting the field as well. Luke might well be able to deploy to space in that next turn, I think.
Yeah, I might, unless I get initiative, I might just flip onto that Black 1 and make it a 6/6 here. Or a little bit bigger than that, actually, because it does get the +1 when it's piloted. So it would be
Yeah, it's
quite
interesting. I
beefy
wonder
Black
if this is a
1.
situation where, oh, you know what? Okay, so Houndstooth, it's not just an exhausted unit, it's when it's attacking an exhausted unit that didn't interplay this phase. So it wouldn't have been able to do the combat damage first to the blue leader because blue leader ambushed in. So I think that
Right.
explains why Kalennis went for the base.
Yes, classic card there with extra text for seemingly no reason, making it slightly worse in that scenario.
We've seen that type of effect before. Boba Fett Disintegrator, I think, only gets his extra damage against an exhausted unit that doesn't interplay this turn.
Yes, you're correct. It does. This also does cost 1 more, has 2 less HP. You'd think it maybe would be a little bit generous on that effect, but it is definitely not.
Okay, so it looks like Rio Durant's leader ability used to attack with a space unit, it gets +1 power and Saboteur, and that allows the surviving snub fighter to attack and defeat Black 1. But here comes Luke Skywalker with Cinta Kaz.
And this is now a 7 attack blue leader with 8 HP, so 2 damage on it, 6 remaining.
And the on
Houndstooth
attack
cannot.
ability from Luke being used to clear
Mhm.
Houndstooth. 3 damage on attack, and suddenly this board is looking very bad for Kalennis.
Yep, still 8 damage in the ground arena from the Constable and the Chewbacca. A lot of ground to make up for them on this Rio Durant deck.
Fett's Fire Spray hits the field for Kalennis. That'll help some, but I don't think it's going to be enough necessarily. Looks like the 1 indirect damage there being dealt to Cinta. Emissary Sheathipede hits the field as well. But even with these plays, Kalennis is very behind on board.
Yeah, and Logan opting for the initiative instead of the 5 damage from Chewbacca. And I honestly would have attacked with the Chewbacca first and claimed as well, but I would have guaranteed 2 more damage for myself. But Logan opting for the 1 HP unit to get a little swing in before potential demise. And now,
Yeah, there's that worry about a ping, I think, there. I'm not sure exactly what we would see, but I know in the previous game there was like Pilot Boba, for instance, would be able to ping off that Outer Rim Constable. Luke continuing his reign of terror in space, though, doing a lot of damage and using the on attack ability to clear out that other snub fighter.
Yep. And now we're seeing a Beguile. Cannot target that Chewbacca, as previously realized, most likely heading for that Synthicaz.
Yeah. Now, the funny thing is, Logan could just replace Cinta immediately and swing with Chewie using the on attack ability there. I honestly think that would be pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I agree. But they're going to instead trade into the Fire Spray first.
Another eager escort fighter, the 4-1 ambush, and that 4 power is just exactly enough to defeat Fett's Fire Spray. Oh, take a look at this. I believe we have a Garindan coming in for Kalennis, which can very confidently say Cinta, but it's just not enough. And there's the handshake. Logan with the 2-0 win there.
Yeah, the Rio deck not able to play the same quality of units as you enter this mid to late game as the Luke pilot deck, which is why it is considered to be one of the potential best decks heading into this Lawless time post rotation format. The Chewbacca, the blue leader, all these incredible pilots on top of your leader, really, really strong. And we're going to pop back here into this ground warfare, Sir Robert against T-Bird here.
Yeah, and one last point on that loop deck. I do think going with the 30 HP over Data Vault helps you get that card quality advantage even further by, reducing your minimum deck size so you don't have to play some of your more marginal cards. Here, though, it looks like it's another brawl for the board where it like 7 resources or something, and there's not very much damage on either of these bases.
Yeah, we just saw the Vel Sartha leader go down to the Talzin's Assassin, and Keller and Beck is fetching out a Cinta Kaz from the deck, where also Robert has all of their resources up for the turn.
Good old Keller and Beck getting some nice value here, as he often does.
Yes. Data Vault obviously was a pain point towards the end of the initial first 6 sets meta, because everyone just felt like it was arguably the best deck. And now we're seeing rotation really matter for that base, because there's just not enough really, really powerful cards to stuff in a deck like that. And we're seeing the 30 HP bases and even these splash bases be played a lot more, and the force bases here with this Talzin deck. So it's really interesting how rotation can kind of self-balance sometimes, instead of having things be needed to be banned and things like that.
Yeah, I know there were people saying ban Data Vault before rotation, and now we're seeing command players that are going for a later game strategy still playing 30 HP. Now, there might be an ebb and flow to it. I wouldn't be surprised if, as we see more sets and more cards, Data Vault starts hitting the field more. But that's part of the fun to me, trying to see not just whether a card is good in principle, but whether it's good in the context of a specific card pool.
Yeah, I agree. While testing for this event and others, I did kind of feel like every deck was kind of mediocre. It was also fun to have to, like I said, scrape the bottom of the card pool to find little advantages over your opponent on cards that they might not expect. And Data Vault, for me, just hasn't felt particularly great because, yeah, there's just less cards. But come next set, you never know. Could be another top deck with Data Vault again.
Yeah, maybe in the autumn or the winter when we have another 6-set meta, Data Vault will have another reign of terror, and people will be like, "Oh, ban it!" right before it rotates out.
Yeah, but again, rotation, right? Self balances sometimes. We were all sick of Han from Spark of Rebellion as a leader, and no longer the case.
Yeah, he's out of there.
Don't see him
Han
anymore
1
until
and Han
Eternal
2
format.
gone at the same time. Get him out of there.
Exactly.
I think rotation is really been exciting for the game. I thought it was a thing that was a little worrisome in terms of like, are they going to do it well? But I think they've handled it very well.
Yeah, I agree. We're seeing Grand Admiral Thrawn come down here. Now, a very difficult decision for T-Bird. Do I give up one of my units, or do I let this behemoth ready and potentially hit my base for 8? And it's guarded by a Sentinel, and choosing the capture.
T-Bird lets Thrawn capture Keller and Beck. To me, that means there's an answer for Thrawn waiting here, and there it is.
Yeah, but now Thrawn gets
immediately removed. Now, when defeated,
again.
friendly unit captures an enemy non-leader unit in the same arena. So we might see a return to captivity after Lost and Forgotten used there. Sir Robert maybe mulling over how to resolve that ability.
Yeah, do you take the Sentinel you can't clear, or do you take the 7/7? Yeah, fascinating choice, but they're opting for the back. Yep, the big unit is captured for now, guarded by that Darth Tyrannus.
And now we have a standoff between 2 Sentinels that can't kill each other. Chirrut on Sir Robert's side. That's really very funny.
Yeah, Cinta Kaz getting that experience token, becoming a 4/6 Sentinel, and the Chirrut with that very annoying effect we are all too familiar with that can use the Force to reduce incoming damage.
Yeah, so on the one side, Chirrut with the damage reduction, and then on the other side, Cinta with the buff and Sentinel. T-Bird is going to swing. Going to take 3 damage back. Does Sir Robert use the ability, or does he just take 4? Ability will be used, so 2 damage on Chirrut.
Yeah, T-Bird may be hoping for the Darth Tyrannus to clear the Cinta, get a 7/7 back. Robert unwilling to give up the Keller and Beck just yet.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I think makes capture an interesting mechanic. Those scenarios where like this one, the value of keeping a unit alive suddenly changes a lot when it represents not just its own stats and abilities, but also another thing that will be entering the field if and when it's cleared.
Yeah, I think as we get later into this game, the conundrum for T-Bird is potential finishers, right? What do you have to close the game in these colors that's not named Bo-Katan? And is that going to be a big enough threat as one seems to come down here? Um,
Hey, you said not named Bo-Katan, and I think that is not what we're seeing here.
right. Bo-Katan is a threat, but that's all you kind of have in these colors. And I think that's why um, these colors have often struggled right now because it's literally a 9 resource play. The mid game with Kellerin is good, but it's not the same as Luke in Home 1 and everything you were dealing with before.
Right.
Um,
Now, there are a few other options for heroism, but not necessarily in these aspects. So I think Liberty is a card that I've been seeing a fair bit as a big ship, kind of a it almost plays a similar role to what we saw from Avenger pre-rotation
yeah,
in some of those villainy decks, but Liberty is in Cunning, so T-Bird probably isn't playing it. You would have to either be on a splash base or be willing to pay 10. And while Liberty is good, I'm not sure it's 10 resources good.
exactly. Yeah, but the Bo-Katan here is definitely a thorn in the side for Talzin if they don't have Shatterpoint. I've often found in testing that Bo-Katan can really swing the matchup quite quickly because Talzin often is trading off the board, so the units are damaged. As we saw here, getting a double kill and a Kellerin back has really swung the game. So Robert's going to need to answer that Bo-Katan rather quickly.
Yeah, and one other thing I'll say about Bo-Katan here is even if Robert does have that shatter point, he does not have the force right now, so he would not be able to clear Bo-Katan in one action unless we see, there could be a lost and forgotten or something, but shatter point is not a clean answer.
Yeah, exactly. Because the force was used on that turret ability and not gained back before the Bo-Katan came down. And that was a decision Robert made not to attack with the Darth Tyrannus, right? That didn't enter this turn with the force.
It's really very interesting to me, these decisions. The use of the force token even can be very interesting for some of these builds. There's like a real argument for not using it on that shirt and just taking a bit more damage, but keeping the force up, depending on what you have in hand.
Yeah, if we see a shatter point here, I'm sure Robert may be kicking himself for not just letting that turret take an extra couple damage.
Okay. Now, I believe what we are seeing here.
So hold for questioning, I believe. Yep.
Right. And so it's going to exhaust Kellerin and then discard discarding Ray. Hey, there's a
Yeah.
big endgame card for T-Bird. Not that it's going to
Yeah.
see play this time.
Yes, Ray is very strong, specifically against control decks, which Talzin Yellow kind of is. Is
Yeah.
often very hard to remove for decks like this.
I would say Talzin Yellow is like a soft control or something. It's
Yes,
definitely
exactly. Yeah.
not, I didn't double blue from the old days or whatever, but it does have a kind of control and late game plan. So that Ray that was discarded is actually a 9/9. Opponents can't take control of this unit and it can't be defeated by enemy card abilities, which is pretty nasty. Another Chirrut, but Chirrut not hanging around too long this time. I believe this time it's going to be actually a different piece of removal. I believe that was a nothing left to fear.
Yep. Nothing left to fear, which is overwhelming barrage at home from the new set, Lawless time.
Choose a friendly unit and give it +2/+2 for this phase. Then you may defeat a non-leader unit with power equal to or less than the chosen unit. And of course, this also triggers Bo-Katan's ability. When that unit is defeated, there are piles of experience for T-Bird here.
Yeah, and smartly spread out. So there's lots of lethal threats here. Bo-Katan is actually lethal in one action, if not dealt with. It has 11 attack, right?
Yeah, I think she has immediate lethal, but this time I think the Shatter Point does come out to stop her. Force token is there. Bo-Katan removed. Sir Robert's still in a heap of trouble, though. The blue leader swings in for 5 more damage, 21. And now, once again, Robert must remove a powerful unit or lose on the next attack. Maybe there's a sentinel or something, but this Caloran has lethal. Looks like that's it. And now T-Bird might have beaten Sir Robert in that last game, but now has to beat the clock because they only have 11 minutes left for this match. And those were both pretty long games. These players are going to need to pick up the pace.
Yeah, both players obviously playing heavy control heading into these later turns. We've now joined this match twice, heading into about 7 resources, and both times there was almost no units on the board and very little damage on both bases. But we saw the end game there. Like I said, that Bo-Katan can turn the tide of this matchup very quickly, but Vel has to be able to get there to 9, all the way up to 9 resources, because there is no ramp anymore that is feasible for these decks to play. No resupply, no Spark of Hope. But if they survive all the way to 9 and they find Bo-Katan, it can really swing this Talzin yellow matchup pretty quickly.
Yeah, that Bo-Katan is very, very strong. They gotta be fast though. There's just not that much time on the clock.
Yep. And with the teammate peeking in the camera there, I can only assume that with Luke winning, maybe that middle match didn't go the Lothcats' way, because this seems to be the game.
Yeah, this could be the decisive battle. Should be
Game
interesting to
3,
see how it goes.
1-1. Silver scrapes, as they say. Full silver scrapes here.
Silver scrapes. What is that? I don't know that I know that one.
Oh, you don't know that? I get it. Maybe it's a League of Legends term where, like, when you force a game 5, like a final in the best of 3 or best of 5, it's referred to as silver scrapes.
Interesting.
So this,
Well,
confirmed. This is the deciding game. Yeah.
all right. It's going to be the final battle here. I believe if they draw, the match is a draw. But hopefully they can pick up the pace and we will see a quick and exciting final battle here to get a clear winner between the Bodega Lothcats and Team Hopper, the Bad Batch.
Yeah. With about 9 minutes left on the clock, maybe we won't see the full-on control mode from both decks, and we'll start seeing some damage to base early, which we have not seen in the previous 2 games.
Yeah, it could be interesting. I think both of the previous ones, like you said, Pasquale, we had a lot of fighting for control. I remember we were on the Luke versus Rio match and then came back and the bases were barely even damaged on like 7 resources because they'd been fighting for control so much. But I don't know if that strategy is going to complete this game in time. So these players may have to do some combination of picking up the pace and maybe adapting their tactics to be more aggressive.
Yeah, Robert keeping his hand, T-Bird shuffling very quickly to try and get this mulligan over with. What's also interesting to me is we've joined this match now twice midway, and I believe we've only seen the Vel ability used once on the Cinta Kaz, so it hasn't even been able to use the leader ability particularly effectively, at least in the mid to late game. So I'm wondering if that Vel's just been used to kind of help get there just a couple times here and there so that they can get to that Bo-Katan and hopefully win.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, Pasquale. So Vel's ability allows you to give an experience token to one of your own units, but it gives a credit to the opponent. However, a lot of these Vel decks pair that with cards that destroy or negate credits in some way to prevent the downside from being real. In this case, it looks like T-Bird's actually missed the turn 1 play.
Yeah, missed turn 1 only to find a Gungi in the next draw, so that feels
Right.
real bad.
Yeah, it feels like insult to injury when you miss your turn 1 play and then you draw like 2 costs on the next turn. That's a big rip. Oh,
We've
take a
all
look
been
at that
there.
though. Axe Woves. That card can get out of control pretty fast with Vel. So Axe Woves gets +1/+1 for every +1/+1 for every upgrade. And so starts off as a 3/3 because the shield is an upgrade. Robert opts to trade shield, so now Axe is just a 2/2. But if Vel's ability gives an experience, Axe actually becomes essentially a 4/4.
Yeah, and then Talzin's assassin can't clear it, but Darth Tyrannus can. So it's a question of which 4-drop does Robert have, and does T-Bird want to risk it? And they claim initiative instead of rolling the dice on what 4-drop Robert has in their hand.
Yeah, it would be super negative to use the ability and then allow Robert to use the credit to play Tyrannus. However, Robert also has a good 3-drop Shin Hati. T-Bird definitely behind at this point in the match.
Yeah, Shin could be the aggressive slant Robert needs to maybe close this out in 6 minutes, but it's hard to say. Not with a nimble prowess coming down, that's for sure.
Nimble prowess, that's also going to take Axe Woves up to 4/4, and it's going to exhaust Shin Hati. There's a condemn, which actually buffs his stats, except it removes his text so it doesn't. Very odd scenario.
Yeah, really, really funny that this Axe Woves is very large until it attacks. But Robert does have to have the disclose to turn on the condemn, and we did see a Luke pilot win the game with condemn on it because the opponent didn't have the disclose earlier in the day. So it's always worth it to attack with the unit if your opponent has already claimed or something, just to force them to be honest, essentially, right? Make them honest, make them have it.
Chandrillan's sponsor, 2-cost 2/3 with Restore 2. Not the most aggressive unit in the world. In fact, a very defensive unit.
Yeah,
I
essentially
don't know,
negating
Pasquale.
this
I think we might
sage
be headed
though.
for a draw here.
Yeah, yep. The nimble prowess was kind of the writing on the wall that Robert was not going to be able to get aggressive with this Shin Hati.
Talzin's ability used to debuff the Chandrillan sponsor, but T-Bird uses Vel Sartha, giving an experience token to the sponsor back up to a 2/3 for now. Sir Robert does get a credit, but doesn't seem to have an immediate way to spend it. The Secretive Sage attacks to the base for 2 damage. First damage we've seen on a base, but with only about 4.5 minutes left, it's going to be a stretch. And both sides are also deploying powerful restore units.
Yeah, this is a pretty good turn to use that Veil ability because the Talzin deck doesn't particularly have a great 6 resource play. It has a lot of good 5 resource plays. So giving our opponent the credit here isn't honestly a huge deal because they're typically going to play a 5-drop, especially with nothing in the discard pile. Anakin's not even live yet to give a single -3, let alone 2. So the 6 drops in this Talzin Yellow deck aren't particularly impressive. The 5 drops are, and so are the 4 drops. So this credit kind of just gonna hang out there for a little while.
Yeah, and then we could also see that credit potentially being destroyed. I think there's a good chance that we might see there are a fair few options. So, in blue green, you have access to Terramin Barcona, for instance. We could see the Defiant Scrapper. I've seen the Convex Security Captain a fair few times in these Vel decks. Really a lot of
And we
options
know
for
they're
trying to
playing
make that
Galen
credit
Ursa. We did
irrelevant.
see that in game 1. So Galen is one we have seen for sure to turn off credits that way.
Yeah, that's an interaction that I think not everybody necessarily knows about, but Galen Urso. So when you play him, this is the Galen Urso You'll Never Win from Secrets of Power, not the new Galen. But Galen Urso You'll Never Win. When played, you name a card, and that card, each non-leader card an opponent owns with that name, including those not in play, loses all abilities and can't gain abilities. And so you can say credit and turn off credit. You can also actually say shield. Though that one is a little spicier.
Yeah, you could say force token because it's technically a card, which is wild too. There's a lot of avenues.
Wait, does saying force token work? Don't other things like destroy the force token?
I believe it does work because it's technically a token like everything else. I believe it does.
No, right, but I thought the ability that used the force token wasn't on the force token, but was on other cards, unless I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
correct. Yeah, but you can name it and it would potentially like turn off the force token, which is interesting. But it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't stop the effect from spending it. It's just like a
Okay, so
weird
now we're
thing you
going to
can do.
see the stranger ambushes Axe Woves, defeats him, takes 5 damage. That stranger might become a way for Sir Robert to push some damage, but there's only like 2 minutes left.
Yeah, this might be a tragic draw in the final round, and then you hope for a good enough tiebreakers to get you there and sneak into the top cut here.
Looks like another powerful Sentinel. It's Captain Typho hitting the field, a 4/5 Sentinel for 4 with a ability to potentially heal your base. Does get debuffed by Talzin, only to be buffed again by Vel. Sir Robert will not be able to clear Typho here thanks to that experience with just an attack from Talzin.
Yeah, or Shinhati. So he's going to need to take some damage back.
Shinhati trading the shield token for 4 damage on Typho. That allows so that allows Talzin to swing and defeat Typho with the on attack ability, I believe.
Yep. Yeah. So she will take no damage back.
Yeah, and then that leaves the secretive sage still on the field, 2 damage to base, and we see more units hitting the field with that Night Sister, but there's just no time. We have like 30 seconds left, and the bases are barely damaged once more.
Yep. But this is kind of the scenario I'm talking about, right? Talzin will win the ground warfare, but look at every
Right.
unit in play outside of the leader. Bo-Katan would kill 4 units right now. And
Right.
that is typically why it is such a big unit against this Talzin yellow deck, because everything will end up at 2 or 3 HP just because of the way the math works in the deck, and she's able to get some favorable trades. But that's why this Velsartha deck, if you and have that Bo-Katan, you just turn the corner extremely quickly because you wipe the entire board.
Yeah, and in chat we have some spicy suggestions where people are saying if you have Galen Urso into a force deck, you don't name the force token, you name their base and turn off their ability to get the token at all. That's spicy.
Yeah.
Well,
That is
here in our
another.
actual game, it looks like the stranger being removed here. And now Sir Robert's the only one with anything on the board, gets to push a bunch of damage. We are at time though, so we're gonna have this action phase and then one more action phase. And someone needs to win that in order to get a win for their team. Robert has a big board advantage, but I don't know if that's enough damage. We're looking at what? 7 damage there this turn, and then another 11 next. Yeah, that's not making it. That would only go up to 22 unless we see some major pumps or something for Robert.
Yeah, it's unlikely. We've lost most of the good ones in yellow. They used to play things like Hotshot, Blaster, DL44 Blaster as a smuggle option, and Surprise Strike maybe, but no longer available in this rotation format. So we're seeing a Captain Rex come down to slow the game
and
down
I
even
think
more.
even with hot shots and surprise strike and stuff, I'm not sure you're getting through a 7/7 Sentinel and doing 26 damage to base in 2 turns. Seems pretty unlikely.
Yeah, no, I agree. Robert would have needed a shatter point at this point to even come close to halfway, getting rid of that base. And
Tough
the players
situation.
are.
You do see when some of these, like, I would say neither of these decks is hard control. They're both like, soft control or heavy mid range or whatever. And if you get into those matches with like mid range versus mid range or soft control versus soft control fight for the board, those can really go a while because you can just sit there trading punches and killing each other's units for quite some time.
Yes, and that is why I think a lot of decks right now are opting to ignore each other, right? And just go all ground or all space. Those seem to be the most popular strategies, like one or the other, right? We haven't really seen Vel play any space, and we haven't seen Talzin play any space in 3 games. So if they ran into a space deck, both would just be doing their own thing in the different arenas and kind of hoping for the best and hope to win the race. That is kind of the way the meta's evolved. But in a 3v3, you get to pick some of your matchups. So they've decided to kind of run those decks into each other and see who's got the ability to fight off specific arenas. And this just isn't going to be quick enough.
Yeah, and we do see at least some space stuff. So I'm pretty sure T-Bird has Blue Leader, for instance. And I'm actually not sure what Robert has in space, if anything, but Robert does have a lot of removal that can go into the space arena. Okay, we're gonna say, okay, Captain
Liberated by
Rex
darkness.
switching sides here. Is this enough damage with that? I don't think so. I think it's still not enough, but that's pretty spicy.
Yeah, I'm a big fan
let's
of
take a
that
look.
card specifically. I love Liberated by Darkness, a 5 cost change of heart.
but it uses the Force.
Does use the
So-
Force, correct?
It is basically the same thing as Change of Heart, except instead of costing 6, it costs 5 and it uses the Force.
Yep.
But is that
Again,
enough damage? So Rex is 8,
no.
9, 10, 11. Yeah, it's not enough. 15, 16, 7. Yeah, it's 20 damage. But Rex just gets killed anyway by a card that also heals. So now there's 1 damage on. Yeah, he's definitely not getting there.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the, I would
And the
say,
funny thing is,
classic blue-green
this game-
heroism.
Even if they had infinite time, this game is far from over. As you were discussing earlier, a Bo-Katan would be very big for T-Bird. Like, these games can really go quite some time and swing back and forth with some of these big plays. Ultimately, though, looks like we're going to be going to time.
Yeah, yeah. Bo-Katan's huge. He doesn't even have it, to say the least. So it's not like, they can drop a Bo-Katan and wipe the board on the other side. So, and Robert's units are all small, so they're not particularly putting a ton of pressure on the base either. However, if Bo-Katan doesn't come down next turn, Robert could definitely get them into lethal range. But you would definitely need maybe two more turns to even get to that point.
Yeah, and I think ultimately, we are going to be going to time. So I believe this match, and indeed the whole team battle here between the Bodega Lothcats and Team Hopper, the Bad Batch, I believe it is actually going to end up being a draw. I guess we could see one of these players concede. That is possible.
Yeah. Maybe they're taking a look at their standings and things like that, having a discussion on if someone should just concede or they'll just leave it up to the tiebreaker gods.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how it's being settled, but there is the handshake, and I believe the natural result of that match would have been a draw. If one of the players conceded, maybe we have a different outcome, but I honestly don't know. Tough situation, but as we were discussing, some of these decks can really take their time if it turns into endless brawls for the board.
Yeah. Yep. In this rotation format, I would say a lot of the units are relatively evenly matched. So you do end up in these stalemates. And like I said, that's why typically the meta feels quite evenly distributed between space and ground. And then when you sit across from one of the other decks, you're just kind of ignoring each other for a while.
I do have confirmation here that this match was a draw. So, drawn match between the Bodega Lothcats Long Hair and Team Hopper the Bad Batch. And I believe we will soon be moving on. I think that was the last match of the group. And I believe we will soon be moving on to the cut. We should have the top 8 beginning shortly here on
Yeah, it's
Maclunky
gonna be-
Gaming's coverage of the Cantina Clash.
Yes.
Do we have we're going to have a short break here, and we will be back with you guys shortly once that break is complete for the top 8 of the Cantina Clash team event here on the Maclunky Gaming channel. I'm TowerNumber9, joined here by Pasqwalle, who is coming to us live from the cruise ship. Exciting
Indeed
times
I
here at
am.
Maclunky Gaming. Welcome back to Maclunky Gaming's coverage of the Cantina Clash event presented by Maclunky Gaming and Top Deck Games. I'm TowerNumberNine, joined here by Pasqwalle as we are about to move into the top 8 of the team event. Pasqwalle, how are you doing?
I'm doing really well. Super excited for this top cut. We saw my fan club take first place after Swiss with a really fascinating list of all new leaders, no space decks. So really proud of them for taking that title of first place after Swiss. And all 4 Maclunky teams are actually in this top 8. But we're now looking down at Across the Galaxy against Glue and the Minions from Maclunky. It's going to be really interesting to see how these matchups shake out.
Yeah. Let's see how we do here. And for those who may just be joining, we are in a team format. So the way this works is there are 3 different players. For this event, they all have to choose a different, I believe it's a different leader and base. And then you end up with 3 different leaders and bases on your team, and then there's a pairing process where the different decks find their different matchups, and whoever can win 2 of the 3 matches wins the round for their team. So you might have a situation where you end up in a tough spot, you're really struggling, but your teammates pull things out and win. You might end up being the one who's called upon to clutch that last game to bring about victory for the whole team. It can lead to some really hype moments. We have Glue and the Minions, one of the Maclunky gaming teams, facing off with Across the Galaxy, the Maclunky players here on that left side of the board. And this should be an exciting round.
Yeah, in case you missed the leaders, Across the Galaxy is running Mother Talzin Crystal Caves, which is cunning. Boba Fett, Any Means Necessary, the pilot. Mount Tantus, which is also cunning. Luke Skywalker, Hero of Yavin, the pilot, on a green 30 base. And then Glue and the Minions also have Luke Skywalker, Hero of Yavin, but also on the Data Vault base, Mother Talzin, yellow as well. And Lando full sabak on the blue Vigilance Shield Generator Complex. So slightly different, but both opting into the Luke and Talzin decks here, which is seems to be quite powerful choices for this 3v3.
Yeah. Should be interesting stuff. We have seen Luke Skywalker out before. And Talzin also one that's made. I mean, realistically speaking, I think that Luke is a popular choice, Talzin's a popular choice, Boba is a popular choice. I think Lando is a little more unusual. That's one we've seen some version of Luke, some version of Boba, some version of Talzin before this event. Lando is something that's a lot fresher with the new set based on those credit tokens and a deck that hasn't been explored as much. What do you think about Lando, Pasqwalle?
Yeah, I believe Glue and Tyler from Squad Fan Club are running the Lando Blue deck that I've constructed for the team. And I know we saw, I think it was round 1, we featured a Lando command deck. And I just hadn't been a huge fan of the Lando ramping credit style with the command units. A lot of them are very strong, but I often felt like they don't get you there. Like they're just good units that deal some damage, maybe have a favorable trade, but you just can't close the game out. And I found the cunning and vigilance package to be a much cleaner deck overall. And we're seeing kind of that play out here with both players taking that into this top 8 cut. I think it's a really fun play pattern to be able to go on Lando's deploy, destroy a credit, get 3 credits. So you can essentially go from 6 resources to 9 on that flip turn, which opens up obviously a Bo-Katan or an 8-cost unit. And the next turn you still have 1 credit for another 8-cost unit. The play pattern is extremely fun. And I think right now I don't think he's like this S tier broken leader, but I do see in time, maybe another set or two, him becoming quite a problem, similar to Han, Audacious Smuggler, I believe it's Audacious Smuggler, the set one leader. How he was kind of mediocre in set one, like a strong deck, and then as more sets got added, he just became such a problem as he got to ramp into more cards. And we saw even in set six, right, winning so many major events on his last leg.
Yeah, I think there's an interesting dynamic where we could potentially see future cards really change the balance of some of these things, especially these ones, like you said, that can ramp stuff out. Like right now, Lando has some things that are really good, like, Lando into hyperspace disaster, Lando into Bo-Katan. Those are really strong plays, right? But is Lando going to become a menace if we get like 4 more cards that are super good early plays that he can bring out like that? It's very possible to me.
Yeah, and for me, it's mostly the kind of mid to late game units that are
Right.
lacking to keep him at 100% hit rate, because that's always the goal, is to get so that you don't use his ability and then don't get a credit. So that's been the conundrum, I think, for everyone trying to build this deck, is which avenue do we go? Are we calling heroism? Are we calling cunning? Are we calling command or vigilance? And as we get a deeper pool with another set, then your options just become that much more. So you can replace some of these mediocre cards that maybe you're playing to keep your credit hit rate closer to 100, actually good plays. Even if your
Yeah.
early game or top end maybe stays the same, you can replace some of the weaker removal packages and things with actually strong cards. And I do see him becoming, if not already a major meta player, definitely soon a major meta deck.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I will say about Lando that isn't the case with Han previously, or at least not with Han 2. So Han 1 was a little vulnerable to discard. Han 2 didn't have a really clear weakness. Lando is somewhat vulnerable to credit destruction. And so there is, I think, more of a sideboard that you can potentially bring in to try to disrupt Lando's game plan. But we'll have to see how this goes and whether players are planning for it right now.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is the credit destruction cards are actually good, right? Like,
Right.
the Galen Urso, we doesn't destroy them, it turns them off. Arvel Skeen is really, really powerful rebel. So it's not just like they're cards that exist to stop Lando,
Right.
they're actually powerful when they do, and sometimes even when they don't, they're decently statted. So we'll
Yeah,
see
like
if
I have Lieutenant Gorn in main deck in my Chewy Yellow, and it's not because I'm like, oh, credits are everywhere, I must stop credits. Most decks don't have credits, but 3 for a 4/4 is very reasonable, even if your opponent doesn't have it.
yeah, very aggressively statted units. Most of these credit destruction cards are. So we'll see if Nikki in aggression has these Arvel Skeen in the side deck, things like that. These are good colors to disrupt Lando. We'll see if Glue here can find a lot of those ambush space units that are very powerful into Luke, like Blue Ace and Fireball. And even forcing Luke on the ground is always disastrous for the deck. Pretty easy to remove with all of the ambush ground units that Cunning has with Mandalorian for 8 and things like that. So it's going to be a question of how quickly can Glue find a Liberty, I think.
Yeah. I was about to ask Pasqwalle, do you think Liberty is going to be the big closer here for Glue?
It typically is, yeah. You're just like trying not to die on 6, essentially, because while Luke deploys on 6, that's when you can go to 8 and 9 resources.
Yeah. Okay, so we're about to get started here. Glue from Maclunky Gaming versus Nikki Morgan representing Across the Galaxy. Lando versus Luke. Let's see who the winner will be. Glue
Glue,
firing off a Lando trigger to start the game, and it is going to be a hit. So in this build, what are we calling? Is it heroism every time?
yes, we are calling heroism. We have over a 90, I believe 94% hit rate with this specific build, unless Glue has, altered a card or two. So we're going for heroism.
Wow, and look at that. What a great payoff already. Nikki Morgan brought out the Red Squadron wiring. Glue quickly using that credit that he generated from Lando's ability to play Blue Ace, ambush, and destroy that Y-Wing immediately. Not what Nikki wants to see, but he's trying to fight back here, bringing out some units of his own. I think, what do we have there? Is that Black 1 plus a V-Wing?
Yes. Yep. So 2 power units that are going to get eaten again by the blue ace. And he chooses to go for
Black
the black
one is the
one.
next
Yep.
one to fall.
Relevant
Viewing
text on it, so
still
might as
on
well
the
get rid of that
field.
card.
Could trade here, I guess. Nikki is probably wishing he had a more stable position here in that space arena early on. Like you were saying earlier, Pasquale, if Glue can keep Nikki off of a space flip for Luke, that would be big. And look at that, Kanan Jarrus bouncing the V-Wing.
Yeah, forcing Nikki to, again, replay 2 units that aren't particularly impressive on their own. And has
A
only taken
Bravo
2 to base, now
Squadron
has
fighter.
Restore 1.
2-cost 2/3 Saboteur on the field. And that is going to be an option for getting past Liberty or whatever if it does show up, or some other Space Sentinel. This is
Yeah.
the cunning version of Luke Skywalker. More typically, we see Luke played with a command base, but the cunning version exists as well and does have some nice options. You know, the 1-cost A-Wing. There's more on the low end in particular for like nice 1-cost ships.
Yep. Yeah, Glue doing a really good job at stabilizing here. Only 2 damage on base with the Restore 1. We're definitely going to see this blue ace take out another space unit. I would imagine the Saboteur is going to go next.
Yep, exactly right, Pasquale. That Saboteur is off the board. The Bravo Squadron fighter defeated. And now Nikki is once again left with only the Crackshot V-Wing, shipping 2 damage into the base, only to have one of it healed by Kanan Jarrus.
Yeah, this is a much more favorable matchup for Lando than the command version, specifically because you're not dealing with Chewbacca. You're not dealing with these formidable statted units. This cunning version is going to play a lot more, weenies, as we call them, right? 1-2s with raid, 2-3s with a keyword. They're going to just play a lot of worse units and hope to swarm the space arena in that way. But this big unit here, what's that? The Black Squadron put something?
Yeah, so I think that was the Black Squadron Scout Wing. So it's a 5-cost 4/6, and you can immediately attack with it when you play an upgrade on it. So it's a good target for pilots.
Yeah, the pilot, I believe, doesn't trigger the attack, but like a sudden ferocity from the row would, which I believe Nikki's reaching for now.
Yeah. Do normal pilots trigger it and pilot leaders don't? I'll be real with
Correct.
you. I play the other version of Luke. I play green. I don't exactly know how this card works.
Yes, as far as I remember, the pilot leaders don't trigger it, but the upgrades from hand do, as do these plotted
Yeah, because
upgrades.
the pilot leader, you're not playing it, you're deploying it. Okay.
Yes.
But he is, however, playing 2 sudden ferocities on it. So we have Pilot Luke, 2 sudden ferocities. We can trigger the ability from the sudden ferocities. So that's going to swing for an incredibly high amount of damage.
Yep.
We have the +1. So it's 4 base, +1 for the card text, +6 for 2 sudden ferocities. So we're up to 11. And then additionally, we have the damage that is actually being put on there by Pilot Luke for another 4. I think that was 15 damage in one swing.
Yeah, this is a lethal threat if there's no liberty here, or a way to clear this unit. It's a massive play, despite Glue controlling the game extremely well.
I
He's
see
just
the
scooping it up.
Bo-Katan in hand, but Bo-Katan's not going to do it. Would be great against the swarm you mentioned earlier, but not against the one gigantic ship. It was looking good for Glue, but the double sudden ferocity was too much for him.
Yep, it's exactly what I said. This is a better matchup than the command version, but it does come down to, does Glue have a Sentinel, or specifically Liberty, to stem the bleeding that unit and this deck inevitably can cause? And the answer was he had a Bo-Katan and not the Liberty or another Sentinel like a Tantive or something, and that is just enough to end the game.
Now, are you running Hyperspace Disaster in this build?
Um, uh, it's been in the side deck in and out, so it's a question of, is Glue deciding to, did he decide to ultimately run it? Because inevitably with Lando, in every version I've tested of it, when you reach for the side deck, you will be lowering the odds almost guaranteed of Lando's success rate because all the side deck cards are essentially non-heroic options. Lost and Forgotten, The Tree Remembers, Hyperspace Disaster, and so on. You're able to side a couple of good heroism units like the Tantive 7-drop Sentinel that creates an X-Wing when played from Jump to Lightspeed, but for the most part, you're just trying not to side in a ton of them in each matchup so that you want to stay above. Our goal is to stay above like 90% every time. So it's a question of what Glue decided to use in this instance. I'm not sure what his final deck list looks like. But yeah, Hyperspace Disaster has been kind of in and out of the side deck for sure.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I guess we'll see if he has it, and if he has it, he can draw it. That was a really nice demonstration of the power of the power of the Luke Skywalker yellow sudden damage spikes. The double
Yeah.
sudden ferocity there really taking Glue out of the game. But now we're going to go to a different match. Red Dragon 252 from Maclunky Gaming is piloting Talzin yellow versus Nick Alifano's Boba Fett yellow.
Yeah. Looks like Brandon's been able to control the Space Arena decently well. Only a TIE bomber and the droid missile platform for Nick heading into this deploy turn for him. So not as many units as you'd often see Boba have against the Talzin yellow that is essentially just a ground deck.
Yeah. Should be very interesting here to see how this one pans out.
Yep. And I know Brandon has been tweaking this list quite a bit, Red Dragon on the left side, to help combat space. So he's probably a Talzin deck that is running more space units than actually most people you would see in this event.
Nick is taking Boba Fett onto the field, and we're going to see, I believe, the feared card. Now, what's happening there? I thought we were going to see the feared topple the summit.
Yeah, it looks like
they're discussing something.
Yeah, Brandon's just clarifying like what he has to do because he was trying to use the Boba first, but he does have to reveal the top of the summit. So Brandon's just clarifying like the order of operations, it seems.
Okay, so topple the summit. It's gonna throw some damage on to old Daka there.
Yeah, it seems like it did a little bit to everything, but enough to get Daka in range of the topple as well as the finishing off the Karis. And Brandon's
and then
deciding
Mother
on
Talzin will survive, and Karis's ability when defeated using the Force debuffing Boba's ship. If we have some upgrade removal or something for Boba here, that would be really strong right now. The debuff would then kill. It's going to be a condemn, so not upgrade removal, but it is going to really subtract from those stats, assuming that there is the right disclose in hand.
He does have it, but the moment he plays a unit, he will lose the disclose actually, which is actually a little bit interesting.
That's rather awkward.
Yeah, we're seeing he's got that 2/4 Sentinel in Cunning Villainy. What is the name of that card? The I don't remember, but it's a 2/4 Sentinel, I believe from Jump to Lightspeed. That is his villainy card, and his vigilance card is Shatterpoint.
Interesting. Yeah. So because of that, he needs to use both of the cards in hand to hit the disclose. So if he plays anything, he'll lose it, at least for now.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to. I think Nick, he's gonna have. Oh, he just claimed, so that gives him the freedom to play the Sentinel now.
Yeah. Yeah. And that Sentinel is the contracted Jump Master, 3 for a 2/4
That's
space
right.
Sentinel.
Contracted Jump Master. And this is what I was alluding to when I said Brandon has been tuning a little bit for the space matchup, playing things like this Contracted Jump Master, which maybe other Talzins aren't because it doesn't really contribute to your game plan, right? It's not a force unit, not particularly impressive stats, but it can slow down the space assault so your ground units can close out the game.
Yeah. And while the TIE Bomber would still be able to swing for indirect damage, it would take 2 damage itself in doing so.
Yeah.
Whereas Boba's ship is highly constrained by that copy of Condemn, could still do at least something. Now we
Yeah,
see
in
the TIE
conjunction with
bomber
Condemn,
swing
this
in.
is a powerful unit. You know what I mean? It's very hard
Right.
to clear when you're getting -6.
TIE bomber swings in. Looks like Red Dragon putting the damage on the base. TIE bomber taking 2, and now the Jumpmaster could clear the TIE bomber, could push damage to base. Let's see what the choice is here for our Talzin player.
Yeah, the Boba would still hit for what, 1, I believe, because it's a 4 attack unit and a 3 attack unit.
What
A
is
3
what
attack.
is that?
That's hold for questioning.
Oh yeah, okay. So that's like, it actually might be more useful for the discard here than for the exhaust. But it looks like the discard actually misses completely.
Yeah, it's all
There was
cunning cards.
nothing there with a so it was used on a unit that was aggression only, and now Nick plays the
Th-
same card and removes the disclose from hand.
Yeah, but it's exhausted, so the exhaust is
Yeah,
paying dividends now.
the exhaust pays. What a crazy situation. So Nick removed the shatter point that would have allowed disclose to be used to enable that condemn, but now the exhaust does pay off, and we're gonna have another chance to draw into the disclose that's needed to block damage from that incoming droid missile platform.
Yeah, and we do see Brandon, thankfully for him, did draw a vigilant villainy card to disclose. But if he plays it, he can't disclose for condemn anymore.
Yeah, he's really in a very strange position here.
The card
Was the card another condemn?
no, the card was the
Oh, it's the Cantwell.
yes, the Cantwell
Cantwell arrested
cruiser or
cruiser,
something.
but he can't actually
Yeah,
use its ability because it doesn't have disclose.
correct.
Okay, so he puts indirect damage on his own ship, then gets hit. Talzin swings to base, debuffs something.
Yeah, the debuff probably on the Boba because, like I said, it still technically has 1 attack, the 4
Yeah,
and
unless
the
you have a
3.
ping. Oh, but the condemn is removed, and now Red Dragon is in really big trouble.
Yeah, without if he had that shatter point in hand, he'd be able to disclose. No, it's double vigilance, right? The Cantwell. So he actually,
Yeah, the Cantwell is
his lack
double
of hand
vigilance
size is a
villainy, I think.
problem. Yeah, the lack of hand size is a big problem here for Brandon.
His best hope here is maybe to draw into that disclose now and hit the Cantwell at the start of the next turn, but I don't think he sees it, and that's going to be game.
Yeah, and the Fet's Fire Spray is now lethal.
Yeah,
so
it's lethal
um,
anyway. Tough
yeah,
situation, that condemn was keeping Boba at bay for a time, but once the Outer Rim Constable showed up to clear it, it was curtains for Red Dragon 252 in that game.
yeah, this is where Talzin maybe can claw back into the match because the side deck is inevitably going to be heavily tuned for space with things like electromagnetic pulse, hyperspace disaster, more condemns. So it does get harder for the Boba pilot specifically heading into 2 and 3 because Talzin is such a monster in the ground arena. So you're able to still remove some of those ground cards that you would use against other strategies. Still be able to control the early game because Boba does play ground units, right? They do play a lot of their early plays are droids and things on the ground. And Boba and Talzin still won't have an issue with those cards while shoring up this space arena with a lot of removal.
Now, on the other side of the board, it looks like Glue has avenged his earlier defeat at the hands of Nicky Morgan. Lando Calrissian won game 2 while we were watching the Talzin versus Boba game play out there. And now they're about to be heading into game 3, Lando versus Luke. And it is going to
Yep.
be a Luke yellow, not the Luke command decks that we're maybe more used to seeing.
Yeah, the Maclunky team does have the Luke Data Vault on their team, but across the galaxy opting for the more aggressive Luke Cunning.
Should be interesting here.
Yeah, Glue here, we see the blue ace, so he kind of has the same opening as he did last time, where he can go generate a credit, get the blue ace on turn 2. But again, it wasn't enough to stop that double sudden ferocity Luke pilot. And I can only assume in game 2, he was able to control the Space Marine and then maybe hit a Liberty instead of a Bo-Katan this time. And maybe deciding on a potential mulligan. He also has a Fireball in hand. He's got a lot of Space Ambushers. But he doesn't have that top end that is 100% necessary. So I wonder if he's worried about not finding it in time.
All right. Let's see how we're doing. Fireball answering that early Y-wing there. So pretty nice start for Glue, all things considered. The Fireball self-damage does take it to 1 HP, but he'll still potentially have the chance to swing that into whatever Nikki plays this turn.
Yeah, that was the best opening for Glue on the other side, right? Because now his unit lives and can trade again. But if it was a 2 attack or a 3 attack unit, the Fireball would just kill itself or trade evenly.
Glue playing it a little slow here, which I think is a good idea. There's a good chance there's going to be another space unit to go alongside that V-Wing, and there indeed is. So he gets a better trade there. And additionally, because Nikki... Oh, and a second Fireball clearing the V-Wing as well. We're left with an empty board, and Glue has successfully generated a credit as well. Nice opening here for Glue against Nikki Morgan.
Yeah, you can't ask for anything better than double Fireball into a credit. We know he has the blue ace. I think he picked up a Hyperspace Disaster as well this turn.
Now it's a Fireball on Nikki Morgan's side of the board.
Yep, and he's going to angle for the blue ace this turn so he can generate a credit pretty easily to Dirtle and see if there's a better target for that that blue ace to ambush in for.
Another crack shot V-Wing, and just like you said, Pasqwalle, blue ace enters the field, taking out Fireball, taking 3 damage. That does spend 1 of Glue's credits, but he still has 1 left.
Yep. Yeah, 0 damage on base, heading into 5 resources, exactly where Lando wants to be in this matchup. As long as that double sudden ferocity doesn't happen again, Glue is in a commanding position. But this time he does have Hyperspace Disaster. He was siding it. Like I said, it was something that we were considering in and out, but it's just too good against base decks, and Glue opted to keep it in the sideboard.
Okay, so now we are going to now we're going to see what happens here. And looks like another credit generated, losing a Bo-Katan, which is a little sad. There is, I believe, the Black Squadron Scout Wing that was such a huge problem in the first game that we watched, but this time, Pasqwalle, Glue may have the answer.
Yeah, he definitely does in hand. It's a question of does he want to play anything really? Like, it's almost irrelevant. He's going to bounce the 1-drop.
1-drop gets bounced. Kanan does also develop a unit with Restore, which can be nice against an aggressive opponent. Just nothing critical, just a nice to have.
Yeah, now Glue kind of dancing around initiative here, right? Nikki doesn't want the blue ace to get into the base for free, so if he claims, then he won't get the benefit of readying this unit. So now he's forcing Glue to attack in and deal some damage. And now it's ready, and now he's got the question, do I give up initiative or do I take 4 to base? This free opening he was given by the blue ace.
Looks like it's going to be the 4 to base, initiative taken by Glue. 6 damage on Glue's base so far.
Yeah, a 3rd Fireball here would be devastating for Nikki Morgan.
Oh, how crazy would that be? That would be really spicy. Does he have it? And
seems no.
I believe was he also running the Eager Escort fighter?
No, that's a cunning
that was one
card
of the earlier games.
command.
That's right.
Yeah, that was the command deck. But like I said, he is trying to bait this Luke onto the ship. He knows he's going to take a boatload of damage from this Luke. The Kanan's going to get killed from the on attack, but he has Hyperspace Disaster and the Lando flip this turn, so it is not over.
Okay, this time it's going to be Cinta instead of the sudden ferocities. Probably actually in some ways a better outcome in that less damage for glue, that is, in that less damage is taken. On the other hand, if his plan is going to be to hyperspace disaster and kill this anyway, he might be fine with taking more damage to not have that Cinta on the field.
Yep.
Let's see here. There's the hyperspace disaster. Only killing one unit, but one unit might be enough when it is that powerful buffed scout wing. Lando attacks into Cinta. Neither unit is defeated, but another clash between them will see the units trading. And Nikki is able to swing for at least 5. Cinta does have a decent stat line there, so that's a nice chunk of additional damage, but the momentum in the space arena has really broken at this point.
Yeah, and now that there's a ground unit, if Glue kept in the Mandalorian from Secrets of Power, that is now a target for the capture, because once Mandalorian ambushes kill Cinta, he can now steal a space unit because it's a cross arena capture. And I
Right.
think that's why we're seeing Glue keep this Cinta alive currently, because he's waiting for this space units, these inevitable space units to come out of Nikki's hand, and then we're going to see an ambush and a capture and essentially a 2-for-1.
Okay, I believe that is an N1 Starfighter, just a 2-cost 3/2. Cinta
Okay.
actually being, wow. Yeah, it's grassroots resistance being played there to clear Cinta and heal the base a bit. More space units entering the field, though. Lots of space there. Boy, a Bo-Katan here would be huge. I think it would kill all 3 of those units.
I don't know if he has one. He does have a Liberty. I can see that in hand. But yeah, Bo-Katan would be massive here.
Let's see what Glue's option is. Lots and lots of resources. It's going to be something big. Bo-Katan! They are
Wow.
all gone. That is 3 kills from the -3/-3. 3 experience being given to Lando. Nikki Morgan in trouble.
Yeah, massive swing. Now that Lando hits for 7, the bow hits for 8. Like I said, he also has a Liberty in hand, and that is going to end the game now that he's able to claim initiative.
Nikki Morgan brings out Fireball with sudden ferocity, kind of desperately trying to find ways to push damage through, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Glue is now able to play Liberty and immediately exhaust that Fireball, bouncing the sudden ferocity, and there is massive danger in the ground arena now for Nikki Morgan.
Yep, 15 damage. Not quite lethal, but he offers the handshake anyway.
Yeah, that was a great demonstration of just what you were discussing, Pasquale. Hyperspace disaster to stop Luke. Bo-Katan dealt with the swarm. Glue's deck really had some good answers there to the space swarm game plan.
Yeah, and I was alluding to cards you'd like to replace as we get more sets. I, don't love Grassroots Resistance as a card in general, but it fills the role of a heroism thing, not going to mess up Lando. And in a pinch, the heal 3, deal 3 is not too bad for 4. But it's a
Yeah,
card
it can buy
likely
you some
looking for
time.
a replacement.
Yeah.
Yes,
Is
exactly.
there
You
going
want
to
some.
be a better card than that in this deck 2 sets from now? I sure hope so, or else this deck might not be doing
Yeah,
too hot. I'll be real with you.
me
But
too. Exactly.
but it does the job for now in an environment with not all that many cards in the pool. Okay, now we are back to Red Dragon 252 versus Nick Alifano. And we are going to see Mother Talzin on the board. But there we have her being exhausted and old Daka discarded from hand, as it does share an aspect only for another old Daka to be played.
Yeah, this obviously, Talzin's not particularly an aggressive deck, but Hold for Questioning, not only does it stop a little bit of damage, which you're not really afraid of, it's the discard, like we saw in the last time we popped over to this match, that really is going to mess up Brandon because he won't have the Disclose available for the Cantwell Cruiser, for the Condemn. And then those cards are essentially useless, right? Without the cards in your hand. So the exhaust is as a bonus, but the discard is what's really messing up Brandon, I think.
Yeah, I think you might well be right. The exhaust here is nice, but You also just get a lot of information. You know, seeing your opponent's hand can be extremely impactful. It looks like Boba Fett is fittingly going to jump onto Fett's fire spray here. And now we're going to see that damage being dished out. I have a feeling Top of the Summit is on the way.
Yeah, if it is, this game is over. If it's a Cinta, not so bad. But
Top of the Summit, Daka and Talzin's assassin are cleared. Oh, but take a look at this. Darth Vader on the field gives the shield token to Boba. This does mean there is a chance Boba will just be cleared here. He could opt
yeah,
to do his indirect damage to himself, but indirect damage doesn't remove shields. He needs like ping or upgrade removal or something. I don't think he has it. He
well,
actually
he
takes
claimed. So I
in.
think he has the constable. He did claim he didn't hit. He didn't hit the base.
Yeah, okay, so he didn't have it this turn, but he claimed instead of swinging. Yeah, I think you would never do that unless you knew for sure you had an answer to the shield at the start of the next turn. Because otherwise you just like do the. Yeah, okay, so it wasn't the constable, but he manages to ping his own shield off.
Yeah,
Or wait, no, it's an overcharged transport. He just uses upgrade removal. Okay.
yeah. A piece of
So
upgrade removal, not the greatest card, but gets the job done here in a really
yeah,
critical moment for Nick Alfiano.
yeah, and I think overcharged transport, much like the grassroots resistance that we were just discussing, is not one that will hopefully be indexed in a few sets, but like you said, can get the job done, clears the shield. Now Red Dragon 252 does not have an answer to Boba. Talzin debuffs Boba. That will mitigate the incoming damage some, but there's a lot more coming in.
Yeah, really dire position here. Lethal on the other side in one action with this 27 HP base. We need an answer to this Boba leader stat.
At first, I had actually thought it was punishing one, pinging his own unit to knock the shield off, which would be a very cool play. But the overcharge transport works as well. And
I
Red
did as
Dragon
well, honestly.
252 needs to come up with something, or else this match is going to Nick Alifano and across the galaxy. Now, I don't know what's going on the other table. We know that Glue was able to get the win in the Lando match earlier. So even if Nick Alifano is able to close this one out for Across the Galaxy, I don't think it would take Maclunky out of the match just yet.
Yeah, I don't think Brandon found a hyperspace disaster, and it's pretty grim in his hand. He might have a lost and forgotten, but it's going to buy barely enough time to do anything.
Yeah, I see a Chariot in hand. That doesn't get the job done. Hyperspace Disaster here would be really good, but okay, Talzin with a constructed lightsaber swings in, and she gets to debuff the droid. Isn't this still just lethal, though? Yeah, it is. Okay.
Yep. Brandon just making him play it out. He did have a Tree Remembers, but the Boba pilot deployed on a 4-cost unit, essentially making that card quite useless.
Yeah, Tree Remembers, the Tree Remembers is one of the best anti-pilot cards in the game, but it only works on pilots jumping onto early game ships. It has to be, I believe, 3 cost or less, which
Yep.
then means that if they are jumping onto a more mid-game ship like the Fett's Fire Spray here, or in a Luke deck, you will sometimes see things like the if you are running that K-Wing, the 4/4 Saboteur, or if you're running the Resistance Blue Squadron, which I really like for Luke, those cards are immune to Tree Remembers because they just don't cost 3 or less.
Yeah, Tree Remembers, like you said, very potent against these pilot leaders and units like Chewbacca. But Boba specifically, and this is why personally I've also struggled this matchup in a lot of different decks. He doesn't really deploy ever on smaller units unless you force him to by clearing the bigger ones. And so there's just so few answers in colors that aren't aggression when he deploys on units like Fett's Fire Spray or IG-2000. It's a big
Wait, I
problem.
think IG 2000's a 3, but like you could still be on Punishing
Oh,
One.
true. Yeah, punishing one. That's what I meant. Punishing one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are a lot
Yeah.
of like mid-level ships that are relevant here. And I think we are going, oh man, we're going to the final deciding game of this match. Kwai Jin versus Michael Jurgelin. My
Yep.
apologies if I mispronounced your last name there, Michael. I don't know. The winner
Sounds
of
pretty
this,
good to
they are
me.
1-1. The winner of this game wins the match. It's Luke Skywalker on the Maclunky side of things against Mother Talzin. But this time it is not the cunning Luke, it is Luke Datavol. This should be an
Yep.
interesting match. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, and unlike the last time we joined a Talzin cunning deck as the silver scrapes deciding game right before top cut, we have 40 minutes left. We will have a winner this time.
Very good point, Pasquale. We have an extra time here in the top cut. Should be ample amounts of time in which to complete one more game. Let's see whether or not these players can do it. Huaishan
Yeah.
versus Michael.
And like I mentioned,
Maclunky.
this is the classic kind of ignore each other matchup, right? It's ground versus space. Last time it was Vel versus Talzin. Lots of dueling on the ground, trading. We're going to see some removal played for sure from Talzin, but Luke, for the most part, will be slowly removing the ground units with that leader ability, dealing 1 to different things.
Yeah, it is interesting. These are like you said, Pasquale. These are decks that are going to focus on opposite arenas. Luke will be mostly space. Talzin will be mostly ground. But they do also both have cards that can reach across and hit people in the other arena. So with Luke, we're going to see things. Luke's ping, of course. But there's also a good chance that we might see red 5. We might some of the Luke decks. I'm not totally sure what Kwaishan's build has. Some of the Luke decks are running air superiority, which is a card that
Mm-hmm.
allows you to hit the ground if you have the advantage in space. And I'm sure Michael will have, some options of his own with cards like Shatterpoint that are removal that can be played to either arena.
Yeah, and this is going to be a critical. There'll be a critical decision point for Kwaishan and his resourcing because I would be surprised if Michael's not playing Tree Remembers in at least the side deck, and it's in at this point. And Luke often does want to deploy on something like a red 5 and really ramp up the on attack triggers, but that leaves him vulnerable to the Tree Remembers. So is Guaishan going to play a little bit more of a mid-range game with some of these higher costed units and try and get those to stick before deploying the loop?
Yeah, you might end up having to aim for that Resistance Blue Squadron or whatever. But here's a spicy start. Resistance X-Wing, and I believe Pilot R2 immediately jumps on there, making that Resistance X-Wing a turn
Yep.
1 4/4.
Yeah, really powerful card when piloted. Obviously, very mediocre without one, and particularly good with this R2, allowing potentially another pilot to jump on if need be. But also just a 4/4 on turn 1, not really something super common, especially in the space arena. So really powerful, aggressive tool here.
Yeah, the main other way to do that right now, you can do black 1. Black 1 with R2 also becomes a 4/4, and then you can do they hate that ship into the B wing, shooting down their ties to also get a 4/4.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
I actually think in this situation, Kwaishan probably doesn't want to put another pilot onto that Resistance X-Wing because it'll become more bait for Tree Remembers. And I think just the R2 4/4 is completely fine.
Oh yeah, very, very, very powerful start, especially dealing with a 27 HP base, colors that don't really have restore too often. So yeah, definitely a very strong start for Sean.
Yeah, and now we're going to see Millennium Falcon. So this is, the classic Spark of Rebellion Fast Falcon is out of the game now, or rather it's rotated and is only going to be in Twin Suns and Eternal. But we do have the new Millennium Falcon Get Out and Push, another card that synergizes with pilots.
Yep. And we do see a whirlwind of power in Michael's hand that's going to be able to finish off this Resistance X-Wing thanks to the debuff from Mother Talzin. But we'll see if he opts for other removal this turn or if that's the play he's angling for.
Kwaishan, if he has a pilot, he has to decide whether or not to risk it with that Falcon against a potential Tree Remembers.
Yeah, we're
It's an odd situation. Chewie on the Falcon would be like, devastating in some situations if he has it, but it's too vulnerable to Tree Remembers to be reliable right now. It's kind of awkward how they printed Chewie, who is supposed to be immune to direct defeat effects, and then they've also printed all these direct defeat effects that ignore Chewie's text. Pretty awkward.
Yeah, yeah. I would assume something along the lines of we realized our error a bit, and now we have to create other interactions. Otherwise, this pilot can end the game so quickly. Um,
Yeah.
and it does look like Michael has the tree members as well. So not only could he have Whirlwind have powered that Resistance X-wing this turn, which he was angling for. If the pilot did appear on the Falcon, he just opts for tree remembers instead and takes down that Falcon if it was piloted.
Ooh. Pilot Poe played as a ground unit, which creates an X-wing, and then it looks like he's going to jump onto that Falcon, which I think might well just lead to the tree remembers.
Yeah, we could see a quick claim here from Michael, ignoring that
Oh,
Karis
he's
damage.
actually going to try and spread out the threats by jumping onto the X-wing token instead. So that is going to be a little different, but it means that instead of having one really strong unit and one weak token, he has two kind of mid-strength units, which might be more effective against Michael's removal.
Yeah, I think that is a smart choice here, and I think it's still going to somewhat force Michael to use that tree remembers because you don't really want to take 7 this turn. He does have a condemn, but again, Luke in aggression has a lot of answers for upgrades, so you might just take the for sure removal here on that token, which feels a little bad, but it is what it is at this point.
I do think Kwai-Shan at this phase would really quite like to bring out a more expensive ship of some kind that can then be a vessel for Luke to pilot. If he could bring out, we're on 5 resources this turn, so at this point, I think there would be a fair few options. Some that I've seen before would include the Blue Squadron Assault Wing, for instance, 5/5 Raid 1. We
Yeah.
could What would be really nice is if Michael plays the Condemn and Kwai-Shan answers with the Ether Sprite to remove the Condemn and set up Luke for a pilot. That would be a pretty sweet play. But we'll have to see whether or not those options are possible here.
Yeah, and Michael's probably really debating if I tree remembers now and I don't draw a second one, Luke on the Falcon is going to beat me in like 2 turns. So he's almost got to he's in a position where he kind of has to forcibly hold the tree remembers and eat some damage because if Luke flips on that Falcon, he's in trouble.
Yeah, it's true. So if he plays Tree Remembers now and doesn't have it next turn, and Kwai-Shan does like Luke flip onto Falcon, immediate attack with Cinta, it's like, oh, okay, I lose the game if Luke gets to attack once more. So I have to like take initiative now and hope to top deck it. It's a grim scenario. Ooh, look at that. Very interesting. So I think he's trying to deny Luke a place to flip. It's no glory, only results, but it actually targets the Falcon, which is a weaker unit right now compared to that X-Wing token. I think Michael must be trying to deny Luke a place to flip next turn.
Yeah, we'll inevitably see Sean play units, right? But like you said, if he plays a red 5, for instance, that's a target for the tree remembers when Luke flips on
Right.
it. So we need to see a higher costed unit or the red 5 coupled with Cinta. It almost doesn't matter at that point that Luke would die because he gets the attack in anyway. The token could represent lethal at that point. So it's a tricky spot.
Yeah, this is really interesting to me. Michael, yeah, Michael already used all his resources, but can still potentially trigger Talzin's ability 3 times this turn because we could see leader ability used, attack with Dark Treya, leader ability used, swing and use the on attack. Okay, so Michael is going to flip Talzin. We could see Luke Skywalker's leader ability used here to ping something and also just stall. What is this? Red 5. That's not the more expensive ship that Kwai-Shan really wants to be out of range of that tree remembers, though.
Yep.
There is a condemn in hand for Michael there. He does have a pretty strong force in the ground arena, but it's not amazing. He has 2 kind of smaller units and then Talzin, who's pretty scary on the ground, but is not exactly representing a lot of damage to base.
Yeah, it's only
So
7
Kwai-Shan is
damage.
pretty far ahead in a race right now, but Michael has some tools to try to stop him or slow him down.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only 7 on the ground. He's fully tapped out, so, he's mulling over how many attacks does he wanna get in. He doesn't really wanna give up initiative too much. I think he'd like to hit that condemn, on one of those units before he takes a ton of damage, so he's probably deciding, is Sean gonna play a 2-drop, or is he gonna try and claim here?
Initiative taken by Michael. Kwaishan fires off Luke's leader ability for a ping there. Uh, yeah, ping on Darth Tread. Is there another card with the 2 resources? There is. It's another Resistance X-Wing.
Yeah, that is pretty perfect for Sean. He really was hoping to use all 5 resources. Michael was, I think, taking the bet that he didn't have another play outside of the ping, and yeah, another juicy target for Luke because of the +1/+1 it'll get when upgraded
Yeah,
by a pilot.
and now even if Michael has, 1 piece of removal, it will not be able to deny Luke a flip. Now, both of these other ships are small, so the Traver members would be able to kill Luke if he flips onto one of those ships. But as we've been discussing, if Kwaishan has Cinta, Luke could flip onto one of the ships and immediately attack without Michael having the opportunity to prevent that attack from going off. Another thing we could potentially even see here is Kwaishan pressuring in space and then flipping Luke to the ground because there's no ground threat that can actually stop Luke in one attack here.
Yep. And the Cinta is actually lethal, right? Because that would put the X-Wing at 7 to 21, and then he's got 4 and 2, which is 6, that's 27. So the Cinta is representing a very scary threshold for Michael right now.
Yeah, and Michael would probably be able to remove one of the smaller ships after that, but then if you really would have to remove both Luke and one of the smaller ships because otherwise Luke just swings next turn. So this
Correct.
could be a very tough spot. But does Kwaishan even have Cinta in the row? Cinta is a very important card for Luke. This is also another reason why I am interested in exploring 30 HP Luke Green because Cinta is very, very important. That's really a card that you want, and, like, that extra consistency in seeing her seems like it might well be worth it. Condemn.
Mhm.
Condemn okay, so Condemn goes in, it's going to target red 5, so that does set up a situation where the on attack ability will be able to be blocked here. Kwaishan could flip Luke onto the Resistance X-Wing, but if he doesn't have Cinta, it's a big risk because Traver members would immediately kill that X-Wing and Luke. Kwaishan
Well,
is going
doesn't
to swing instead with the X-Wing token.
Tree cost 4, correct? So he can't play it right now?
Oh, no, yeah, you're right. He paid too many resources with, yeah, because he
Yep.
paid the 3 resources with Condemn, you're right. So Traver members is a threat for next turn, but not this turn. So,
Yeah, he's
yeah,
yep.
under the circumstances, I might have just flipped immediately. That's interesting. I think I was well, I don't know. Does Michael have a 3 cost removal that can be used to kill this thing?
Yeah, his hand is double Vader and Tree Remember, so he's in a very bad position right now.
So he does have tree remembers. He could clear it next turn, but not this turn. Talzin debuffs the resistance X-Wing, so it is currently a 1/1, but it would become a 2/2 base if Luke did pilot it.
Ooh!
Oh, look at that. There is Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite defeating Condemn. Red 5 is now very much able to get full stats and to get the on attack ability. This is looking grim for Michael.
Yeah, this essentially ends the game. There's far too many threats, not enough damage, and yeah, it's almost like you don't even have to flip to win at this point. Um, that's just the way
Yeah.
Michael's hand is shaken out. He has no play this turn. It's double Vader, and like I said, True Members all too expensive with 3 resources exhausted, and it will
Yeah,
just
Luke could even
essentially
just
go down in a
deploy to the
whimper.
ground and win with ground damage at this point. In fact, yeah, he can win this turn if he deploys Luke to the ground, but he
That
does
yeah,
not. I
I
mean,
think he
he has
has
all
Sint in
kinds
the
of ways to win
row.
the game at this point, I think.
Yeah, I think he's just going for the 1 turn kill with flipping and Cinta.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's about to show it.
Flip
Yep.
Cinta. That's game. Cinta's immediate attack with Luke. That is going to be the game. That is going to be the match. And that is going to be the whole team match there, won by Glue and the Minions, one of the Maclunky gaming teams. Kwaishan Jin pulls it out for his team, winning against Michael's Mother Talzin deck.
Yeah, really exciting there to see it come down to the final match, the third game, plenty of time on the clock. Space versus ground, which is the kind of whole discussion of the Lawless time meta. And Luke Data Vault prevails in the end, whereas we saw Luke Yellow Cunning actually fall to the ground strategy of Lando, which obviously runs a lot of space, but is predominantly this ambush ground deck. So Luke Datavault coming in clean there at the end.
Yeah, it's been pretty sweet there. Very strong result. And it's funny too because we were talking earlier about the Tree Remember is such a strong card, but even holding that in hand, trying to have it up, potentially having it to stop Luke, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, the awkward cost of it as well, being 4, when you need to also play Condemn and you're only on 6 resources. The game just moved a little too quickly there, thanks to that 4/4 start for Sean with the R2 pilot, and that's how it goes. The meta is a bit swingy like that, where that turn 2 upgrade, or even in this case, turn 1 free R2 pilot, can really swing the metas and the game so quickly. So
One thing I will
congratulations
say,
to Glue and the
I think he
minions.
played it well by not putting Poe on that Falcon. So like Poe onto the Falcon would have been the higher value play, but that would have opened him up to get blown out more by Tree Remembers. So he instead put Poe on the small ship and made that removal less efficient against him.
Yeah, and we were talking about the decision of where to pilot Luke, but you're right. The decision of where to pilot Poe in that instance was crucial because it allowed him to spread out the damage, made the true members awkward. Then he felt like he had to hold it for the leader deploy, and eventually he never got to play it.
Yeah, that's a funny scenario. So now we're looking at the bracket here, and seem to have placed 3 different Maclunky gaming teams into the top 8, but 2 of them had to play each other. And Pasquale, you may be happy to learn that your fan club was victorious, the
You
number
know,
1 seed team.
I did tell them just trust, take the name, and it'll take you far. So I'm happy to see that they're doing well. We actually had 4 teams in. Like I said, they did have to play each other, but the secret Bonta Network team did beat McClunky Gaming 4. But Glue and the Minions and Pasquale's fan club did make it through. And we are waiting on the
Yeah.
KTOD team to finish up their best of 3 3v3.
Yeah, so it's going to be Pasquale's fan club and Glue and the Minions, 2 of the 3 top 8 McClunky gaming teams, 2 of the 4 overall McClunky gaming teams in that top 4, along with the secret BNT. Or no, wait, MCG4 was the other. Did all 4 McClunky teams make the top?
Yeah, all 4 out of 25 teams entered. Four of them were McClunky, and all 4 made top 8. Yep.
That is crazy. Well, a strong day for McClunky Gaming. Secret BN team did manage to defeat McClunky Gaming 4, and now we're going to see Secret BN team, the 2 surviving McClunky teams, and the winner of KTOD versus Liquid Schwartz Gaming B team. And this time there aren't going to be any McClunky mirrors until potentially the finals. So we'll see
Yeah.
how this goes.
I think there's a secret hope that KTOD squeaks it out, and there can be another KTOD McClunky final that is the rivalry of sorts of these 3v3 events. But a all McClunky final would also be fine by me. As I kind of sign off here for the day, I'll be back tomorrow for the 1v1. But this was my last match casting with you. It's been a pleasure. I'm so excited to watch the rest of this event.
Yeah, nice casting with you, Pasquale. Enjoy the cruise ship, and we will be coming back soon with the top 4. I believe we are going to be streaming your fan club versus the Secret Bothan Network team next, and I believe I will be joined by Mickey D for that one. But for now, we're going to take a short break. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. This is the Cantina Clash, brought to you by McClunky Gaming and Top Deck Games.
What's going on, guys? This is TowerNumberNine here with Maclunky Gaming for the Cantina Clash, brought to you by Maclunky Gaming and Top Deck Games. We are about to go into the top 4, and I am joined here by Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew. Jordan, how are you doing?
Doing well, back again for the top 4 now, stepping in for Mickey. Cover things out to finish us out here for the night. Got a lot of McClunky teams in the field. Love seeing that sort of success rate. And right here, it looks like our pairings are up. We have the fan club into the Bothan secret team, and it's Lando blue, Chewy yellow, Jin red 30 versus Jin 27 red, Talzin yellow force, and Lando green, it looks like. So pretty interesting matchup spread here.
Yeah, there's some shared leaders, but looks like some different bases being selected and a few different options as well, with both sides having Jin and Lando, but one side going for Chewie and another for Mother Talzin. I
Yep.
think should be interesting to see how this goes. Are there any decks here you particularly like, Jordan? Personally, I'm a big Chewie fan.
I like Jin, Lando, Taz. I like everything. I probably Chewy at the bottom of my list, to be honest. But we saw Lando green on round 1, I believe, with Cluvis, and it was really space heavy. He had a great match with the Vader yellow and really had a dominant force in space. Ended up losing the match just by death by 1,000 cuts, but really interesting build, kind of rotating a little bit away from the blue stuff and what that's going on in the mid range, and more of a space heavy build, at least in that matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting. I do like some of the big plays that Blue has to offer. So in particular, I think flipping into Bo-Katan off those credits can be really nice. But green certainly an aspect that has a lot of strong cards. I know green heroism has really been seeing some winners recently. You have some very powerful stuff, Queen Amidala, Keller and Beck, really some cool options available.
And then another discussion between Jin 30 and Jin Splash base. Typically, you're splashing in Kanan, Zeb, sometimes a blue leader in the side or something like that. And the 30, you have a little bit more HP, which in this format, we've seen kind of all day how valuable that base HP is, being one turn away from an aggressive negotiation or otherwise.
Yeah, one other thing that you do get with the splash base is that you can run Chairman Papanoida, which is sort of like I'm torn on that one myself. It's a little gimmicky. It's a little combo-y. But if you do like Chio Fein into Chairman Papanoida and they don't stop it, you can just run away with the game. It can be ridiculous.
Yeah, I was playing that for a little bit. I moved off it in favor of just focusing on, Kanan and not
Right.
overloading it too much. But it is super fun and it's super powerful if it works. Definitely agree that it's a little gimmicky, but also sometimes it's for the memes, right? Sometimes we have a good time playing those
Yeah,
sort of
and
combo decks.
it's not like you have some combo decks where you have to like build your whole deck around it. So like one example of that, the like Yoda Endless Legions deck, where the whole deck is built around, oh, I'm gonna play You're My Only Hope to resolve Endless Legions for free.
Sure.
But then it like changes everything else that you do. I think one advantage of the Chairman Papanoida combo is that you can just put Chairman Papanoida in the deck and otherwise play a normal deck.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, I think there's a lot to be said for consistency compared to some of the like, oh, if I draw this and this and this and they don't stop it, it's amazing. But
Yeah.
we'll have to see.
And I think there's arguments for that consistency with the 30 HP base, right? Right, having a little bit of time extra every single game, one more
Yeah.
attack, one more action. I think it's a valid debate on both sides for sure. So I think we're gonna have a Chewy versus Lando Green matchup to start. We're getting everybody shuffling up right now. I know you're a big Chewy guy, so what are you looking for? First of all, did you see that Lando Green matchup earlier today?
I don't think I caught that one. That was before I was on, I believe.
Yeah, that was early in the morning. Really was focusing on like the blue ace, the blue leader. Even had the new 5-cost ambush. I think it's called like the XY fighter, where that could buff itself to ambush for 5 instead of 4. Really interesting include. I've really only thought about that as a limited card up to this point, but really has some good uses.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was a really fun match to see, and obviously, yeah, the Typhos, the Obi-Wan Kenobis, that sort of thing for the ground as well. So pretty balanced deck.
Yeah, when I think about the Chewy side of things, what I'm basically thinking is Chewy is very aggro, and my core game plan against Lando is going to be faster than him.
Yeah.
But it does sound like that Lando deck has a lot of options in space, and many, though not all, of Chewy's good starting plays are in space. So that might be an opportunity for Lando to try and trip the Chewy player up a bit.
Yep, and we'll see how it goes as we're getting underway shortly.
I do think that Chewy does have some good ground options. We have things like Karis Nemec, of course, but the Warrior of Clan Ordo can also be quite solid. And I don't know if this deck is on it. I personally am actually running Lieutenant Gorin main deck in my Chewy because first off, it's really good against credits. So it's like great to have if the opponent is going for a credit gameplay, which Lando might do. But also 3 for a 4/4 is pretty legit in an aggro deck.
Yeah, I think there's 3 of them in this set. There might be 4, but I think it's the 000, Gorn, and the Masasi Trooper, the vanilla green 4.
Yeah, there's a vanilla 3-cost 4/4 command heroism.
Yeah, really, obviously aggressive stats across the board there. So always cool to see some strong, even basic units. Sometimes a stat pile is valuable in certain forms and fashions.
Yeah, it's funny too because in the game's early lifespan pre-rotation, we saw General Grievous, who was a 3-cost 4/4 who had an ability that was basically just flavor text. I've never seen it resolved in any game, casual or competitive, where he can get all those lightsabers and then kill stuff. But that card didn't make all that much of a splash. However, that was also a blue villain card. Blue villain tended to be a lot more controlling, and a 3-cost 4/4 is a lot scarier in an aggro deck. Does look
Yeah.
like we've seen a space start here, though.
Very fast base start. We have the Red Squadron Y Wing and that N1 starting off with Cluvis taking all 4 damage to base, followed by with a nice trade on that N1.
Yeah, that lines up well. That start lines up well for the Bothan team there.
Unfortunate
But
claim with no other actions from
ooh,
Lando there. Maybe he's trying to keep initiative and not try to generate that credit.
yeah, I wonder if he's worried about credit removal or something. It's a
Yeah,
little
I think
interesting.
you could play something. You could try to keep your unit alive. You're vulnerable to the Chewy ping as well as that attack from the Falcon. Here's that
Okay, so
blue
this
ace.
makes sense. So he had the
Yep.
blue ace, and he wants to make sure I can kill the Falcon with blue ace before it gets a chance to swing. So, okay, there's Chewy.
Yeah, the Chewy deploy followed up by 3 from that N1 Starfighter. Chewy goes in for 5 with an activation to take out that blue ace.
And now the question is there a 1 cost that we could see here from the Chewy deck? Sometimes you do have the really notable ones would be they hate that ship into a 3-cost unit, or then the 1-cost A-wing is also pretty strong.
Yeah.
But looks
Regardless
like
what
doesn't have it.
regardless what Chewy plays this turn, he's gonna have to develop the board a little bit because he's getting exhausted there by the new
Oh
Jenner. So
yeah.
really, really strong, flexible unit.
Yeah, this is a really, really good card. It's basically the new version of Leia Defiant Princess from set 1. So this version of Jin is a 2-cost 2/2, and when played, either give an experience unit to an experience token to a unit or exhaust a unit. And relevantly, she works on herself, so you can play her as a 2-cost 3/3 on the first turn.
Here's that broken horn coming down from Dehak.
Yeah, and that's a nice little move. So we mentioned earlier in the stream that Chewy can be very effective with these cards that reward you for having fewer resources. Broken Horn is one of those. When played, if you have fewer cards in hand than an opponent, draw a card. If you have fewer resources, resource the top card of your deck. However, it appears that we're going to see a Pilot Han enabling the N1 to trade with that Broken Horn. That being said, we've already seen the benefit of that when played ability.
Yeah, of course. Especially, imagine you get the double trigger there with the draw as well. going into this next turn, things are looking pretty good for Lando, I would say, in terms of how much damage has been taken on base, only sitting at 9 after the Chewie flip turn and more. So I know from the Chewie perspective, Tower, you really want to get out, you want to get fast and furious early. What's the game plan here for Dahak moving forward?
Yeah, so at this point, I think that the early game hasn't really gone that well. There were too many favorable trades and setups with the, you know, yes, we did see no turn 2 play from the Lando deck, but with that blue ace, with the N1 lining up well against the Y wing, it does end up in a spot where Chewie has not managed to find the damage and board presence he'd really want. The good news is we do still have Chewie on the field who's really strong. We could see a simple attack to base, use the on attack ability to defeat Jin here. We still have a bunch of resources, so some plays that we might be looking at as the game continues here. Um, there's the option for later game units. So we might have, for instance, Kazuda,
Ooh.
the 4-cost aggression unit. Might try to rebuild the space arena now that there's nothing immediately there, but let's see how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, he takes, I think that was a hit for 9 to bring him to 18 with aggressive negotiation. Lando flips, uses his ability to destroy 1 credit, making 3. Does he have a Bo-Katan or Liberty to follow up is the real question here.
Yeah, and we are going to see that Kazuda that I just mentioned hitting the field for Dahak, thanks to the credit tokens that were generated there, using all the credits available. And that Kazuda, as long as he's on less resources than his opponent, will actually be potentially swinging for 6. So very threatening.
See Han
Another
Pilot come
pilot
in.
Han ambushing Chewie. That's honestly not that efficient a play.
Well, it stops
It's
some
not
damage moving
terrible.
forward. I think he does have Liberty in his hand, so I could argue that that would be better, but you have to build this ground to combat the pressure, I think, because Kazuda still is a huge threat, like you mentioned.
Right. So like Kazuda right now, assuming that we remain on lower resources for the Chewie build, Kazuda will actually be able to swing for 6.
Yeah.
And I think right now we're looking at 6 resources to 7. So that is going to be a situation where he can get at minimum 6, maybe more if there's a pump of some kind. But I don't know. Even if we were to see, like, I don't think he has enough cards to win off of a single aggressive negotiations here. And so the question it may end up being, what little sneaky tricks can he do to get a little bit more damage in? Are we going to see hidden units? Are we going to see? Oh, that's a nice one there. So it's not an aggressive
Immense abilities.
negotiations. Commence the festivities. Another card that benefits from having fewer resources. So that's going to be +2 in Saboteur. Mina Bonteri doing some restore there though.
Yep, that's 8 to base plus the kill, no disclose. It's looking like.
Yeah, Mina misses disclose, so no draw card. That's going to be 5 HP left for Tetra. Oh, once again, Pilot Han ambushes, but this time it is Dahak who brings in Pilot Han, defeats Lando, and Han stays on the board. Tetra needs something pretty big here.
And here it is, Depa Balaba coming in, ambushing into Kazuda.
Oh man, this is spicy. If there's any pump at all, Han can close the game. He only needs 1 more power, but I'm not sure that he has it. I don't think I see an event in hand there.
Yeah, and we're getting to that point in the game where Tetra's sitting on, I believe, 9 effective resources with 2 credits. Han just swings in for 4, no buff.
Yeah, no buff, 1 HP left for Tetra. Now, there are a few cards that we could see in the Chewie deck that would be reach options. So one would be the Cavern Angels X-Wing, where when defeated, it does 2 damage to a base. Another one would be Collateral Damage, which could be played and deal 2 damage to a base directly. I'm not sure how many of those are being run, but there's Karis Nemec, and he is a scary reach option in his own right because first off, he has hidden, so ambushes will not work to clear him. And second, even if he is cleared, he can potentially generate that spy token, which could then attack to win the game on its own. Tetra forced to just take the initiative could be in
Yeah.
a lot of trouble here.
Really needs to be able to put a
Oh,
sentinel in
look at
front of
this.
it and to scoop.
He kills his own Nemec with Chewie's ability to disclose, showing the spy. Spy comes in ready and closes the game. Nice play.
Yep. Very, very tight gameplay there by Dayhawk. Seems like things just got out of hand going into that Lando flip turn. The damage was low prior to that, but they weren't able to stabilize afterwards with that big. Like a bow would have been, I think, a little bit better. I think he did have Liberty in his hand, but it just wouldn't have been enough with how wide the board was, I think.
I think one thing that I noticed there was that we did actually see. So I think first off, he doesn't have Bo-Katan because this is the Lando green, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. So he does not have the big removal there. But one thing that I noticed about that game was that Lando played two different pilot Hans, one as a pilot and one as an ambush. But in both cases, he ended up trading and didn't actually get to have his unit stick. Whereas when Dayhack brought out Pilot Han, he cleared his opponent's unit and remained on the field to keep hitting.
Yep.
And Han is a lot better when he stays on the field or stays with his unit being buffed than when he just gets removed immediately.
And
But
now we're
now we're moving to
diving.
Spanish
Yeah,
Alex versus Decreasy from Secret.
it's a Jin 30 versus Talzin yellow. Looks like Talzin has a little bit better of a board state, a lot of it better with that Cantwell versus a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of effective life total remaining. Going
Yeah,
into it
so
looks like the 9 resource turn or the 8 resource turn. Let's catch
yeah,
everybody
so
up.
Spanish Alex very behind on board, but does have a substantial HP lead, especially because his opponent's base has fewer HP. This is the 30 HP Jin rather than the Splash Jin. Cantwell getting exhausted there by a nimble prowess, but does look like Spanish Alex is in some trouble here.
Yeah, Talzin follows up with 3 to base. Looks like Spanish Alex is sitting with a 3-card hand, now 2-card hand, another B-Wing skirmisher pinging that Cantwell cruiser. That Cantwell is a problem, though.
Yeah, I think Spanish Alex really wants to find an answer to that Cantwell cruiser to get his unit out of space jail there. Oh, but there's another Cantwell cruiser for Decreasy. The situation getting even worse. Both of those units now under arrest.
Jeez. And
I don't
great
think this one's
stats to
going
follow up.
Alex's way. I hate to say that, he is my teammate, but it is looking grim here for Spanish Alex.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty full stabilization from Decreasy in ground, definitely in space, but also on the ground.
All right. What might Spanish Alex have to try and stabilize?
Oof,
Wow, that's really not it. Ray
Mr.
played as a
Ray.
unit. That is not why you play that card. You play that card for the draw effect. Is there lethal this turn? No, it's off by 3 unless there's a pump. No, wait, there's another Cantwell.
Oh,
Yeah, this
there's
is lethal
definitely
this turn.
lethal. Yeah, got a nimble to
Nimble
exhaust
prowess, gets an
1,000.
exhaust. Okay.
6 more to base. Got to answer this assassin, or it's on to the next game, and he doesn't have the answer.
Tough one there for Spanish Alex. I think by the time that we came in, it looked like initiative, not like the literal initiative token, but like initiative in the sense of who has the dynamism in that game had really shifted towards Decreasy.
Yeah, totally. And I think one of the things with Talzin is that she, whether it's obviously the advantage in fighting on the ground is just about could fight with any deck, but also when you could stabilize in space like that based on your advantage on the ground, you're not going to give that up, right? You're not going to be able to basically give an inch to your opponent. And at that point, you're pushing enough damage to close things out. I mean, the Cantwell is just so crazy with that effect plus those stats. Really, really awesome unit.
Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely right. All right. Well, it looks like we are headed back to Chewie versus Lando, and they are about to get started in game 2. Let's see how this one goes. Dayhack versus Tetra.
Non-stop
And
action here.
yeah, it's going to be Chewbacca with the 30 HP cunning base versus Lando Green 30. And this time we're going to start off in the ground. That might be a better option against the space presence we saw from this Lando Green. Karis Nemec, and on Tetra's side of the board, it's Fireball. Now, Fireball is interesting. This is a card that I don't think saw as much play when it first came out as it's seen now. We did see it in the Kazuda leader decks, but We didn't see it in other decks as frequently, and now we've seen a fair few of them over this day's event.
Yeah, I think just a 3/3 in space versus other space decks can be really strong and just create so much tempo for you. Whether if your unit survives 1 turn or 2 turns, it's depending on what you attack into, but so
Yeah.
much tempo there.
We've also just seen some options go out of the game. So, nobody can play, for instance, the Fast Falcon, the 3-cost Millennium Falcon piece of junk from Spark of Rebellion.
Yeah.
And, some of the early game ships aren't there. It looks like we're going to see an early Chewie trigger, removing the Fireball. That gives an opportunity for Obi-Wan Kenobi to enter the board and put a Sentinel in Nemec's way. And I
And
have to say,
really,
this is rather awkward for Dayhack.
of
This is
course,
not
yeah.
what you most want.
You could sacrifice your spy and that to get through, or you could just blast through with commence the festivities for 5 to base. That sounds good as well.
Generally speaking, though, when I play Chewie, I don't want to trigger his ability that early.
Yeah.
I usually want to have my first Chewie trigger be on the 4-resource turn. But, Dayhack didn't end up spending that credit. He still has the credit, so he can still actually deploy Chewie this turn, assuming there's no credit destruction or whatever on Tetra's side of the board.
Yep, and let's see what this causes. Are we gonna get a trade here, or are we gonna?
Yeah, so this is an awkward situation. If Obi-Wan does attack into Nemec, Chewie can potentially use the ability to clear Obi-Wan. We see Mina Bonteri, but she's not a force unit, so that doesn't give Obi-Wan Sentinel. That means
Mhm.
Dayhack could attack with Nemec into the base. I would probably just do that myself. Just keep, advancing the clock.
Yeah, keep the pressure on. Take him to 8 to base. Followed up by 3 to base
Obi-Wan
by
also
Obi.
swinging base. That's interesting. I think the problem with attacking Nemec here is that it would give Dayhack a spy, which would allow more damage to base, and then also the 3 damage on Obi-Wan would allow Chewie's ping to clear Obi-Wan. So really sort of an awkward situation there.
I think he
Uh,
also wanted to
Chewie,
dirtle a little bit here to get to
yeah,
Jin and that exhaust.
Chewie
But
does hit the field only to be exhausted by Jin. Could be that was a turn where I think for both players it could be better, could be worse. You know what I mean?
yeah, 100%. And at some point, you're gonna have to deal with Nemec. You know,
Right.
just period.
Dayhack got some damage through with Nemec, and he developed Chewie. But Tetra was able to prevent Chewie from swinging and also got Mina Bonteri going for some restore.
Yeah.
So, neither player, I think, scored a knockout punch there.
Again, early in the game, damage not that out of control. We saw the same thing happen in game 1, and then things did spiral from there. Crucial couple turns coming up here.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're looking at the situation here, and Tetra's taken 8 damage on the base and is about to take some more. I think. I think there's a very good chance we're going to see Chewie swing for 5 to base, and then also a ping somewhere. So the ping could be used to clear Jin. It could also be used here to put damage on Obi-Wan, but it is going to be Jin off the board. So Jin won't be able to trade for Nemec. Hehowever, Mina Bonteri will kill Nemec. Now we see if Dayhack has the disclose.
He's sitting on like 5 cards, so he must have it.
Yeah, I think he may actually be thinking about which cards to disclose.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I think he has a red 5 in his hand.
Oh yeah, and there's the credit generated from the on attack ability. Does he really not have it? No, he
No, he
must.
has
He
red
must just
5
be
right
thinking
there.
about
So he's
which.
just
Yeah.
thinking about what he wants to show, and Kazuda is that choice.
There's the spy. Spy swings in. Showing
And
Kazuda somewhat signals that you might play Kazuda, but it could also be a bluffing tactic.
OB.
Generally speaking, just as a best practice, you want to show them the card that you're going to be playing anyway
Yeah.
to avoid giving extra info.
So Sabine just ambushes in, setting up for that Obi-Wan kill.
Yeah, that's the 3-cost anti-upgrade Sabine ambushing into um now awkwardly that's an out of aspect 3-cost anti-upgrade Sabine. So that was all 5 resources spent on that. Then Kazuda takes the field and Tetra actually takes the initiative
Initiative, yeah,
rather
that's
than
interesting.
clearing Chewie with Obi-Wan, maybe hoping to play a force unit to give Obi-Wan Sentinel or do something to remove Kazuda before a potential swing for 6 to base.
Yeah, you would assume he has some sort of answer if he's claiming with his attack up.
It does seem to me that Tetra is not in a great spot here. What is that? Depa Balaba?
Yeah, it's Epa Balaba coming into Chewie, taking him out. Now we still have Lando's flip
Oh, and
here
that
as
is a
well.
force unit. Yeah, so that's a nice setup. So now with Sentinel, Obi-Wan, so Kazuda could attack and clear Obi-Wan in one hit, but the spy token can't make it through right now. The question is, does Dahak have some other thing to disrupt this?
Also on the Tetra side, will he flip this turn, or is he waiting to
Oh,
develop the credit next
take
turn?
a
We
look
see
at that. It's
Obi-Wan getting
moral
captured.
authority.
Yep.
Moral
Then
authority on the field, and that's actually really strong because additionally +2 power on Kazuda. So Kazuda, I believe, is swinging for 8 damage now.
yeah, and Mina just goes into him to restore 1. Will there be a disclose for that card draw? Looks like
Doesn't look like it.
no. One of those. It's a little bit of a harder disclose, to be fair.
Yeah, 8 damage to base, and because the damage was on Kazuda rather than the spy gets to swing in 2 for 2 damage, but then Lando attacks into Kazuda, clearing him, rescuing Obi-Wan from being captured. Now, Obi-Wan doesn't have Sentinels. That spy has a clear route to attack base, but it isn't going to be enough damage unless we see an aggressive negotiations for 5, and I don't think that's there.
And we also saw that Lando flipped without using his ability to create multiple tokens, but I think Chewie just
Good
put
point.
so much pressure on that you had to do it. I don't think there was a choice in the matter.
Tough situation there for Tetra, not necessarily what you most want to be doing, but on the plus side, the board is looking increasingly stabilized. There's only 5 HP left on base, which is bad, but there is the potential for some healing later. We saw Mina, for instance, doing a bit of restore.
Yep.
Now the question is what threats Dayhak can develop. Can he develop threats that Tetra can't answer? The space arena might be the place to try to do that.
Yeah, we are 1 turn away from Liberty coming into the conversation as well. So space might be a good avenue. Lando clears up that spy, obviously, and now we're just seeing what Dayhawk is going to do.
Now, one other card very relevant, commence the festivities as we saw earlier, would be able to get something past a sentinel. So if we did see, Liberty as a sentinel in space, or we saw Obi-Wan blocking things on the ground, looks like we're going to have they hate that ship into B-Wing combo, but it's cleanly answered by a blue ace on Tetra's side of the board. 3 resources left for Dayhak.
Yeah, great answer there for Tetra.
Chewie's ability being used, clearing out Blue Ace with that 2 damage, 3 resources left. This is probably enough to bring out an additional threat. The question is, what will it be and where?
And Depa swings in for 5. We have Obi still there. Like
Red
red
5.
5, and then Tetra claims.
Red 5, not lethal on its own, but in conjunction with several pumps could be lethal. So a good example, we could see Pilot Han, aggressive negotiations, commence the festivities, lots of options there that would get the extra bit of damage that Dayhak needs. But in the meantime, that ground arena is looking pretty bad. And now Tetra can start adding some damage of his own.
And we are on the Liberty turn. That'd be a nice answer to exhaust red 5 here.
Okay, let's see what Tetra has. Is there something to stop this red 5? Liberty would be a nice one. Only 5 resources on Dayhak's side of the board, compared to a mighty, I believe, 8 for Tetra.
So he just opts to swing 5 with Depa up to
Depa.
13, and Pilot
There's Pilot
Han
Han
in
to
for
close
the
the game.
win. And that's game 2 for Dayhawk. Got off to too fast of a start for Tetra to keep up with in stabilization. Really well fought, but just too much pressure from Chewie.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a really cool play with the moral authority on Kazuda capturing Obi-Wan to open a route and get some bonus damage. Really cool stuff. I might have to try moral authority in my own Chewie deck.
Yeah, so if you have the units, I mean, Chewie has a relatively high HP especially for when he comes out in the game. Red 5 isn't so bad as well. Most of your units are unique on the ground at least, so some good options there. Now we're back to our Jin versus Talzin Yellow matchup. Looks like we're on resource 5. Talzin's flipped, Jin hasn't.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I believe we're seeing, Talzin attacks to base, uses the -1/-1 to take out the Sentinel version of Sintakaz. Now we see Jin flip, putting damage onto Decreasy's base, and looks at those top 3 because Sinta was defeated. Finds something, doesn't appear to be a Jin, which I'm sorry, doesn't appear to be a Ray, which is the really spicy one with this deck.
Going to the
But
6
just
resource
some
turn.
extra card in hand. 6 resource turn. This is a little weird. So 7 damage on Jin's base, 6 damage on Talzin's base. That does put Jin a little ahead actually because Talzin's base is lower HP, but it's not definitive.
Yeah, I think, the combo of the Assassin and Talzin on the ground is a little bit better than Jin and the B-Wing for Spanish Alex. But I think these next couple turns is really where this game is going to be decided if things end quickly. Like if the Hammerhead's there to take something out, how many cards does Alex have in his hand? We're obviously joining in the middle of things, so don't have an exact idea of how many times Jin's ability has been triggered. But looks like he's sitting on at least 4, maybe 5. So not enough to directly take out Talzin.
All right, let's see what happens here. Decreasy mulling over this attack. I think the attack and where the debuff goes. And I think it's going to be attack into Jin, debuff the ship.
Yep, debuff the B-Wing.
So now let's see how Spanish Alex responds. Has not lost a rebel unit at this point to get Jin's draw. And while Jin's draw on attack can be very strong, sometimes the timing is awkward. Rebellious Hammerhead, that's kind of one of the signature plays of this deck, clearing Talzin's Assassin.
Good to note also that the debuff on that B-Wing brings it into Talzin's Assassin's range, brings it into Whirlwind of Power range, so probably could expect that kind of setup.
Yeah. Let's see what happens here.
Ooh, it's a Tyrannus to take out Jin.
Okay. Now we're left with Talzin in control of the ground arena, while Jin threatens damage in the space arena. The B-Wing swings, but it's only going to be 3 damage thanks to that debuff.
And a Karis to follow things up. Really, in that people are calling it the ships passing in the night strategy, we have Decreasy really fortifying the ground here and inverse there for Spanish Alex.
Yep. Space versus ground, but the Jin Urso deck is very scary in these situations because of its potential to hit a big aggressive negotiations for a lot of damage.
100%. Even with a 3 or 4 buff, it's a lot of damage at this point in the game. It doesn't need to be a massive swing every time, obviously.
All right.
Use that Talzin's Assassin to debuff that B-Wing.
Yeah, that the B-Wing now really not so strong, but it's not off the board. However, I believe a swing from Talzin will clear the B-Wing with the on-attack ability unless it receives some kind of buff, as it has -3/-3 and is about to go to -4/-4.
Because of that, Spanish Alex takes his 1.
There goes
And
that attack. On attack, indeed, clearing the B-Wing.
now does he have an answer to the hammerhead? Another
If
hammerhead.
so, he better have 2 of them, because another
Yeah.
rebellious hammerhead hits the field, clears Darth Tyrannus, and this space arena is looking very, very scary indeed for Mother Talzin.
Absolutely. Spanish Alex takes the initiative after Karis swings for 2.
All right. We have Karis, Talzin's assassin, and Mother Talzin herself in the ground arena for Decreasy. But
And
on the other side of things, those 2 rebellious hammerheads mean a lot, and if they're coupled with some aggressive negotiations, it could be a huge problem.
that brings Decreasy to 20 damage. Easily in
Attack.
range. Oh, great card here for the hold for questioning to
Hold
exhaust
for
the.
questioning.
And he
Oh,
does
and
have.
there's the
He has
aggressive
2 of them
negotiations.
though.
Oh, but
He's-
there's 2.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
that is not what you want to see, Decreasy. I think that's more or less game over. Well, it's not over yet, but that is really, really bad to see when you're at this low on base HP. I think at this point, if Alex gets a chance to attack with any unit, the game essentially ends, as the aggressive negotiations would be lethal from any of these cards.
and now we have a very sticky Mando unit in the ground arena.
Decreasy starts pushing damage to base here. I think Alex probably just takes initiative. Yep. Is there some way, somehow, to stabilize this situation? I personally am not aware of one.
Yeah, and he's only representing 6 damage, needing 15.
Yeah, and might be able to clear some of this stuff, but is not going to be able to clear enough of it, I don't think. Not with that many resources. There's the handshake.
Yeah, the awkward handshake for the end of the match. It's tough when you look at someone's hand and you see 2 aggressive negotiations. You say to yourself, "Oh, I have the card that I need to pull. I could save myself," but not when you needed to do it 2 times.
Yeah, and I've seen, you've seen some moments like that before. I remember back in the day, like people bringing out Bazine Natal and being like, "I've got to stop, overwhelming barrage or whatever the card is, or I got to stop a resupply," and then seeing 2 resupplies, and it's just like, oh, it's not where you want to be.
Yeah, and that's what part of playing cards, right? It's a random game that we sometimes can't control the outcomes of. So, not sure where the other tables are standing here. Is that the match tower?
I think I think so. This particular match here is 1-1. We will see what goes on here as we proceed, but it looks like
Because
at
we,
the very least they're going to be playing this one out, or maybe
yeah,
not. There's a fist
yeah.
bump.
I was
Is
unsure
that
by
we're closing it up fist bump? I think it was.
yeah, that's the cards back in box there, so that might be the match. And I
Okay,
believe
so yeah. I'm told here they're not playing it out. Pasqualle's fan club won the other 2 matches,
okay.
and so it is going to be a win for Pasqualle's fan club. Pasquale said that he was going to dedicate his show on the cruise ship tonight to the fan club. So, shout out to them. They are going to be moving on. That was the top 4, so the fan club's going to be in the finals. We'll see how they do.
Yeah, it'll either be against the KTOD team or another Maclunky team, Glue and the Minions.
Yeah, and it should be interesting. KTOD and Maclunky have faced off in the finals of these team events twice now. Both times, KTOD was able to get a close win. And so it would be it'd be pretty interesting if we saw a repeat performance with KTOD facing off with Maclunky Gaming once more in the top cut of the Cantina Clash. However, it would also be hype if it were Maclunky versus Maclunky in the finals.
Absolutely. It would be exciting either way. Looks like we have 42 minutes left in the round. That first 3v3 finished up a little bit early. In the distance here, you can see Red Dragon and Wu squaring off. And then Kwaishan Jin and Stevie. Not sure if that middle match is finished. Just there might be a judge blocking the view. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
But
I think that's a judge.
we're getting to zoom in. Here we go.
Nice. Yeah,
Yes,
there's
they must be in the middle of games.
Yeah, I can't tell from their facial expressions what exactly is going on, but yeah, looks like there's the KTOD versus Maclunky other match still going on, and once they conclude, we will be able to bring you the finals with Maclunky's fan club versus the winner of this KTOD versus Maclunky grudge match.
Until then, we got 40 some odd minutes, so we'll take a breather, stick with us, and we'll be back for the finals.
Yeah, and stay tuned also because while there are 40 something minutes left in the round, if the other match does conclude early, we may come back to you sooner than that. Welcome back to Maclunky Gaming and Top Deck Games presenting the Cantina Clash. I'm TowerNumber9. I am joined here by Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew, and we are about to bring you the finals of the team event. Once again, it is a community organized Star Wars Unlimited team event, and once again, it's going to be a showdown between KTOD and Maclunky Gaming in the finals.
You love to see it. Who's gonna take it home this time? And KTOD is up 2-0, so need Maclunky to get on the board if they want to even get a chance back to even the rivalry. Have some great players on both sides here. KTOD won the initiative flip, and they're going to be picking these seats coming up here shortly. We have Wu on Talzin red, Tata on Vel 30 red, and then Stevie on Luke Data Vault. And on the other side, we have Spanish Alex on Jin 30, Dayhawk on Chewy Yellow, and then who's our third player here? This is Tyler on Lando Blue.
Yeah, it should be an interesting matchup for sure. Two teams, very strong history. Pasqualle's fan club, the Maclunky Gaming team here, maybe trying to avenge their teammates who were defeated by KTOD in the semifinals. We saw the other Maclunky Gaming team there, Glue and the Minions, sadly being defeated.
See if they can make it 2 in a row, or if they could get that revenge. Looks like we're gonna get a Vel versus maybe Jin. We know that we're getting Tata on Vel in this first match, on the KTOD side at least.
Yeah, so Luke, Vel, and Talzin versus Jin, Lando, and Chewy. Unlike some of the other matches, there is no overlap in the leaders being selected by these two teams.
And it looks like it will be Lando Blue versus Vel Red, Tata versus Tyler. You can catch them on Underwhelming Barrage each week. I'm sure they'll be bragging about this for a while, whoever gets this win.
I think there is a fair chance. In fact, I would say it's more likely than not that whoever wins this match will make some mention of it over on Underwhelming Barrage. No question about it.
Yeah, you have to tune in to find out, but it's a safe bet, I think. So, what do you think about this matchup? I think you have two leaders who are kind of in that upper end of mid range. You have both leaders really doing some credit synergies. I'm sure they both have some anti credit tech, especially on the Tata side here. So, should be a good matchup overall. We saw this red Vel deck pop up in London last week, and it's a fun addition to the meta.
Yeah, I think there are some cool tricks to it. So, basically what Vel is trying to do is you can use your ability to give your units an experience, but it gives your opponent a credit. Now, sometimes you might think that's a huge downside. You're ramping your opponent, or like sort of ramping your opponent into their stronger plays. Well, that might be, but as you were saying, Jordan, these decks tend to also feature a bunch of cards that mess with your opponent's credits. Funny how that works. So
Mm-hmm.
essentially, you're trying to exploit anti credit cards to turn the ability from experience with a downside to experience that you just get for free. And if you can successfully do that, having a leader that exhausts to give out an experience for free turns out to be really good.
Absolutely. As we look down the table, we see Spanish Alex and Wu. So it's Chewy versus Talzin Red there. And then Dayhawk. That's Jin versus Talzin Red. And then at the end, we see Dayhawk versus Stevie with Chewy into Luke. So it should be a fast and furious matchup at the end of the table for sure.
Yeah. We have some well-known players in the community here, some serious tournament competitors, good results at multiple events, and now once more Maclunky versus KTOD should be an exciting finals.
That's the part of this 3v3 format that's just awesome. Yeah, everybody's hanging out. We're having a good time. We're seeing three friends go up against three friends. You have a little backstory, whether it's with a shared podcast or beating your other teammates the round before. And it's just a type of competition that you don't get to do as often either, which I think makes it special as well.
Yeah. All right. We are about to get going here. And the players I believe have each other's deck lists. We're looking at the setup here in our first match on the stream. We are going to, I believe, be showing Tyler versus Tata. Should be a fun match. Lando versus Velsartha.
Yep.
And looking at Lando here, this is going to be the Lando Calrissian deck using City in the Clouds, which is that's going to be the base choice there. And I believe that City in the Clouds, that's going to be a 30 HP Vigilance
It
base.
is, yeah.
And at least for me, I do like the Vigilance Lando more than I like the Command Lando. Also, City in the Clouds, what a fitting base to play when your leader is Lando Calrissian.
Yeah. And whether it's 30 or 27, I think Lando's been pretty interesting across the board. Last week in that UK event, we saw a player in day 2 running the splash base with the Spectres, Tyler opting for the 30 build here. Both players mulliganing. It does feel a little bit better when your opponent mulligans also, because it's like, hey, I didn't get mine, but they didn't get theirs either, so we're okay for now.
Yeah. Should be interesting to see what happens here.
Some nice riffle shuffling from Tata there. Good technique.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. Shuffling on up.
Very thoroughly.
Now, what do you think the best anti-credit cards are here?
I think if I had to pick one and only one, it's probably the Arvel Skeen.
Yeah.
I just think it's really effective. It's relatively on rate, 4/3 for 3 on play and on attack. I think, in another world, Convey X might be the best one if you get like tons of credit decks in the format. But if I had to choose one right now, it would be that. How about you?
Yeah, I think that would be my pick in terms of like the best card against credits overall. I think if we're talking like the best, I like Lieutenant Gorn for the 4/4 base stat line because that's kind of a flex where it's going to be helpful in normal matchups as well as against credits. Whereas Arvel Skeen is a 4/3, which isn't that great, but I think Arvel Skeen's timing with the when played and on attack is just so good. And it is interesting here because I do think that Tyler might suffer a little bit since Tada's deck very likely incorporates anti-credit cards naturally.
Looks like we start off with I forget the name of that card, but it creates an X-Wing by putting a card from your discard on the bottom of your deck, plus
I
that
believe
Lando
it is
ability.
Commence Patrol.
Mhm.
So nice little combo there. Tyler uses Lando's ability, discards a card, makes a credit, then plays Commence Patrol. But there is Arvel in the main deck
There he
taking
is.
out that credit.
Mhm.
Ouch.
Then we get 2 to base with that X-Wing, Cheofan on the other side for Tada. Take 2 to base.
And now
We're both
Tyler
drawn.
cannot really make credits anymore. And it looks like, we're going to see an anti-credit card for Tyler with Lieutenant Gorn, 4/4 on attack, take control of an enemy credit token. So this is a very interesting situation. If Tada were to buff one of his units, Gorn could potentially attack into Arvel Skeen and remove him, so the on attack would no longer be available to defeat the credit that was generated with Vel. Very interesting lineup.
So Tada has the initiative here. Looks like he's paying for True Remembers taking out that Gorn.
Now Tyler really wants to deal with Arvel Skeen here, I think. And there we have it.
Grassroots Resistance healing some and doing 3. 3 and 3.
3 and 3. And now Tada opts not to give an experience there because doing so all of a sudden would give Tyler a credit that Tada might not be able to deal with Arvel Skeen off the field. So very interesting dynamics here. And that X-Wing swings again in the space arena. And Tyler is a little bit ahead in that race thanks to Grassroots Resistance providing 3 healing.
A lot of cards drawn so far in this game too for both players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think neither player running the splash base that would justify Chairman Papanoida doesn't really make any sense for Lando to run that card. It's conceivable that Tata would run it, but I think probably more cute than good overall. Each player doing 2 damage per turn right now. Not the most exciting gameplay we've ever seen. But I have a feeling things are about to get spicier as we see some plays here on the 5 resource turn.
Looking like a Cinta Kaz is the thought, or maybe a red 5.
Yeah, this so the Vigilance version of Cinta is really strong in a Velsartha deck because it's so easy to get the experience token on there and create a very efficient Sentinel.
And it is going to be
And
that
there's Cinta.
Cinta.
Tyler thinking over the options here.
Going into this flip turn, I think he probably wants to get a credit online, so maybe looking for something that costs, 5 if you have to with the Lando, but kind of neuter some of the stuff you could do on your flip turn, which is part of the strategy of playing against this Lando deck for sure.
Yeah, that's right. And I do think, as we were discussing earlier, Tata might be unusually well positioned to do that because he is running a deck that will kind of main deck anti-credit cards. Whereas for others, I think a lot of anti-credit cards are really going to be a sideboard option. This Lando Calrissian Sentinel unit, a Lando Calrissian Eyes Open, is a 5-cost 4/5 Sentinel. While defending, the attacker gets -1 power. So it might actually be quite an obstacle. Tata brings out a Warrior of Clan Ordo here, and then is going to pass the turn after Tyler takes initiative.
It's a really nice looking board state here for Tata. Lando's obviously a big impediment there on the ground, but Tata's done a great job of developing here without having to use the buff ability much.
Lando's ability used by Tyler to make a credit. I think he is trying to set up that flip. He wants to get the 3 credits.
Yeah, and
Will
whether
he
you could
be
use
able to do
9
it?
this turn or not, 8's solid enough.
Yeah, eight's also a big number. There's a credit. I think there's I think we saw a Nimble Prowess in hand for Tata there. Let's see here. 6 resources for Tata.
5 on the other
And
side for Lando.
yeah, but Lando will, unless Tata can deal with that credit, will be able to turn it into 3 credits with Lando's flip, which could be a big deal. Velsartha does get to deploy this turn.
Looks like Tata's thinking about that nimble prowess. He decides to go for it, taps down Lando, and makes into a Sentinel.
Right. So that's going to be +1/+1. Cinta becomes a Sentinel. Sentinel Lando is exhausted, but that didn't deal with the credits. Tyler seizes the opportunity to deploy his Lando Calrissian full Sabak leader. And on deploy, you get to defeat a friendly credit token to create 3 more credit tokens. So now Tyler really has a lot of credits to play with.
Effectively sitting at 8 resources.
Now, with the buff, Cinta is able to deal 3 damage to Lando even through his defensive effect, which in turn sets things up so that the Warrior of Clan Ordo can potentially attack in and clear that Lando Calrissian Sentinel unit.
And Zeb's just going to clean it up instead. Zed comes in, takes out that Lando after leader Lando cleaned up Cinta. Still have Vel to deal with as well on her flip.
Yeah, Zeb Aurelius hits the field. Decent card, even without the splash base that would enable his more powerful effect. Still going to set up an annoying Sentinel for Tyler to deal with and defeat Lando. We could be looking at 5 damage to base here from the units Tata currently has in the ground arena, and Vel hasn't deployed yet.
We're spending 8 for a Mandalorian, ambushing into Zeb on defeat, getting to capture your choice of units. Let's see which one he decides to go for.
Yeah, that's spicy. So the Mandalorian using those credits This is going to be a a big swing of things, but we still have that Velsartha flip this turn. So the Mandalorian cleaning up Navarro, 8 cost 6/8 ambush. When this unit attacks and defeats a unit, you may choose an enemy non-leader unit. This unit captures it. So pretty scary and can be especially annoying because it can capture across arenas.
Yep, and we're going to see a buff from Tada here to create a credit for Tyler while buffing Ordo. Takes 2 to base in return from that X-Wing, taking Tada to 8.
Yeah, so now the warrior from Clan Ordo could attack and defeat the Mandalorian, and that would in turn rescue the captured unit, but it does come back exhausted. And that was another copy of Zeb Aurelius disclosed there to avoid damaging the base with Warrior of Clan Ordo. And now Vel is on the field. So there were a lot of plays this turn, but it does look like Tada has the advantage in the ground arena once again.
Yeah, experiencing Vel on that attack. Lando back up to 2 credits on the other side. Really great back and forth action these past 2 turns.
9 damage on one base, 8 damage on the other base. The lone X-Wing still firing away in the space arena.
I
But
think
the
the X-Wing's
ground
done
arena.
8 damage this game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the only damage that has got through to Tada's base has been from that one X-Wing, but it has been firing away turn after turn and has done almost as much damage as Tada's done to Tyler's base. So,
Yep. It's
we
not
got
much, but it's something, right? And we're going up to
N-
7 resources now.
9 total resources will be available for Tyler with the 2 credit tokens. Does Tyler have some powerful in-game plays to bring out here?
Yeah. 9's a very dangerous number right now.
Absolutely right. So, we are in range. We could see, there are a lot of different things that we could see here. Another copy of the Mandalorian wouldn't really be that good, but we could see Liberty. We're in range of Bo-Katan, although she wouldn't immediately kill anything. The debuff would still be pretty substantial. Looks like there's something big.
Yep.
7,
7,
8
8, 9?
resources.
Maybe. No, 7, 8, 9. So, or just 8. We see a Liberty
Yeah,
coming
8
down.
for Liberty. 1 still ready.
Yeah,
Liberty
destroying
is
the
certainly
credit.
very strong, though. That's going to be an exhaust. So Liberty is an 8 cost 9/7 Sentinel. When played and on attack, exhaust an enemy unit and return all upgrades on it that cost 4 or less to their owner's hands. So that means that Vel is not only exhausted, but an experience costs 0. So the experience is returned to hand, which means it's just removed because it's a token. So not only is that very disruptive, it can also do that every single turn on attack if Tada doesn't stop it.
Yeah, followed up by that Zeb that was disclosed. 3 damage to Lando, clearing him. Then 2 damage from that little X-Wing that could, bring that total up to 10.
The little X-Wing that could has done 10 whole damage to Tada's base. That's wild. Now, Tada does swing in there. I think Tada's in some trouble here. I could be wrong, but Tada really needs to find an answer to Liberty because that's going to be 9 damage and potentially just exhaust Vel once again.
Very
If there's not
effective
some
swing
answer soon, this
tempo-wise.
Liberty's going to run away with the game.
Yeah, I think Tada was sitting on a Lost and Forgotten earlier in the game. I doubt he would have resourced it going into this crucial portion of the game. We'll see how this turn shapes up if Liberty
I think
doesn't get removed.
I could be wrong. I think he might have resourced it because I think if I have Lost and Forgotten in hand, I would much rather take the initiative than take that 1 swing for 2 damage that draws each player a card. I would rather just be like, no, I'm taking the initiative. I don't care about Chiofane. I'm going to stop this thing from hitting me for 9 and exhausting my leader. I could be wrong, though. We'll have to see.
He takes 9. I did just see it in his hand as well. So he
Okay,
does
so he
have
does
it.
have it.
Yeah. Vel gets exhausted there. Liberty's such a huge tempo swing.
Yeah. Now, one thing that we do have to contend with is the potential aggressive negotiations from John Tada. A lot of cards in that hand. Chiofane has been swinging again and again and drawing a card for each player each time.
4 to base from Zeb, bringing Tyler to 15.
So one more swing from that X-Wing means that we are in range. We are now in range. 1 attack from Liberty would win the game. So Tada needs to remove it this turn, or heal, or do some other thing, which I think is going to constrain his resources for this turn quite a bit.
Another Chio draw there.
Now, John has been slow rolling this turn. He's not immediately going for the kill. And that does mean Tyler might claim initiative too early and get blown out.
That might
Tyler
be
is
part of the
very
strategy here. Just
not running aggressive negotiations himself.
yeah, just being patient, knowing that eventually the turn's going to come towards you. 9 is a lot to take, but again, you have to take control of the board before you can finish things off.
Now, I'm wondering if one thing that I think would be really nice for Tyler here would be a ground sentinel, which would make aggressive negotiations no longer such a threat. Right now, I think aggressive negotiations is threatening an instant win for Tada, or close to it. So
I tried to get a quick count of how many cards Tada had in his hand. It looks like at least 7. It's hard to say for sure.
okay, so we're seeing something. 5 resources.
And there's
Another
that ground
Lando.
sentinel.
That's a great play for Tyler. There's a ground sentinel. That's a big obstacle there for Tada. But we know Tada does have that counter for Liberty. Will we actually see it played this turn? I do think he may be trying to bait Tyler into an early claim. No?
Here comes 6
There
for
we have
Lost
it.
and Forgotten. On the Liberty, healing back down to 18.
That's buying Tada some more time as well. So that's going to be, now at 18, I believe Tyler could swing for 6 this turn. So we would have lethal in 2 turns, but I have a feeling that Lando might not live all that long. Tyler still does have 3 resources, could potentially do something with them.
And effectively, I believe that Tada would need a 10 card hand, including aggressive negotiations. Or no, it would be 9, excuse me, with Vel on her buff.
Yeah, because she can buff herself. That's right.
Yeah, so
Tyler does take the initiative. So now we're looking at Tyler with initiative. I think there's a good chance we might see an attack from Lando early on in the turn that could chunk some damage into the base, while also making sure that Lando gets a chance to do something in the event that Tada has some removal. But we'll have to see. Not guaranteed. Lots of resources on both sides of the board at this phase.
here comes another Mandalorian taking out Zeb, capturing Chio.
Yeah, instead of taking out Zeb with the Mandalorian, or instead of taking out Zeb with Lando, Tyler brings in another copy of the Mandalorian, who ambushes in, defeats Zeb, captures Chio, and now Tada only has Vel, and Vel can't actually clear Lando in one attack, even if she gives herself the +1, because Lando gives the attacking unit -1. So Tada needs some other type of buff if he wants to clear out Lando this turn with Vel. Now he might have another removal card or some other thing that can clear Lando directly. That's very much an option.
Hasn't
But
used any
Vel herself
resources yet.
not poised to do it without some kind of buff.
A lot of options there for Tada. Huge hand, full resources available. Let's see what he comes up with.
He's almost got to have something. If he doesn't have anything, he's in a very unlucky position.
Statistically improbable with how much both players have drawn, right?
4 cards, or 4 resources. That little X-Wing that could, as you said earlier, is still there to fire away in the space arena.
Going into the 7 resource turn. Love that.
Yeah, this unit, when it came into play on turn 1 and has been attacking ever since, Tada just has had no presence in space. Oh, Galen Urso. Galen Urso names Lando. That means that Lando loses all abilities and can't gain them, and I believe that includes keywords. Keywords are abilities.
Absolutely.
Now we're going to see aggressive negotiations, I believe.
Is it enough?
Aggressive negotiations.
For a base of 5.
Buffs
And then
herself.
6,
That is
7,
going to give
8,
a credit
9,
to
10,
Tyler.
11, 12.
Is it off
One
by
short.
1? Are we at 29?
I believe so.
They only went up to
Oh, yep.
yeah,
29.
29. Aggressive negotiations was off by 1, but Galen's effect is enduring. And that means the onus is now on Tyler. He needs either some kind of attack pump with the Mandalorian to defeat Tada's base, or he needs some other sentinel, some other obstacle that he can throw in Tada's path to prevent both of these ground units from attacking. But he also has a huge hand. What can he find?
Well, Mandalorian could also take out Galen, turning that Sentinel back online, putting the onus back on
Oh, you're
to
absolutely right. I
Tada.
had forgotten that. It would so if the Mandalorian takes out Galen, then Lando's Sentinel goes back online. All of a sudden, now, but at that point, Vel could attack into Lando and clear with another +1 counter. So it wouldn't be optimal, but it is true that even if there's no card to play from hand, Tyler has that as a fallback option.
Could also just take a 6 swing to base, getting Tada to 28.
Yeah, but he can't attack the base or else Tada just wins on the next action with either of his units.
Yep.
All right, we're going to see something played here. What is it? I think needs to clear Galen one way. So he needs to clear Galen, clear both these units, attack with enough damage to win, or bring out another Sentinel
That isn't named Lando.
that isn't named Land. That's true. It cannot be. He can't like play a Lando over his existing Lando because it works based on the card name and not the specific instance. We're seeing a bunch of resources, and also a credit, maybe. Yeah, a bunch of resources and a credit. What's the card?
Qui-Gon kills Vel, trades, takes Galen out.
That is an extremely strong play. The 7-cost Qui-Gon Jinn, the negotiations will be short. Ambushes in. It doesn't kill Vel. Vel is still alive.
Oh,
Vel
because
is still
Vel's at
alive
8.
with
Vel's
1
at 8.
HP
Yeah.
for experience. But it defeats I'm sorry, when Qui-Gon is defeated, you get to put a unit on the top or bottom of its owner's deck. So Galen gets sent to the bottom of Tada's deck. And now Tada needs to find an answer for Lando because Lando is a sentinel once more. And even if Tada clears Lando or plays another Galen or something, Vel is very vulnerable with only 1 HP remaining.
A lot of options here for Tyler.
Both players have large hands, lots of resources, and some powerful plays to make. This is a really interesting and exciting endgame.
It's been back and forth since the mid game, really intense.
I see a Warrior of Clan Ordo on the side of Tada's hand. That's not probably the card he needs. Okay, here we go. 4 resources. What do we got? Now, if Tada takes out the Mandalorian, he will also get that Chiofane back in play, who's currently captured.
So he's sitting on another Galen as well.
Yeah, so another Galen. He could play another Galen, but then we could see the units just kill his stuff.
Yeah, we just see Mando swing in and we're back exactly where we were prior. So he has a tree.
It's funny
remembers,
also that
which won't do
Tyler evidently did
anything.
not have. Okay, so it's going to be.
A
Wait, is
scoop there
that
from Tada.
concession from John Tada? Tyler held the line, winning on 1 HP. What a scenario!
Wow.
I thought at first that Tada was putting Vel back because he was just going to crash Vel into Lando, but I guess did not have a line of play that would lead to victory despite all those cards in hand. Qui-Gon Jinn showing up to save the day for Tyler in what looks like a tough situation.
Really, really strong play there with Qui-Gon Jinn. Love seeing these, especially in Cunning. Qui-Gon and Mandalorian come a little bit more into favor post rotation. Have them see some use in the meta. Really intense back and forth game with Tada and Tyler here. I think early on in the game, the credit hate really was on display, really delaying that full use of resource from Lando with that early Arvel Skeen. Outside of that, though, it didn't really seem to play a huge role in the outcome of the match. Now we're going over to Dayhawk versus Stevie. Dayhawk won game one, it looks like, in a very strong position in game two. Luke sitting at 22 damage out of 34 with Data Vault. Looks like we have is that Luke Skywalker deployed there?
Yeah,
that
so I
is Luke,
believe
not a blue
Luke is
leader.
deployed onto a copy of Blue Leader, and Chewie just attacked into the base and did 2 damage to Luke. But now I think we're seeing a hot shot maneuver being used. So yeah. So Luke is going to trade there and throw 5 damage on Chewie, 3 from the attack ability and 2 from the hot shot maneuver. So Chewie left with 1 HP. Luke still has a lot of resources, and Dayhack now bringing out Red 5, trying to diversify his threats here. Stevie Getz responding with Poe Dameron.
Yep, making that great piloted ship with the X-Wing coming in there with a 4-5 in space. Really trades in well to that Red 5. And it looks like Stevie really needs to be in a controlling position to get control of this game again.
Dayhack uses 2 resources and a credit to bring out Millennium Falcon, get out and push.
Mm-hmm.
And Stevie Getz does look to be in trouble.
A lot of damage represented by Dayhawk here with 5 from Chewie, 3 from the Falcon, and 3 from Red 5. That's 11. And the handshakes there. That's 2-0 for Dayhawk. Luke was a very strong deck, very well represented today in both colors, yellow and green, but it looks like Chewie just got under it and was too fast to deal with.
Yeah, ultimately Chewie able to put the pressure on. It didn't look like completely 100% out of control. Like Dayhack didn't have like a massive swarm board or anything, but it seems that Stevie looked at his options and did not find what he needed to stop the aggression there. So with that being a 2-0, that means that Maclunky Gaming has won one of the 3 games that are necessary to win the team match. So now if Tyler can win this next round, he will secure the win for the Maclunky Gaming team as a whole.
We'll get you guys an update on table 2 and where that stands. That was Wu versus Spanish Alex on Jin. Here we're back for game 2 with Tada versus Tyler. So what needs to go different here for Tada? I mean, it was a really close game up until the final action. Do you think you just stay your course and see how it goes, or make any wholesale changes here, Tower?
I think there's one really awkward thing about this situation, which is that if I were playing against Lando, I would be like, okay, time to sideboard in my credit hate. But the thing is, John Tata is playing Vel. He already has his credit hate in main deck. So I'm actually not sure how good his like sideboarding options are against something like this. Presumably, though, he can put in like more endgame or whatever, right?
Maybe
That
some
does
more
seem like,
removal, something like
yeah,
that.
like bring in, sometimes you would have those decks where it would be like, hey, we're going to bring in the third copy of Home One, we're going to bring in the U-wing reinforcements, whatever the cards are for the end game. And those cards of course have rotated out, but if Tada does have extra stuff to play against those big powerful units, that would be good. I'm informed here that table 2 with Wu versus Spanish Alex is 1-1, and they are now in game 3. So if Spanish Alex can win that one, that will also secure the win for Maclunky Gaming. But if Wu can win it, it will be down to the outcome of this matchup between Tyler and John Tata.
Wow. It all comes down to this and the other game. Obviously, one of the cool things about this 3v3 format is now you have both players from that finish game kind of leaning over everybody's shoulders, hey, helping out when they can.
Yeah, advice is allowed between teammates. That is part of the format. So if you've won your game, you can go ahead and do that. We're seeing Tyler leading off. This is a very similar to start to what we saw last time.
And will it be the exact same start? It is. Commence patrol with Lando going under. Little X-Wing that could making his return. Chio Fan on the ground as well.
Yeah, exact same. Chio versus the Lando credit into Commence Patrol for that 2-2 X-Wing. Last game, that X-Wing was an unsung hero. This game might end up being able to do a considerable amount of damage as well.
Yeah, 2 to base from Chio, triggering the draw for both players.
Let's see how we do here, Tyler. Now, this time, there is a big difference. Tada wasn't able to destroy Tyler's credit. And that means Tyler uses the credit for Kanan Jarrus. That is a big play.
Yeah, cool weekly play. Cannon Jarrus bouncing that Chio. Cinta come into the ground, and then 2 damage from that X-Wing.
Now, Kanan here is a 3-4 restore 1. That lines up decently into this 3-5 Sinta but once Tada uses Velsartha's leader ability to give an experience to Cinta, the situation will be a lot less favorable for Kanan. It looks like a
Oh, but
nimble prowess
instead,
instead.
yeah, no buff there, just the exhaust plus nimble prowess. Cinta's still alive, can't attack in and clear this Kanan if she wants.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that this also means that there is a situation here where Tada has managed to buff Cinta without giving Tyler a credit that he could potentially use to play some 5-cost card that would be a potential blowout.
It's like
Okay.
Chio being replayed there.
The return of Chio. Definitely a card that Tada seems to want. You know, that card draw, while it does help your opponent, I think the idea with this sort of deck is, hey, this card draw technically helps both of us. However, I have aggressive negotiations. I have rebellious hammerhead. I have things that reward me just for hand size, and you probably don't.
We see Cinta, we see Tada opting to swing with Cinta into base instead of Kanan. Then Ezra coming up. Really cool combo here with Ezra and Kanan. If Ezra gets an attack, being able to buff Kanan.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is the Ezra Bridger unit, not the one that we saw in our most recent set, but this is Ezra Bridger from Legends of the Force, 3-cost 3/5. On attack, you may give an experience token to another creature or specter unit. All right. Let's see how this goes.
Going into the 5 resource turn, Tyler has effective 6 resources with that credit. Needs to probably keep it though, just in case some credit hate comes in. Could be a little extra risky in this matchup, like we mentioned earlier. Galen getting resource there, maybe thinking about a plot for next turn. Taking it back.
All right.
Opts not to resource Galen there. That's an interesting note.
So that Cinta is a Sentinel. Doesn't have to be an experience, just any upgrade gives Sentinel. So Nimble Prowess does.
That is correct.
However, Ezra could attack into her, survive the attack, and give an experience to Kanan. Tada is opting to push damage to base, though. Might be hoping to get a situation where the game can be closed out faster.
Ezra going into Cinta, buffing Kanan.
Kanan now, with an experience token, would be able to attack into Cinta and defeat her while not being defeated himself. Would also have Restore 1 going there. The X-Wing still on the field for Tyler as well. And then, of course, Chio there for Tada. Could defeat Ezra, but might actually just be pushing more damage to the base given how Tada has been playing this. No, it
Looks
is going to be a
like-
clear on Ezra.
Yeah, opposite to clean that up with Chio and triggers the card draw.
Okay. So we could now see an attack there from Kanan, which I believe that would be enough damage to defeat Cinta, would also heal the base for 1. But Tyler not immediately opting to do that. Let's see what he's going for.
It's Galen. What's the call?
So we could see Galen name Cinta to open up, essentially disable Sentinel and open things up, or we could see some other card being named. I believe you can't name experience because experience isn't, you can, but it doesn't do anything. I'm told here it's Zeb.
Zeb. Okay, Zeb's named protecting from another Sentinel doing damage. We get the buff here. Maybe not.
Yeah. Tada thought about it. It is risky though, and I think I see a Zeb in hand. Okay, so now I believe if we saw Kanan swing, it would be a trade with the bonus stats there from Stinta. Tyler likes that trade, and that's going to be a single point of restore as well. Tyler left with a stronger board position, but Tada has not spent resources yet this turn.
In a stacked hand with a couple different options, he could replay a Cinta. Looks like it's tapping 4 for a Galen. And did he call
Galen naming
Galen?
credit.
Okay, credit. He pointed, but Galen was in
Yeah,
the way.
yeah.
But credit makes a lot more sense.
I think Galen naming Galen would be a weak play, but Galen naming credit token is very strong here. So now I believe that Tyler is going to need to find a solution here to try and remove that Galen if he wants to re-enable one of his deck's main selling points. However, board-wise, the two sides are roughly equal here.
In theory, Lando could still do his ability to defeat a credit and create more, but obviously can't cash them in until that point. And versus a deck like Vel that has a credit hate, a little risky to do that. Obviously, you already have 2 credits, so you're sitting with some risk already.
Yeah, this is going to deny some of the biggest plays that Tyler would otherwise be able to make. So the question now is whether Tyler has an efficient way improperly use okay, yeah, was going to use a credit but can't, so takes that back. Yeah, the credits are off right now.
Another commence patrol.
Okay.
Putting that Kanan on the bottom of the deck, creating another X-Wing.
Putting the card on the bottom of the deck in this case isn't very relevant, but creating an X-Wing for 1 is, it's a relatively efficient rate.
Especially when you're trying to activate your credit, your ability on turn 1.
Right. And that's another actual thing that this card really has going for it for Lando is that it is cunning heroism. So the aspects are lining up if you're trying to guess what aspect to use. Kind of a niche card, but serves an important role here, I think. So now we have 2 X-Wing tokens, leaving Tyler a bit ahead on board, a bit behind on damage on base. But those credit tokens that would otherwise mean Tyler had a big advantage are currently blank, thanks to Galen Urso.
Going into both flip turns, Lando really does want to capitalize on that credit advantage on this turn in typical fashion. Not sure if you're going to be able to get that done this turn.
Yeah, well, so a very simple solution, not necessarily an elegant solution, but a very simple solution would be that Tyler could crash his Galen and his Lando into his opponent's Galen.
Yep.
But if his Galen is defeated, Tada could then potentially play that Zeb unless it's been resourced, which would then protect Tada's Galen. Let's see. Tada leading off with 1 resource for something. Let's see what it's going to be. Nimble
Nimble
prowess again?
prowess. Yeah.
Yep.
Galen exhausting Galen, also buffing. So now a little bit more of a threat there from Tada.
Yep. And now Tyler does not have a super clean way to kill Galen. So you're going to flip Lando here, and you still defeat 1 credit to make 2 credits because why not?
Yep.
But this is not the situation that it looks like. If you just glance at this board, it would appear that Tyler has 10 resources available, which is really incredibly strong. But with those credit tokens blanked, it's just not the case until and unless Tyler can defeat Tada's copy of Galen Urso.
Really interesting mini game kind of going on right now.
I've just received an update. In the other match, Wu was victorious.
Wow.
Wu was playing for KTOD, and that means it's going to come down to this game and potentially their game 3 to decide this entire team tournament match between Maclunky Gaming, and KTOD.
Yeah, so this is game point for Tyler here. Tata needs to battle back, get this game and game 3 for KTOD to take it home. Really exciting finish here.
Yeah, Tata defending here. If he can win this game, it's all down to one final game to determine the outcome of the entire team tournament. But he has to win this one to even get a shot at playing that one. If Tyler wins this one, he'll lock things up for Maclunky Gaming.
Here we go with Tata hitting to base with Galen.
The damage is really piling up on Tyler's base here, though. I think Tata could be in range of aggressive negotiations relatively fast, and Tyler still has not found an answer that will re-enable his credit tokens.
Sitting on 4 over there.
The X-Wings begin firing. First X-Wing, 2 damage to base. Tata still has several resources to play with himself. Tata could also use Vel's ability with relative impunity as long as Galen stays alive, but it does look like Galen may not be on the board that much longer. We'll have to see.
Well, we still have all of the Vel flip to deal with, plus a majority of resources from Tata. We're seeing a tap here.
3
another
resources.
Cinta.
Another Cinta does not. Yeah. So this does not currently have Sentinel, but may well get it soon. Oh, the
There's
grassroots resistance.
Love it.
A
Healing
humble
back down to
card, but
12 as
honestly one
well.
that's very, very effective here. Not only does it clear Galen Urso, it also heals 3 damage from Tyler's base, bringing him further out of range. And now 4 credit tokens have just gone live. Tyler essentially has 6 more resources this turn.
Tata's action here. Or no, he just followed up with Cinta, right?
Yeah, so Tata had played Cinta, does still have the Vel trigger, but now the Vel trigger is dangerous because Tata could give Cinta Sentinel and +1/+1, but it would also give Tyler a 5th credit token, which would potentially allow Tyler to play a 7 resource card this turn.
Yeah. Getting flashbacks from game 1 with Qui-Gon Jinn coming in for 7.
Yeah, this is a tough spot, and the pressure is on Tata. He probably knows the outcome of his teammates' games. They were playing just down that same table. So he knows that he is the one trying to battle on here to keep his team's hopes alive. Velsartha being used, he's risking it. The 5th credit token for Tyler, the experience for Velsartha on Sintakaz. What do you think, Jordan? What's Tyler going for here?
Oh, I mean, I think perfect case scenario for him is probably Qui-Gon, but instead we're going to see another attack from the X-Wing, 10 to base.
Every little bit helps. Those X-Wings done like all the damage that has gotten through to Tata's base this game?
I think more or less, yeah. And we're sitting on 5 credit tokens here for Tyler. If he has Qui-Gon, pretty big swing play here.
Velsartha enters the battlefield. Tyler has 7 resources available, 2 resources used, 3
Playing
credits
Lando.
spent. It's Lando. Lando the Sentinel. Each side in the ground now standing behind a 4/5 Sentinel. Lando, though, is a little more powerful with that ability to reduce the attacker's damage by 1. Even if Vel attacks and buffs herself up to 5 power, she will not have enough power to clear Lando with that debuff.
Really, really interesting board state from both sides here.
This is so cool. This is like a really interesting matchup.
Especially, we've seen so many pilot decks all day long, which are fun in their own right as well. But seeing the final game of the day, or that it all comes down to being these 2 new mechanic leaders, is always a little bit of a highlight to see.
Yeah, 2 new leaders, really interesting interactions with the credit tokens and the credit hate. This is a super cool match. John Tata contemplating whether or not to have Vel attack into Lando here, it looks like. Mulling it over, does still have 2 resources, takes the attack.
And he
And
is doing
so
the buff. Another credit
is
goes
doing
up
the
to
buff.
3.
That's another credit for Tyler. Tyler takes initiative. Lando survives thanks to his defensive text. Okay, 12 damage on Tyler's base, 10 damage on Tata's base. Lots of cards in hand for both players. I think I see an aggressive negotiations there for Tata.
Yeah, aggressive negotiations plus 5 other cards. So not representing quite enough, just representing 11 once you get through Lando, of course. On the
Tyler
other
is
side,
representing a massive pile of resources, though, with those credit tokens.
yeah, that's 6, 9, 10 resources in total, effectively.
Everything's in range. Bo-Katan's in range. You know, we could see Bo-Katan, we could see Liberty. There's all kinds of stuff. But what play will Tyler go for? He probably has a lot of cards too. We can't quite see his hand. But Chiofane is drawing cards for both players this game. Let's see what Tyler is going to go for.
I think Chio's drawn 5 so far this game. So statistically, you should have seen a lot of the things you're looking for.
Here we go. Tyler with the initiative. Both sides have strong boards. Both sides have sentinels. It's
And here she
Bo-Katan.
is. It's Bo-Katan. Taking out
Every enemy
Chio.
unit gets -3/-3. Chio is defeated. The other
Everything
2
else
units
stays
are
alive.
not defeated, but they are debuffed. And that does mean it's going to be a power increase for and the stat goes to Lando. And that's a little spicy here because with those debuffs, yeah, with the debuffs now, Vel can't defeat Lando in 1 hit, I believe.
Well, I think they would trade, but it doesn't matter because it's knowledge.
Oh,
and
no, I'm
defense.
sorry. I meant Cinta and not Vel, but we're going
Yeah.
to see removal played, knowledge and defense.
Plus another
Lando
card.
off the field, but Galen now poised to swing. These units are -3/-3. So there's only wait, what's that should be a defeat, yeah?
So since it would have 6 health, it is a defeat.
Yeah,
Yes.
it is a defeat. I think Tata thought it would live, but forgot about the buff maybe.
And then we
Cinta
see
is
the
off the board.
experience going to
Lando gets buffed
Lando.
from Bo-Katan. Now, the funny thing here is we could see a potential swing from Vel, even with the aggressive negotiations, but Vel is -3/-3. She actually is not hitting all that hard. There's a resource.
Yep, and here comes
Nimble
Nimble
Prowess. Is that
Prowess.
the 3rd Nimble Prowess we've seen from
It
Tata
is,
this game?
yep. That exhausts Lando, taking us into another hit by that X-Wing, bringing Tata to 12.
The X-Wings are still firing away in that space arena. Red 5 hits the board for Tata. X-Wings firing once more. 14 damage on Tata's base. Tyler has taken the lead in terms of overall damage on base.
Yeah, and with Bo on the other side as well, it's always a challenge to get through. We're going to see a 7 to base swing from Vel there, 2 experience tokens plus that
Well, it's
Nimble
7
Prowess.
-3 though, so it's only 4, yeah?
You're right.
Oh, and then look at that. Using the credit that Tata just gave him, Tyler plays a Lothwolf. And that Lothwolf might not be a strong sentinel, but it is a sentinel. Vel Sartha is jammed up and cannot necessarily get through.
And is there enough cards for Red 5 to be lethal here with aggressive negotiation? I don't believe
there's no
so.
way. He'd need 11 cards plus the aggressive negotiations. He has a lot of
Looking
cards,
like
but
he's
he doesn't
seeing
have
like
that many
6 or
cards.
7 potentially.
I think Tyler also has lethal this turn.
Well, he absolutely does. He got 9 from Bo-Katan, 5 from Lando, 4 in space.
Yeah. So Tyler has more than lethal. Tata has lethal if he can sneak Vel through, but it doesn't look like he can do that right now with the humble Lothwolf blocking that attack. Aggressive negotiations from Red 5.
Be 3, looks like a 5 or 6 buff, bring Tyler to 24 damage. Hasn't
24
decided where
damage.
the 2 pings are going.
Yeah, it could throw some damage on. It wouldn't defeat either of these units, but it is gonna throw some more damage onto Lando. Now, the problem with this here is Vel is still blocked. I think if I'm Tyler, though, I'm not sure I want to swing with Bo-Katan immediately, simply because, well, I don't know. I guess Lando could also Lando can Lando clear Vel here?
Well, I'm not sure if Lando could clear. So Lando is swinging for 5. He would be able to clear Val, I believe,
No, no,
unless Vel
because she has
attacks
the nimble
and
prowess
buffs.
too. He'd be off by 1.
Yeah, so they're seeing 8 total, 6 remaining.
I think I would
Yeah.
not want to swing with Bo-Katan immediately unless I have another Sentinel or something, because there is a risk.
Oh,
Oh, not a risk anymore. The Mandalorian shows up, defeats Vel, and captures Red 5. Tata is left with a completely empty board, and Bo-Katan gives an experience to one of the humble X-Wings.
this is it. If we can't stop Bo here, this game is closing rapidly.
Tyler looks like he might be poised to win this tournament for Maclunky Gaming. Can Tata find some kind of response? Tata looks to be in
And there it
desperate trouble.
is.
No, it's the handshake. Tyler wins.
Extremely well fought. Awesome set of games here. Maclunky gets their win on the board at their home event. Love to see it all around. I love to see the handshakes too. Obviously, we mentioned Tyler and Tata on Underwhelming Barrage together. Great friends here playing against each other. Love to see it. And like I said, 2 new leaders in the last round of this 3v3 tournament is a great way to end it.
Well, that is going to be quite the win. Maclunky Gaming has ended up against KTOD in the finals of 3 team events in a row, and now they finally picked up the win. Pasqualle's fan club, one of the Maclunky Gaming teams, defeating KTOD. It was a close match. It ended up being a 2-1. Wu won his match for KTOD, but was ultimately not able to take things over. Maclunky Gaming wins, and I believe we are likely going to have a winner's interview shortly. That was just some really good Star Wars Unlimited, Jordan. That was
Oh my
exciting.
God, yeah. Love to see it to start the set off. Like, it kicks everything off on a good foot. We had 4 Maclunky teams in the event. 4 made the top 8. 1 converts to take it home, and just great players on both sides, right? We see a great display of different types of decks all up and down both sides. Aggressive decks, pilot decks, aggressive negotiation decks. So just great stuff all around, and both teams should be very proud.
Yeah, and you know what? Another thing I'll say about this is we saw a showcase of lots of different cool leaders and play styles. We had the pilot decks that everyone sort of knew about. We had, you know, some of the things that people were, really expecting to see. Here are the pilots.
Man, we had
Here's
Rio
Talzin
Durant.
Yellow.
Rio Durant Lake Country, right? Like,
Yeah,
that was a
but we
surprise
had
to
some
see.
spicy stuff too. And you know what? The finals was not pilot versus pilot or pilot versus Talzin or whatever. The finals was 2 new leaders battling it out. Huge interaction, huge use of the credit tokens. Super cool match.
Yeah, I mean, at one point we saw Tyler sitting with 5 credits, I believe, right? 5
Yeah.
invalidated credits. So
Yeah,
awesome
yeah,
use
he
of the
had
new
4 or 5
mechanics.
credits and they didn't do anything. It was so cool to see how Tyler's deck was trying to set up those credits and get the big plays, and then on the other side, Tada's deck was disrupting those credits and trying to set up for the aggressive negotiations. Really exciting match.
Yeah, and like we said, it came down to game 3 of match 3 here in this 3v3, right? So it really came down to the wire. Extremely good piloting from both sides. We've seen it all up and down the stream today, whether it is one of the teams we just mentioned or otherwise. Just great gameplay all day long.
Yeah, really, really cool stuff. Very exciting tournament as a whole, and I'm extra excited to be able to say that it was a win for Maclunky Gaming. But you know what? I think insofar as we continue having these team events, there is a good chance that KTOD will be back for revenge. They've put up a really strong showing. In fact, they're still technically up. If you count like the finals of these events, they have won 2 now, while Maclunky Gaming has beat them in this one. We'll see how this continues. We are going to have, I believe, a winner's interview shortly, but they are taking a picture first. Big congratulations to the winning team there. Really exciting event. It was Pasqualle's fan club from Maclunky Gaming that ultimately took things down.
It's a great day for the fan club, but I would be remiss not to mention that the fun continues tomorrow. Solo event, little standard premiere. Still very fun. Maybe not as super exciting as this because this is the best. Everybody loves this. But tomorrow we have some solo play I'll be casting. I know Tower will be as well. But I bet a lot of these players will be sticking around to compete the same.
Yeah, I think you are absolutely right on that, Jordan. I'd like to give a shout out to Maclunky Gaming, Tim and Claire, who did a ton of the work putting this event together, did the setup to make this stream happen, instrumental in making these things occur. Shout out to Top Deck Games for hosting this. And also, I want to give a big shout out to our sponsor, Metal Fab. They are responsible for those really cool base damage counters that you saw, the little rectangles with the digital interface there. Really cool stuff. They have a bunch of other tokens as well. You can check out Metal Fab tokens. A lot of interesting products over there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it takes a village, right? We have the Claire and Tim working the streams, top get deck. Look at this beautiful space too, all the table space for everybody to play it in a comfortable way. We got some miniatures going on as well. So packed house, love to see it this early in a set. I think people are just pumped, man. You know, rotation is here. It's bringing new ideas, new concepts. And I think just generally speaking, people are really excited about it.
Yeah, think about this. The winning team, Pasquale's fan club from Maclunky Gaming, I believe they used 3 new leaders because it was Jin Urso, Lando, and
And
Chewie.
Chewy.
All
Yep.
3 of those are set 7 leaders trying out new strategies and doing really well.
I do wonder
But
how the leader base composition changes from today to tomorrow as well, where you're not
yeah,
necessarily protected or insulated when you're playing a solo event like you can be and when you're pulling strategy for a team event. Sometimes you'll build a deck that's weak to one thing, but you'll trust your teammates to protect you from that matchup, if that makes sense.
yeah. I think that there is a bit more room to take like very specialized decks and try to use the seeding process to set things up so that you have a good matchup. I think that's very possible. But in the standard premiere format, that isn't really the option. So, may have to change it there. And now we're going to take a quick look at the deck meta. The most commonly played leader was Luke Sky, or the most commonly played leader base combination was Luke Skywalker Data Vault. We
Interesting.
also saw Obi-Wan Kenobi with a Vigilance Force base, which is interesting. I'd be
That's
curious
Virgin's
how many of
Temple, I would
those were
imagine.
the yeah, so like I think the Virgin's Temple has been very commonly used there.
Yeah,
Um,
and it's funny though, we didn't see any Obi-Wan on stream today.
that's true. Boba Fett Cunning 30, Mother Talzin Cunning Force, Vader, that's going to be Pilot Vader Cunning 30, Lando Vigilance 30, Jin Urso with the Aggression Splash base was more common than Jin 30, and Sabe from Secrets of Power with the Data Vault. But another thing to note is by the time we get to the end of that list, Sabe is only 4% of the meta. And that means there were a lot of other things that were being represented here with small percentages. Overall, a very open meta. Luke Skywalker Data Vault does seem to have been a popular pick, but Luke Skywalker Data Vault did not end up taking down that event.
Yeah. I'd say the one leader that kind of surprises me in terms of representation would be Lando. I think he's really strong, but haven't seen much play in terms of this volume over the past couple weeks, especially online as well. So we'll see how that develops in the coming days. I think it's a really interesting deck with a lot of really cool lines that you could take, some really good opportunities to flex your player skill as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. And now we're gonna move to the winners interview with Pasquale's fan club, the winning team from Maclunky Gaming. Welcome, guys. Congratulations on your win.
Congrats. Yeah, we were joking about some bragging rights for Underwhelming Barrage the next episode. So congrats on that and getting the win. Tyler,
better be getting a
in our
point.
last game. Oh, at least one. In that last game, you were sitting on so many credits. What was going through your mind with that?
My biggest concern is because he has a lot of credit hate. He has the 3-drop, credits become nothing. He's playing Galen. He's playing Arvel. I just don't want to be stuck on 1 credit by 6. I want to have credits out as long as Lando flips. And what else is there? Okay. And I'm just hoping that I get my credits out. The Galen was good. I had to, it's a thing I deal with eventually. We played earlier and the matchups played the same thing. I don't really need to research cheat. I can kind of just play, a 5 into 7 into 8 and it's good enough. Like Bo was very good there, but I really don't need to go into Bo. Mando and Liberty are the all-stars.
Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff all around.
One card that I thought was really cool was the Qui-Gon Jinn that you played towards the end of that other one. That was really exciting.
Top end's good. It's a staple. The spicy.
So is that the game plan of your deck? Play Lando, get those credits out, get to that top end faster, and then just start slamming those bombs?
Essentially. I don't know if there's a deck that's like at all close to coming into competition of just like strength of late game. Mandalorian, Liberty, and Bo-Katan are just disgusting. So as long as I get to 6 resources, as minimal damage as possible, I'm like, all right, this feels great for me.
Absolutely. We also saw some great play from Spanish Alex and Dayhawk throughout the whole day. Take us through the choice to play the 30 base for Jin instead of the splash base, Alex. I know we just saw the meta share come up. I'm not sure if he's here in the question or not.
Here.
But Alex, would love
So
to
you're
hear.
asking about why you chose 30 base instead of splash base.
Why
Alex.
choose 30? Hello.
Hello, yeah. Why'd you go with 30 over splash base?
I was just too scared of aggressive negotiations. I like my life, my HP.
Makes sense. And I guess, Kaden and the turned on Zeb is a good trade-off, but, you don't need it.
Yeah, it's really powerful when you get it, but when you don't, you're just losing 3 life. That could matter. A lot of games went to 1 HP, so I was happy to have my 30.
Yep, glad to hear it.
Well, take us through this is kind of a question for the whole team. Take us through your strategy in figuring out the matchups for this. So you had 3 decks that were pretty different from one another. What were you trying to do? Were there specific matchups you were targeting or trying to get paired up with?
So, like back in the first Beatle when we play Django is the busted, it was just all right. Whoever wins initiative, their Django player sits first because it's just good into everything. For the last Beatle and this event, it really feels like you can't have a super forward plan going into it. You need to see what they're playing with and just pick the numbers. So for the last matchup for KTOD, for example, they had Talzin red, they had Luke Data Vault, and Vel red. So I'm good into Talzin and Vel. That's our opinion. The Chewbacca is even throughout, and it's worse into Talzin. And Jin is kind of like the 50-50 into all of them. Talzin's probably its worst matchup, but that's the case for theirs. So
I will say that the Chewie is very, very good into the pilot decks. It's one of our bigger edges.
Yeah, so when we faced pilot decks, Chewie did great in there, and I luckily only played a Chewbacca. I didn't have to play any pilots, so it was I kind of got priority, just protect me against anyone that was playing pilot. But for that case, a lot of our day we went the opponent choose first. They seat their first deck. I give the initiative to these guys, and hopefully the idea is that one of the 2 of us is going to get the match, which is how exactly as it planned out.
So going into tomorrow, if you're playing, are these decks that all you guys 3 would stay on in the solo event, or it's special for the team strategy?
Reverse.
I think both of them would like to play it because they've been unstoppable. My Jin has been kicked out all day because I think everybody knows how to play against it and they're targeting it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it's the best deck to bring a competition right now or a PQ. So I'll probably switch tomorrow.
The question was about.
What deck do you want to play tomorrow? Are you going to play Chewbacca with the back?
It's going to be either Chewbacca or Lando. I really like Chewbacca. There are 1 or 2 matchups that I'm kind of more worried about, but it performs into so much of the field so well. And I really like playing a deck that does well into pilots. I think I decided like 3 sets ago that I was never going to run a deck that doesn't do extremely well into pilots.
Yeah, I can understand that for sure. Tyler, how about you?
Asking if you would run Lando tomorrow.
God, that is the question. I was so expecting, like, the deck to not work, and then I would just play Jin as my backup. It worked. The caveat being that, like, I got priority into, like, most matchups. Like, I never had to play against, what I perceive as bad matchups. So, am I going to run it back? Probably. But we'll see. I may change. I may play Jin because it's a lot more different math I have to do. It's funny because they're both brain intensive, whether aggressive negotiations or resource cheating, but we'll see how it goes. I'm happy to play either. I think they're both good.
All right. Well, hey, congratulations to y'all again for an epic victory. Finally getting revenge on the KTOD team and taking down a finals for Maclunky Gaming. Big shout out to you guys. And yeah, best of luck tomorrow.
Congrats.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much. Have a nice day.
All right, Tower. That's it. We got a great first day in the books. The 3v3 is down. Congrats to Maclunky, like we just said, the rest of the team. Big day of games tomorrow. A lot to catch up on, and I'll be excited to cast some rounds with you tomorrow as well.
That's right, Jordan. So if you're interested in catching some more Star Wars Unlimited action, viewers, stay tuned tomorrow where we are going to have the individual premiere event. Should be a lot of fun. Let's once again do a few little shout outs before we close. Shout out to Tim and Claire, of course, from Maclunky Gaming, making this all possible. Top Deck Games for hosting things. Shout out to our sponsor, Metal Fab Tokens. They have some great items, including the cool digital life counters that we've seen here on stream and the life pucks you may have seen earlier. And of course, big shout out to Fantasy Flight Games for making this great game that we all love.
Yep. Thanks for sticking with us, and be sure to come back tomorrow. Don't miss out. Catch you then.